The game over pop-up filled my screen and I shut it without a second thought, complaining to the empty room that this game was unplayable without cheats. Ice Age was a niche, hardcore survival nightmare, and I'd been stuck in the first act for days. 100-fold boosts, infinite resources, instant kill mods, all too boring. Then a strange name on a mod listing site caught my eye, an item called Unstable Mutation. I told myself this one looked interesting, dragged the file into the mod manager and started the game. The startup music had barely begun when a grand mechanical voice synced itself to my mind. The Ice Age version update had finished and was about to enter open beta, and in 60 seconds every human on Blue Star between the ages of 16 and 50 would be dropped into the game. The voice called this a world perpetually shrouded in severe cold, where most creatures had gone extinct but life always found a way. After the game began, I would descend next to a bonfire, the fire of survival and civilization, and around it I had to build my territory if I wanted to survive in this cruel place. My screen lit up with the Ice Age logo. I didn't waste time wondering where the voice was coming from. I scrambled to a nearby box of clothes and started yanking on whatever I could find. The countdown ran out, and a magnificent voice rolled over me with a flood of white light, welcoming me to Ice Age. When my vision came back, I was standing in a world of ice and snow, thousands of miles frozen, 10,000 miles drifting white. The cold cut through me at once, and I tightened the cotton coat, telling myself it was a blessing my family kept so few clothes. I turned and found the source of life behind me, a crackling bonfire, and the moment my eyes settled on it, a prompt appeared. Burning bonfire, level 1. It warmed everything inside a 10-meter radius by 10 to 20 degrees, ate 1 wood every 10 minutes, and needed 5 stone to upgrade. A newbie guide followed. Day and night existed in this world. The temperature would drop drastically after dark. A 7-day protection period was now active. Wild creatures couldn't enter the bonfires area while protection lasted. Supplies waited in my territory storage box. And I should repair the Lord's cabin as soon as possible because only then would the Lord panel unlock. Both the bonfire's behavior and the guide were exactly the same as the closed beta I'd grinded for days. Ice Age had been a brutal game on a screen, and now every Blue Star adult had been dropped inside it. Still, I tugged at my coat and told myself I had a slight advantage from the cotton coat alone, and a version update might have lowered the difficulty. Inside the wooden box I found a stone axe, an iron pot, an iron pickaxe, and 3 units of food. The closed beta had handed out 10. I complained that the update had only made things harder, then started hauling scattered stones into the box. Less than 6 hours of light remained, and if the cabin wasn't repaired before nightfall, the temperature drop would do me in even with the coat. The stones were heavy, and if the transmigration hadn't quietly fixed my old desk-worn back, it would have given out long before I finished. Half an hour later, I dragged 25 units in. Repairing the cabin needed 15 stone and 20 wood, and the forest at 50 meters from the bonfire, meaning runs in negative 35 degrees Celsius. Most newbies would stockpile stone, dash for wood, and slap the cabin together. I'd played this game, so I dumped the collected stones into the bonfire instead. A few minutes later, it had reached level 2. Coverage doubled to 20 meters, warming up to 15 through 25 degrees, and constant temperature added in, 15 minutes by the fire buying 10 minutes of warmth after I left it. I waited by the fire until a flame mark appeared on the back of my hand, then pushed through the deep snow with the stone axe, the 50-meter trek taking nearly 30 seconds. The trees were slender, and 7 or 8 swings dropped one and converted it into a unit of wood. 10 minutes in, the flame mark dissipated and the cold sliced through my coat into my organs. I hissed and trudged back to refresh the buff. 3 round trips later, I had everything I needed, and on the last leg I laid 2 pieces of wood side by side, piled loose stones on top, and pushed the makeshift sled back to camp. I triggered the cabin's repair. A hammer icon flickered above it, and wood and stone floated out of the storage box to merge into the structure. 10 minutes. The system didn't need me, so I melted snow in the iron pot over the fire and drank it. Water wasn't a problem. Food was, and 3 units would last half a day under this kind of work. I rubbed my stomach and told myself to cross that bridge when I got to it. Maybe a wild rabbit would run into a tree. I cast the anxiety aside and waited. A few minutes later, the cabin stood repaired in the snow. Lord panel unlocked. As the first survivor in this area to become a lord, an exquisite hand crossbow, green exquisite hand crossbow, green excellent quality, attack 15 through 27, 3-second firing interval, with a special effect that auto-generated 1 bolt every 10 minutes up to a maximum of 5. The remarks said even a fool could operate it. I aimed at a tree tens of meters out and pulled the trigger. The bolt embedded itself more than halfway into the trunk. Tomorrow's food source had just been confirmed. The Lord panel had Lord information, territory management, and chat channel. My information read Gang U, Blue Star Human Race, Level 1, Profession Lord, Strength 3, Agility 4, Spirit 5, Constitution 4, Health 120, Mana 100, Talent none, Current temperature negative 35.7. I caught on the talent line. That field hadn't existed in the closed beta. I closed the panel, opened it again, still nothing, and felt my vision darken. Then a chime and a voice in my ear. A modifying module was loading. Then loading had failed. World parameters were synchronizing. The module was reloading. And finally it had successfully loaded, and my personal talent, unstable mutation, had been activated. The description told me my items would all undergo unstable mutation with unknown direction and effect, but always tied to the pre-mutation state. The voice kept repeating data modification was failing and retrying. The only thing my brain registered was that the cheat had finally arrived. I wasn't a chosen son or a resourceful genius, just an ordinary citizen of Dragon Country, and even with closed beta experience I wouldn't have bet on making it to the end. I told the talent silently to bring it on. I had a pot, an axe, and a crossbow. The stone axe was the natural pick. Snowballing was the priority, but the moment I focused on it, the chant in my ear shifted and told me the next mutation would no longer be limited to items. A line of almost ethereal text appeared at the end of my talent description. Cause any existence to undergo a positive mutation once. Remaining uses 1. Any existence. The axe and crossbow weren't worthy of a guaranteed positive mutation. The two real candidates were myself and the cabin in front of me, and I wasn't ready to stop being human. As the small text faded, I pointed the talent at the Lord's cabin. Today's mutation count dropped to 0, and the system reported that my Lord's cabin had mutated into a world tree sapling, that the territory's buildable list had expanded, and that my professional skill Lord's power was taking effect, raising all attributes by 10%. I was overjoyed. The legends called the world tree's leaves whole worlds, and its roots the end of the universe. The little 10-meter sapling with 2 suffixes obviously didn't carry that kind of weight, but Lord's power had jumped to 10% already, and in the closed beta, a Tier 3 Lord's mansion with full builds and 100 residents had only ever pushed that bonus to around 20%. Even with 2 suffixes, this thing more than lived up to its name. The construction list had a fresh layer under the human race basics: Pullman hut, blacksmith shop, lumber mill, mining plant, and beneath that an elf race tree from Tier 1 up to Tier 3, all of it unlocked from the start. My territory was Tier 1, but the World Tree Sapling had given me a free pass past tier restrictions. Even with the bonus only on elf buildings, the dimensionality reduction strike was obscene. I clicked the only Tier 3, Moonlight Forest, which could randomly recruit a hero-level unit, took 8 square meters in 72 hours, and called for 10,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 50 liters of moonspring water, 10,000 natural energy, and 10 power crystals. Power crystals dropped from powerful transcendent creatures. Moonspring water tied to the moonwell, and the answer to natural energy poured straight into my head. Moonwells produced it, and little fairies entwined with plants produced it too. The territory traits unrolled in my mind. I could build natural-type structures up to Tier 3, every one with bonus effects, output of natural buildings and plants up 100%, construction and growth speed 300, population cap doubled to 50, and scaling with the world tree's level. And a little fairy would naturally be born in my territory after a stretch of time. A green fruit was already forming on a branch overhead, set to ripen into an elf by morning, faster if I spent natural energy. An hour into the panel, and only 4 out of 10,000 in my area had unlocked their lords. The world channel said over 1 million had joined, putting roughly 4 billion alive across the planet, each capped at 1 speech a day. The chat scrolled past like a waterfall, and I could barely catch the highlighted lines, the privilege of the first lord in each region. Andre joked that a mere -30 degrees hardly deserved the name Ice Age. Jang Gang laughed about being afraid of the cold and upgrading his bonfire first. Gang Yewa called everyone children of Blue Star and said we should unite. Dylan Zion roared something about a transcendent world. I shook my head. None of them were saying anything useful, and the truly ahead were keeping quiet. The world channel was useless for now, but I'd hold my place since the highlighted speech privilege would matter later. Accelerating territory development was the only real answer. I picked up the axe and headed out of the bonfire's range. With Lord's Power's 10% on me, my strength and frost resistance both ticked up, and within half an hour I had 30 wood and 10 more stone, enough for either a Pullman hut or a moon well. Pullman huts recruited polar people, the territory's farmer laborers, for logging and stone and mining. Moon wells collected natural energy and let the world tree spawn little fairies, who were also farmer units. I picked the moon well, dropped it on a random patch of outskirts, and told myself I could always tear it down later. The plot lit up emerald. The snow melted, vines twisted up from the warming ground, and 8 minutes later a green moonwell sat shimmering in the ice. The system told me my moonwell had picked up Moon's blessing from the territory traits. Under moonlight, both the natural energy and the spring water doubled, and that spring water also healed injuries and restored stamina. 2/3 of every day in this world was night, so the well's output more than doubled across the day, and the base spring water hadn't even had a healing effect to begin with. This wasn't a moon well, it was a money tree. If wells in the same area didn't choke each other's output, I'd have plastered the territory in them right then. The accumulation was slow, so I refreshed the buff and went back out for stone. Little fairies could collect rock too, but their efficiency on it was awful, so I played the complementary advantage angle. The 20-slot backpack from the Lord panel made stone hauling much easier than logging. 2 hours and 56 minutes from nightfall, with 2 natural energy and 42 stone in the box, I called on the world tree to create a little fairy. A leaf drifted down and turned into a green orb of light. Little fairy elf race, level 1. 1 population, with 2 skills, nature entangle to weave with plants for wood and natural energy without harming them. and self-destruct, an angry burst dealing pure damage equal to its level with matching mana destruction. I let it entangle with the world tree, which kept it safe, and let it produce 2 natural energy and 50 wood per day, double the rate of an ordinary tree, even with 99% of the world tree's energy going into the territory traits. Little fairies didn't rest, didn't eat human food, and the natural energy they generated was already net of their own consumption. A cold gust ran through me, the temperature already negative 38.2, and I worried about where I'd sleep now that the Lord's cabin was a tree. Then I remembered the tree hole on the elf list. A space opened inside a tree for elves to rest. The world tree was, technically, a tree. I opened a tree hole inside one of its branches, stepped in, and the howling cold cut out instantly, the inside at 12 degrees. A real lord's cabin would have eaten serious wood and stone on a fireplace for the same warmth. I didn't linger, there were stones to gather. A flicker of white shadow slipped past as I exited the tree hole. I joked that maybe a rabbit really had run into a tree, but my eyes locked on it and the system pulled up the data. Snowfield wolf, beast race, level 3, strength 6, agility 8, constitution 5, spirit 4, health 150, mana 80, talent extreme cold physique, skills howl and pounce. The wolf saw me at the same moment, a flicker of hunger in its eyes, but it could only pace the edge of the territory. It had already tried to push in once and earned a broken head from the novice protection. I wasn't worried. With Lord's power on, my attributes weren't far off the wolf's, and I had the hand crossbow. Meat was on the menu for dinner. I tucked the crossbow behind my back and walked toward it slowly. The first shot had to land. 10 meters, 8, 7. I drew, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one motion. The wolf's instincts caught the danger, and it dodged, but not fast enough, and the bolt landed in its collarbone instead of an eye. It glared, turned, and tried to leave, but I wasn't about to let a grudging prey escape. I put a second bolt straight into its lower back, the soft spine of even a transcendent wolf, and it crashed into the snow. No kill ping yet, so I sent a third bolt through its eye socket, and it went still. The prompts arrived in a series. Killed Snowfield Wolf at level 3, gained 30 experience, obtained 1 market blueprint as the guaranteed first kill drop, and as the first survivor in this area to kill a wild creature I received a Frostwolf Cavalry recruitment scroll. The corpse marked itself harvestable, and a flash of white light later I had 1 perfect Snowwolf pelt of white common quality, 18 kgs of fresh wolf meat, and 1 sharp wolf fang for forging daggers or arrows. I complained that the harvesting fee was steep, but skinning the thing myself would have taken hours and ruined the pelt. The market blueprint let me build a market for cross-space trading inside my own area at Tier 1, with a handling fee on every transaction. I shelved the build since no one nearby could kill wild monsters yet, or had useful resources to trade. The Frostwolf Cavalry recruitment scroll was the real highlight. Green excellent quality, level 3 common template, and excellent aptitude, initial loyalty, 60, 2 population, and 5 food a day. Recruitment scrolls were 1 of 3 combat unit sources alongside training buildings and subdued natives, rarest outside the novice period. Frostwolf Cavalry was Orc Arms, a relatively powerful race. Combat power came from level, template, and race. Templates rising common through elite to hero. Aptitudes from common up through mythical setting each unit's level cap. Survivors like me weren't aptitude capped, only tier capped, and tier 1 let residents reach level 10 at most. I didn't crack the scroll. Less than 2 hours of daylight remained. I wasn't planning to range far, and a combat creature would burn food overnight. There was also the second reason, my talent. I hadn't decided whether tomorrow's mutation should land on the scroll. Back at camp, I tossed my spoils into the storage box and dropped by the fire, the aftermath of the kill catching up with me. 3 crossbow shots, a dead wolf, and my heart was still hammering. Blood gushing from a wound, the wail of a dying animal. None of it had been on a screen this time. I told myself out loud that a lord could not afford to be the kind of leader who couldn't fight himself. This was reality, and anything that could threaten the territory could come straight for me. Night fell. The world went silent except for the bonfire's crackle. I sat by the fire roasting wolf meat in the iron pot, 6 in the evening and pitch black already, and I was starving. The construction list had kitchens and stoves, but I'd skipped them to save wood. 1 pot, a handful of snow, a piece of meat, enough. The aroma rose, fat sizzled, and my mouth watered before I'd even bitten in. Wolf meat without seasoning wasn't really delicious, but thinking of the chat channel masses crying for food made every bite better. I scrolled the channel as I ate, people begging for food and water, a back and forth about whether melted snow was safe to drink given the bacteria, someone trapped by a tiger blocking their door, and someone else recommending a slide tackle as the answer. A player flagged for prolonged low-temperature work and shouting for a doctor. And at the bottom of the noise, a quiet voice sharing the trick that an upgraded bonfire in 15 minutes by it bought a 10-minute warmth buff. Night had pinned everyone in place, nearly 9,000 survivors in the area leaning on each other's company. The 1,000+ who hadn't even unlocked their lord's panel, I could only wish good luck. The temperature outside had crept toward -50. Even with the fire and a thick wolf hide draped over my shoulders, I felt the bite of it. The people without cabins and without upgraded fires were finished. The first night, the elimination rate, 10%. Eliminating 1,000 sounded small until you applied it to 4 billion teleported humans, 400 million dead in a night. I had no room to mourn them. In this game, I was just an ant, just as powerless to control my own destiny. Someone in the world channel was already moving fast. Markets built and trades closed. The advice rolled in. Kill any wild monster, even level 1, and earn a market blueprint real-time cross-based trading at a 5% handling fee. Counter comments fired back that the principle was easy and the killing was hard, and that even with the blueprint in hand, wood was the bottleneck. Someone speculated the lucky few had stumbled onto treasure chests or abandoned resource points, and with 4 billion players, the smallest probabilities birthed lucky people. I told myself there was no rush. With the world tree sapling in the talent, my power would grow every day, steady and patient. 2 pieces of meat and some hot soup, and I leaned back, full and content. Back in the tree hole, the once empty room had picked up a wooden bed and a table and chairs, all crafted out of 2 units of wood combined. Otherworld nights offered no entertainment beyond chatting and huddling, so I curled up under the wolf hide, closed my eyes, and slept as soundly as I'd slept in years. The next morning, a system notification congratulated all survivors for surviving the first night and reminded me the protection period had 6 days and 8 hours left, expiring in the middle of the most dangerous night. The regional channel sat at 8,872, almost 200 fewer than the night before. Even with cabins, the unprepared had still gone under. The cries for help rolled in, but everyone was barely protecting themselves, and the only way to receive aid was a market, which meant you didn't need help anyway. It made me think of the old joke about the black dragon. I can't beat it. Use the black dragon set. I can't beat it. Scream. I rolled out of the tree hole into morning. The world tree had visibly grown overnight, dotted with green fluorescence. Before sleep, I'd given it a standing order. Pour every drop of natural energy into making little fairies. The moon well had been spinning out 4 natural energy per hour all night. The existing fairies had been gathering more, and the population now read 37 out of 100. In the closed beta, even a smooth opening had given me 6 polar people by day 2. The comparison wasn't really fair anyway. Polar people worked 8 hours. Little fairies worked 24 straight, without a single complaint. I could feel a faint background thought drifting off the swarm of them, something simple and bright about being lucky to stick with the Great Mother Tree. The box held 628 wood, more than enough, so I told the world tree to stop the all-fairy push. Population had to be planned. Resource speed mattered, but combat power did too, and pure farming wouldn't survive this environment. If your neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary. Farming would be done, but guns would be had. Right on cue, my gun arrived. The elf fruit on the world tree's branch ripened and dropped to the ground. A crack opened in the fruit and a figure emerged. The system told me my territory had naturally given birth to a resident. Current population 42 out of 100. 5 population. I was delighted. Little fairies and polar people as farmer units took 1 slot each. Normal template combat units took 2. Elite grade, now I had a gun, and it was very hard. A clear, cold voice rang out from the woman kneeling in front of me, announcing herself as Aisha Silverwing reporting for duty. My will, the place where her sword pointed. She wore light armor with a short sword at her waist, a bow and arrows slung across the icy ground in front of me. I welcomed her to my territory and gently raised both hands to signal her up. What a beautiful ice queen, silver hair cascading over her shoulders, the characteristic pointed ears tucked into the fall of her hair. Pleasing as she was a combat unit, so I checked her panel. Elf Ranger Aisha Silverwing, Silver Moon Elf, Elite Template, Excellent Aptitude, Level 5, Loyalty 100, Strength 15, Agility 22, Constitution 12, Spirit 14, Health 360, Mana 280. Her talent was Moon's Blessing. All attributes increased by 20% under Moonlight. Her skills were Wind Step, 20 mana to summon a wind that wrapped her body and pushed her speed to its maximum tolerance with immunity to most physical damage. And Charged Shot, mana spent to empower the next attack at 20% per second of charge for up to 5 seconds at 10 mana per second. So strong. As an elite, she had high attributes and 2 skills, 1 offensive and 1 defensive. I had no doubt this female ranger could defeat 10 of me. Lucky then that she was my subordinate, the kind who would walk through fire for me. 100 loyalty. Even in the closed beta, I'd never had a subordinate over 90. I guessed it was because elves were directly created by the World Tree, and the World Tree's status among them might rank higher than the gods they worshipped, which made me, as the World Tree's master, an easy figure to follow. I told Aisha I would trouble her with reconnaissance work around the territory. She accepted with honor and turned to set off, and I called her back, took out the Frostwolf cavalry recruitment scroll from yesterday, and confessed to myself that with Aisha as a safeguard, I no longer had qualms about what was about to happen. I had decided earlier that if today's elf came out powerful enough, I'd risk the recruitment scroll on a mutation. Before her arrival, I'd been conflicted, since the talent's modified positive mutations still had unknown direction and effect. The scroll might not even remain a scroll. Even if it did, I might not get to use it today, and a mutation into something too strong meant I couldn't control it. With Aisha here, I'd take the gamble. Unstable mutation activated, the system announced. The Frostwolf Cavalry recruitment scroll undergoing positive mutation, and the result came back as a werewolf recruitment scroll. Today's positive mutation count 0. Today's unstable mutation count 2. I almost lost my breath. Was this the talent's final ripple? 1 time versus 3 times a day was a qualitative change, even with the 2 extra rolls being random. I immediately started thinking how to use them. Pile them into the most useless trinkets I could find and let quantity create miracles. Calming down, I checked the new scroll. Werewolf Recruitment Scroll, Blue Excellent. Recruits 1 level 3 Elite Template Excellent Aptitude Werewolf Warrior. Initial loyalty 45 based on my strength, with a flagged warning that residents under 60 loyalty might be disobedient and difficult to command. Werewolves took 5 population and ate 10 food a day. I stroked my chin. My luck wasn't bad. A scroll wasn't necessarily better the stronger it was. Suitability mattered more, and a level 3 elite werewolf should be something Aisha could suppress without trouble. I confirmed the recruitment without hesitation. The scroll lifted out of my hand, hung suspended and dissolved into blue light. From inside the light, a figure at least 2 meters tall coalesced. Broad and brutal, and when the light dispersed, a wolf-headed human-bodied being stood in the snow, only a piece of animal hide draped over its lower body. His green eyes locked on me as his claws slowly worked against each other in front of his chest. He growled at me to defeat him, or at least show him my courage, calling me a weak human, asking if I was the one who wanted his allegiance. Before I could even signal, Aisha was already moving. Wind wrapped her body and she flashed forward, the short sword unsheathed in silver light flashing as it pierced his right chest in a single blow. Another gust struck. A sweeping kick caught his balance, and he fell backward. She pressed forward, planted 1 foot heavily on his chest with her knees slightly bent, and her upper body angled forward, and told him in an unhurried tone that disrespecting the Lord was a minor punishment. But if there was a next time, it would be death. She withdrew the leg, bowed slightly to me, and said nothing more. Inside, I was delighted. Aisha was powerful in combat, decisive and clean in action, and most importantly, absolutely loyal. The werewolf wasn't a write-off either. He'd shouted and acted wild, but worship of the strong was a beastman trait, a style of theirs more than anything. With straightforward subordinates, the answer was simple. Beat them into submission. He climbed up from the ground, pulled the short sword out of his chest, threw it onto the ground, and bowed slightly to me as Fenrir Claw, reporting for duty. I told Fenrir to pick the sword up and wipe it clean. I'd briefly considered making him lick it, but for Aisha's sake I talked myself out of it. Fenrir bent down, picked up the sword, wiped it several times in the snow, and then knelt on one knee and presented it to me. I didn't take it right away because the system was already chiming in my ear. Werewolf Fenrir had been intimidated by a strong individual under my command. Loyalty up by 10 to 55. Then a second prompt. Due to my strong response, his loyalty had risen another 15 to 70. In 10 seconds, 6 words from me and the unruly werewolf had submitted. Find the right method, and loyalty turned out to be simple to grow. I took the short sword and handed it to Aisha, telling her movements had been very swift. She thanked me for the praise as she sheathed it. I turned my gaze back to Fenrir, the wound on his right chest already showing signs of healing, his talent at work. Werewolf Fenrir Broken Claw, Beastman, Werewolf, Elite Template, Excellent Aptitude, Level 3, Loyalty 70, Strength 12, Agility 15, Constitution 17, Spirit 8, Health 510, Mana 160, Talent, Self-Healing, the werewolf race's significant regeneration. Skills, Summon Wolf, 2 same-level Snowfield Wolves to fight for him each day. Permanent existence with a cap of 2 at any time. Fed but not occupying territory population. Wolf Transformation, activating the wolf bloodline to embrace his wildness. All attributes up 50%, and gaining the ability of Critical Strike, with Wolf Transformation usable once daily and lasting 30 minutes. Critical Strike was a chance on attack to trigger a mysterious power buff for 180% damage. Honestly, Fenrir was a bit wild, but he had real strength and elite units really did have tricks up their sleeves. Looking at his skills, I changed my plan. He was actually better suited as a scout than Aisha. I told Fenrir to call out his companions and take charge of reconnaissance near the territory, and Aisha to follow me and be responsible for my safety. Both spoke in unison and accepted. Fenrir threw his head back, howled, and 2 Snowfield Wolves appeared out of thin air beside him. Attributes and skills not far off from the one I'd killed yesterday. I stepped forward and stroked the fur on a wolf's back, smooth as silk, and smiled while privately wondering whether killing these 2 would still drop experience and harvest items. A bad thought, but only a thought, and not one I was going to act on. Fenrir soothed the slightly startled wolves and asked permission to depart. I told him not to rush, asked Aisha to prepare breakfast, and told him to fill his stomach first. I asked them whether Snowfield wolf meat was acceptable as the ingredient. Both looked confused. Aisha said it was fine, and Fenrir said he couldn't live without meat. I stroked my chin and mused that different worlds and races had different concepts, that elves weren't only fruit eaters like in novels. Keeping Fenrir for a meal was about more than food. I understood the principle of giving a sweet treat after a slap. The treat, of course, wasn't this meal. I still had 2 uses left for my talent, and it was time to open the werewolf's eyes and remind him who'd created him. Unstable mutation activated. Target the stone axe. The system reported the axe randomly mutating into a goblin wood chipper. Today's positive mutation count 0. Today's unstable mutation count 1. I watched the stone axe vanish from my hand and reform as a 3-meter-tall machine in heavy cyberpunk style. 2 mechanical arms, one a cutting saw blade and the other a clawed grabber, with a tank-style track underneath for snow. True to its name, the thing was built for one purpose: logging. Goblin wood chipper model T130. Green excellent, with the note that anyone who could skillfully operate this big toy could clear 100 wood units per hour. Durability 1000 of 1000, supported by an unknown renewable energy source. 100 units per hour. Little fairies were 50 per day. I was a bit speechless. I'd picked the stone axe to mutate because with my industrious fairies the territory would never lack wood. And now the storage box was about to overflow. Beside me, Fenrir was so shocked his eyes nearly fell out of his head, and the system informed me my miraculous performance had stunned him, his loyalty up by 10 to 80. He prostrated himself on the snow and begged forgiveness for his earlier rashness, calling my power as unfathomable as the ocean. Now he understood why that female elf, despite being so strong, was so obedient to a weak human, and his understanding of power had shifted. Aisha boiled wolf meat by the fire, and took the moment in two, far calmer than Fenrir, but with undeniable shock in her eyes. The world tree didn't create blank slates. It pulled wandering soul fragments into specific carriers and nurtured them into elves with a complete worldview. And what I had just done clearly exceeded the scope of hers. Ignoring both subordinates, I pressed on while my luck held. Unstable mutation activated. Target the exquisite hand crossbow. With Aisha and Fenrir around, the crossbow was practically useless, so it had to go. The system reported it randomly mutating into a Barrett sniper rifle. Today's positive mutation count 0. Today's unstable mutation count 0. As the light dissipated, a 1.5 meter entirely black device sat in my hand, and I was certain it was exactly what I was thinking of. When the stone axe became a logging machine, I'd been only surprised, since this was a transcendent world and goblins were reasonable, but this art style was off. I wondered briefly if I had actually transmigrated at all, or whether my talent could pull items from Blue Star, or whether Barretts had originally existed in this world too, and if so, who had created them. A world where technology and transcendence coexisted maybe. Too many possibilities and not enough clues. I checked the panel for clues in the remarks. Barrett sniper rifle. Purple transcendent. Attack power 333 through 444. Attack interval 2 seconds per shot. An alchemical technology product that gained additional effects from accessories. Current loaded 1 of 3. The accessory was Alepht's enchanted magazine. Capacity 6 rounds, generating 1 bullet every 4 hours. And once at full capacity, the bullets would receive enchantments in sequence from the list. Frost 50%, Armor Penetration 30, Magic Break 10, Holy Light 6, Blessing 3, and Instant Death 1. The remarks called it a relic from an unknown shattered era. My heart trembled. The world was clearly not as simple as I'd imagined. After a long silence, I came back to myself. These things were too far beyond me. The most important thing now was to survive, become stronger, and earn the qualification to explore the world. Aisha walked over gracefully holding a stone pot and announced that the food was ready, that the pot was too small to stew more than this much meat. I told Fenrir to eat and then immediately scout within a 3-kilometer radius and draw me a map, and he agreed and finished quickly and headed off with his 2 snowfield wolves. I returned to the fire and turned my mind to the next round of building. The territory was extremely imbalanced, wood overflowing, stone scarce. Little fairies needed a quarry to mine stone properly, and even then their efficiency on rock was poor. I told myself I'd build a Pullman hut and recruit a few polar people, since with 2 big food consumers already I could afford a few more mouths. The reserve held 12 stone, enough by a hair, and I dropped the Pullman hut on a random patch of outskirts. Construction would take 8 minutes, and breakfast wasn't ready, so I climbed into the cockpit of my new big toy and tried it out. The goblin tech was simple, and after a few attempts I was already proficient. I muttered with relief that I'd been worried the polar people wouldn't know how to operate it. Aisha called over that the food was ready, and a few minutes later both of us had eaten our fill. The Pullman hut finished. Recruiting polar people needed food rather than natural energy, so 2 units of wolf meat vanished from my pack, and 4 polar people filed out of the hut neatly. They were short and stout, faces buried in fur, wearing thick coats, well adapted to the ice. To my delight, they came with their own gear, each carrying a stone axe and an iron pickaxe. They were rowdy from the start, sniffing the meat and chattering about the smell, telling each other to keep quiet so I wouldn't decide they were hungry ghosts, and kick them out, then losing themselves over the giant tree and wondering aloud whether the elf in front of them was real. My head was already starting to ache. I told them to shut up first and scan the 4. I told them to work hard and there would be plenty of meat, and they cheered that they would serve me. I pointed to the slightly stronger one the others were calling boss, and appointed him Polar People Captain, naming him G-Eel, with the others to follow as G-E, G-Sam, and G-Saw in order. I glanced at their panels, all level 1 with attributes around 5, and their original names had a Western lilt I couldn't be bothered to memorize, so I numbered them. The territory management panel already showed my new captain with a captain badge next to his avatar. As the territory grew, there would be more and more basic residents, and trying to convey every instruction point to point would kill me. With loyalty to anchor things I could delegate boldly. Today there was only one task, and I told Ji-Il to move the stones from that area into the box. The other 3 asked when they could eat meat, and complained they were hungry, a familiar smell of wolf meat already in the air. I rubbed my forehead. I'd actually thought these polar people were simple-minded, but their cost-effectiveness wasn't even a single hair of a little fairy's. I told them to get to work. Dinner when it got dark. An hour later, by the fire, I muttered that something smelled good. Don't let the polar people's panel attributes fool you. They didn't need to wait by the fire for 10 minutes for a buff before going to work. Truly a race named for the polar regions, and incredibly cold resistant. In 1 hour, the 4 hadn't stopped, and the box already held 42 stone, 10 of them already used to start the quarry. Once the quarry stood up, the polar people wouldn't need to round-trip stones anymore, and efficiency would climb again. After an hour of high-intensity work, they were all back at the fire to rest. As I considered where to spend the 42 stone, Fenrir returned, transformed into a giant white wolf. A while ago, the system had pinged that my territory member Fenrir was under attack. I'd ignored it since outside risk was the entire point of the novice protection period, but within a mere 3-kilometer radius there was already an enemy that had forced him to use his ultimate move and flee. He covered ground in a flash in giant wolf form, arrived at the fire and reverted back to his wolf-headed human-bodied shape, dropping to one knee with a body covered in wounds, and his right arm bent and clearly fractured, telling me he had failed my trust. Half an hour had passed since the attack. With his self-healing, the previous chest wound had already closed in that span, and these injuries were still clearly severe. I asked him grimly what had happened. He reported that about 2 kilometers northwest of the territory he'd discovered a mine, and pulled a black, nondescript item from his pack and handed it to me. As for his wounds, he said he'd been ambushed by a large cat that could turn invisible while exploring the mine. If he hadn't been ambushed, he would not have been in such a sorry state, and his voice rose involuntarily on the words invisible and ambushed. I asked whether he was sure it wasn't just dark in the mine making visibility poor, and he said respectfully that he was sure. The werewolf clan had night vision, otherwise he wouldn't have ventured in so casually. I nodded, not disbelieving him, just surprised the world threw such a strange ability at me this early. Lucky he'd taken the hit instead of me. I asked how the cat was now, whether he'd managed to counterattack effectively, and he said his injuries had been too severe, and if it weren't for the toughness and self-healing of his wolf form and the cat declining to pursue him, as he retreated, he wouldn't have made it back. I asked how long he needed to fully recover, and he said his wounds were severe enough that without help half a day at least. I told Aisha to fetch some moonspring water. Fenrir was confused by that, having seen the moon well in the territory but not understanding what I wanted with the water, briefly wondering if I was thirsty. Aisha returned with a wooden bowl of moonspring water. I handed it to him and told him to drink, and although he wasn't thirsty, his loyalty of 80 was enough that he tipped it back in one swallow. The next instant, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed that this spring water could heal injuries. I told him to lead the way, and Aisha to come along too. He hesitated and asked whether it was too risky for me, since the cat could turn invisible, and offered to handle it with the elf ranger himself. I waved him off. After Barrett's mutation, in the right circumstances, my strength wasn't behind either of theirs. From his description, I guessed this tiger was the resource point's guardian and wouldn't easily leave, and what he'd handed over was an iron ore. This was an underground iron mine, and I was determined to take it. He whispered that the mine was just ahead, still afraid of the thing inside, his wolf transformation already burned for the day. With the powerful elf ranger here, nothing should go wrong. I told Fenrir to go in first without explaining further, and he agreed and jumped into the pitch-black opening. Within a few minutes, a terrifying tiger's roar came up from below. They had engaged, no need to worry about a fresh ambush, and I took Aisha down with me. The mine wasn't large, and within 100 meters we found our target. Snow-white fur covered its entire body, faint black stripes appearing in places, and a pair of ice-blue eyes radiated killing intent. Excellent aptitude. Strength 29, Agility 25, Constitution 21, Spirit 23, Talent Shadow that pushed it into a continuous invisible state until it attacked, or was attacked. Skills Tiger Pounce and Intimidate, emitting a mighty roar that suppressed enemies on a spiritual level. An elite monster at level 8. I was very glad I'd brought everyone, since without Fenrir, without his wolf form plus Aisha, we wouldn't have reliably taken this thing down. Inside a dozen seconds, Fenrir was already completely suppressed and at a disadvantage. I no longer procrastinated, pulled out Barrett, set it on the ground, aimed and pulled the trigger. The shot rang out. Blood burst from the Shadow Tiger's right front paw. The impact threw its balance off, and Fenrir seized the moment to leave several more bloody marks across its body. The tiger adjusted, swept Fenrir off with its tail, and charged straight at me. The 100-meter distance vanishing in an instant, the fishy wind from its mouth close enough to feel. An arrow from Aisha's charged shot embedded itself in its chest, the impact halting its charge cold. Blood soaked the tiger's belly. It had shaken off Fenrir and rushed me because it had sensed fatal danger, and that danger was not just my Barrett but Aisha's full-power strike, after 4 seconds of charging. Another shot cracked, and a blood-soaked hole opened front to back through the Shadow Tiger's head. Headshot. The struggling beast lost its life in an instant and collapsed. The system arrived, successfully killed Shadow Tiger, gained 240 experience, level up to 2. As the first survivor in this area to kill an elite creature, I received a random building blueprint of excellent quality and 1 undying tinder. Undying tinder. Something I hadn't heard of, but it sounded incredibly high class. I checked the panel. Item name, Immortal Tinder, special item, no grade, capable of building an eternal bonfire that allowed me to establish a second territory, with the note that only a bonfire built with Immortal Tinder could burn eternally during the severe winter. So it was for establishing a submine. I put it back. Sub-territories were normally something to consider only after a main territory bottlenecked. Then I checked the random building blueprint. It was random in name, but by the time it landed in my pack it had been fixed. Nursery building blueprint, green excellent. After use unlocks the building nursery. A building for planting crops. Footprint 18 square meters. Requiring 100 wood, 80 stone, 5 iron, 2 primary fire elemental crystals, and 1 primary wood elemental crystal. My eyes lit up. With this, the territory had the foundation to transition to an agricultural civilization. Hunting was too unstable. Eat 1 meal and starve the next. And once the territory grew to hundreds or thousands of residents, hunting alone wouldn't keep up. I wasn't short on wood or stone. This mine was iron, and only those 2 elemental crystals would take some effort. There was no rush since I had nothing to plant yet either, but as the thought formed I had an evil idea, wondering whether to mutate the Immortal Tinder or the nursery blueprint instead. Fenrir, dazed by the Shadow Tiger's beating, walked over to my side. He stared at the once invincible tiger, now a cold corpse, his mind clearly shaken, his understanding of my strength rewriting itself as not what it appeared, and his understanding of the elf rewriting too as more skilled with a bow than he thought. Aisha asked, more eagerly than usual, if she could take a look at the strange weapon, that thing as fast as lightning and arriving in an instant. I remembered then that she was skilled with a bow and had a charged shot skill, and my eyes lit up at the question of whether her charged shot could be applied to Barrett. I handed her the rifle and personally walked her through the operation. She asked if she could try it. I stroked my chin. 2 shots gone and 4 bullets left. 4 hours for a refill and 6 hours of daylight remaining. I told her to go ahead and try, but to remember not to point the muzzle at me. I was very much looking forward to seeing whether her skills carried over to firearms, because if they did, her combat power would jump another level. I crouched and began to harvest the Shadow Tiger's corpse, marked blue, and collectible 2 grades higher than yesterday's white quality wolf, and I was looking forward to what I'd find. The corpse was enveloped in white light, and after it dissipated, several blue glowing items appeared on the ground. The damn system still took a considerable cut, but there were surprises. 3 Shadow Tiger eggs, blue excellent, eggs of the elite Shadow Tiger that I could try to hatch, and the note added that if hatching failed, they tasted quite good boiled. I looked at the 3 basketball-sized eggs and muttered about what kind of tiger laid eggs, then waved my hand and put them away. I couldn't hatch eggs, and eating them would be simpler. With elves and werewolves already, I wasn't excited about raising tigers. Besides the eggs, the corpse coughed up the classic 3-piece set of meat, hide, and teeth. Shadow Tiger meat 128, green excellent, meat containing a trace of Shadow Tiger power that a master chef could turn into dishes with magical power. With the note that direct consumption also worked, slightly increasing resistance to low temperatures permanently, with multiple consumptions ineffective. 128 caddies. The ancients had not deceived us. Tigers were indeed objects of extreme yang, slightly increased resistance to cold. In a world this cold, where everyone could only survive by relying on bonfires, where I'd been out only half an hour and already nearly froze stiff, after losing the constant temperature buff, this was huge. In the early stage, time was money and everything else. Increased cold resistance equaled increased exploration efficiency, equaled increased outdoor gathering time, equaled a leading advantage. For some lords on the verge of freezing to death, this was a lifesaver. Moonspring water that healed injuries, tiger meat that increased cold resistance. The lords in my area were in luck. I planned to put both on the shelves, but to wait a bit so I wasn't simply giving away benefits. I didn't want to exploit my compatriots, but I also wasn't going to be a treasure-delivering boy. I checked the next item. Shadow Tiger Skin 2, blue excellent. Average appearance with several obvious holes, but easily fixable, with the note that an excellent tailor might produce surprises if it was sewn into clothing, and another option that some city lords like to tread on such valuable fur and one might sell to them. City. So this world did have indigenous civilizations. I lost myself in the description for a moment, then dismissed it. I would never actively contact indigenous forces capable of building cities. Great opportunity carried great risk. No need. I picked up the last item, a deep red blood, Shadow Tiger Essence blood, purple transcendent, the source of the Shadow Tiger's power, with a chance to gain its abilities after consumption, with the friendly note to consider one's physique before consumption and to always pay attention to the Shadow Tiger's race. The second transcendent item I'd obtained, but the moment I read the note I knew this one wasn't meant for me. After the level 2 boost from earlier, My physique had only barely climbed to 5. I wasn't going to keep the essence blood as a family heirloom or watch its mutation effects. That wasn't my style. Hoarding wouldn't make it multiply, and there would be plenty of good things later, and giving items to my subordinates worked just as well. I pursued immediate combat power. Mutation didn't care about pre-mutation attributes anyway. I told Fenrir he'd rendered meritorious service by clearing existing hidden dangers for the territory, and I bestowed the essence blood on him. I tossed the bottle and Fenrir scrambled to catch it, flustered, telling me it was too precious and that he had no way to repay me. He'd only joined less than a day ago. The system reported his loyalty up another 10 to 90 due to my trust. I told him his becoming stronger was the best repayment, and waved off the rest. He swore to absorb the power and inherit the Shadow Tiger's strength, fanatical, gripping the bottle tight. I told him to use it once we returned to the territory at night, where he'd be safe and undisturbed, and where digesting it would take time. I glanced over at Aisha, still fiddling with the Barrett, and wondered why her behavior already seemed more fanatical than someone with 100 loyalty. A gunshot interrupted the thought. Aisha said with quiet excitement that her ability could complement this weapon. I told her then it would be hers from now on, and walked her through the rifle's full details, including the bullet generation rate and the enchanted magazine. As a native, she couldn't read item info directly. She murmured questions about infinite bullets, special effects, and modules to add later, her usually calm face cracking with a small change. She asked if she could name the weapon. I told her to do as she wished. She looked at the rifle and said the continuously self-generating bullets were like Heaven's Grace, so let it be called Heaven's Grace. A good name, I told her. In her own heart, Aisha added the line that I was everything to her, that I was heaven, and this was a gift from heaven. After 30 minutes in the mine, the system reported the abandoned iron mine occupied. As the first survivor to occupy a resource point in this area, I'd received an excellent treasure chest blue. The reward for first place was generous. Truly, first step. The cold was getting hard to bear, so I didn't open the chest yet. Just wrapped up mine business. Iron mine, resource point, small, maximum reserves, 20,000 units. Daily regeneration, 100, with an iron ore factory buildable here for personnel extraction. Reading the info, I was puzzled. The polar people were cold resistant, but couldn't stand here mining indefinitely. Was this point only for viewing? 2 kilometers from my territory, how many bonfire levels would I need to cover it? Then I remembered that in the closed beta, occupying a point automatically generated a campfire. At my command, the group spread out, and a few minutes later, Fenrir found an extinguished campfire at the mine's center. Relightable with wood, not upgradable, coverage only the resource point size. I tossed in wood. The flames ignited. I peeled off my soaking sneakers and let the fire bring my frozen red feet back to life. I told Fenrir to head back and bring 2 polar people over to mine. Many buildings needed iron. With the fire's warmth on me, I checked the rewards, opened the chest, and the system reported the contents. Ice Crystal Fruit Tree 1, Miniature Thermostatic Box 1, Medical Kit 1. The green inside the chest was the sapling. Ice Crystal Fruit Tree, green excellent, transplantable into my territory. Low planting requirements, easy to grow, fast growth, and high yield. The nursery had to move up the agenda. Fast growth and high yield could ease a lot of food pressure. Next item, Miniature Thermostatic Box, white common, dimensions 0.3 by 0.3 by 0.2 cubic meters, capable of maintaining the inside at 0 through 5 degrees Celsius. Perhaps useful for preserving plant seeds or hatching eggs, with a note that it was too small and might have a miraculous effect combined with a shrinking lamp. The moment I saw it, I pulled out a Shadow Tiger egg, measured it, and successfully fitted into the box. The green indicator lit up after the box closed, and I changed my mind. Raising ordinary tigers in a transcendent world might not be interesting, but a white tiger, Shadow Tiger that could turn invisible? Raise it. Must raise it. The medical kit glowed white and blue and felt like the chest's highlight despite the bland name. Medical kit, blue excellent. Basic medical tools including bandage 3, adrenaline injector 3, first aid potion 1, with the note that I could pull 3 rolls of bandage every day. The style felt suspiciously similar to Barrett, another relic from some shattered era. The bandages were less impressive. White common plain bandages that stopped bleeding and sped recovery. 5 uses per roll. Flesh and blood only with diminishing returns. For most lords, the kit's biggest value was a steady drip of medical resources, severe wounds becoming minor and near death becoming severe, roughly 15 lives saved per day. Not as useful for me, Moonspring water already outclassed bandages. The adrenaline injector was greener and more interesting. Green excellent. After use, it pushed the user into an excited state with movement. Attack and cast speed up by 20% for 30 seconds, with the cheerful note that the user just had to go for it and leave the rest to adrenaline. The first aid potion was the real prize. Blue excellent, dispels most abnormal statuses and restores 50% max health, called a second life. I tucked it carefully into my pack, hoping it would rot there and never see use. If I absolutely had to use it, I muttered, please don't let it be on me. With nothing else to do, I took Aisha and walked the mine's corners looking for overlooked spoils. The relit fire opened up the space, and the search turned up scattered iron ores in the corners, 18 units in total. I'd already occupied the mine, but every unit I picked up free saved an hour of someone's effort. By the time I'd thoroughly scoured every corner, Fenrir arrived with 2 polar people. I told them to build a mining camp here, and then mine with all their might. Told Fenrir to stay and protect them, and bring them back to the territory for dinner before nightfall, and took Aisha home. In my absence, the territory had quietly piled up wood and stone. Time for a wave of construction. The books read 728 wood, 58 stone, 18 iron ore, 3 wolf meat, 128 tiger meat. With surplus food, I could recruit more residents. The market would go up, the bonfire would upgrade, blacksmith and tailor both, plus an ore processing plant. Standing in front of the poleman hut, I offered 2 wolf meat and 4 more polar people filed out. I sent 2 to gather stone and 2 to basic structures, and put Aisha on Fenrir's exploration since his 2 snowfield wolves had died heroically. Then I noticed I was the only idle person in camp. I told myself overall coordination was also energy consuming and let it pass. I scrolled the chat. A day and a half since the global transmigration, and most still talking had accepted the new world. With most lords busy, the world channel was finally legible. Wix bragged about stumbling on an indigenous village naive enough that demonstrating the backpack got him slaves and food. Wang Wei gushed about walking 100 meters and finding a treasure chest. Satake Shio called Wang Wei a lucky man and complained his own chest had been guarded by a powerful creature. The regional channel dumped an avalanche of ads, faction building, and showing off. Blue Star Unity calls alerts about premium rabbit meat, a self-described Fortune 500 executive selling a guaranteed polar people management insight for 3 wood or stone, with replies asking money first or goods first. Cries for cotton clothes. A wounded lord begging for healing items. Someone snapping back that no one would give them up because they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't be wounded next. The wounded man insisting he just wanted to recover and keep hunting. I realized I'd underestimated the value of recovery items. The world had digitized survival but hadn't digitized the survivors. People still bled and broke. So I changed my mind, called 2 polar people over to help build the market, and decided to put it up first. I was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see people suffer, but more importantly, the lords reckless enough to fight wild monsters and get hurt were the enterprising and pioneering ones. The kind I'd one day need working for me. I had to do logistics support. With 3 polar people on it, the market went up quickly, and the bonfire upgraded at the same time. After upgrade, the bonfire's heating capacity rose, the constant temperature buff lasted longer, and the most crucial change was the sheer expansion of its range. A level 3 bonfire was the cap for a tier 1 territory, hovering a 40-meter radius. 40 meters sounded modest until that radius added up to a full 5,000 square meters, close to a standard football field. With my territory's population cap of 50, that came out to 100 square meters per resident. I wondered whether more area would let me build more moon wells, since mine carried a bonus, and the more the better. I checked the ambient temperature, around -10 near the fire, and thought about the -30 or 40 outside, and a strange warmth spread through me. I assigned the 3 polar people who just finished to gather more stone, then opened the market. Quite a few items were already listed, mostly basic resources, wood for stone and so on. No special materials, no blueprints, no consumables. The completed transactions page told another story. Blueprints had moved fast, listings closing within seconds. Good, I muttered. Those of you with blueprints, hide them well. Wait for me to make a move. Then, immediately, a blueprint appeared at the top of the market list. Light Wound Healing Potion Blueprint. Green excellent. After use crafts the Light Wound Healing Potion. Recipe calling for 1 moonlight grass, 100 milliliters of purified water, 2 wood, healing light wounds, and relieving pain. Listed at 2,000 wood or stone, with a note welcoming PMs for blueprints or rare materials. I exclaimed at the outrageous price. Just a recipe, and I'd never even heard of moonlight grass. Buying it would mean it sat at the bottom of someone's chest. No sooner had I muttered that than it sold. The buyer was someone called Han Zheng, and I muttered an apologetic line in his direction that he might have bought it for nothing. I roughly scanned the market, full of confidence in my Moonspring water's competitiveness. Aside from what I'd given Fenrir, overnight the wells had accumulated 280 milliliters of healing Moonspring water, a shallow silver-gray shimmer pretty enough to look at. I pulled most of it out, poured it into a wooden bowl, and listed it for sale. Not all of it at once, of course, since at this stage these lords could be saved with a small sip. The market sold Moonspring water in 20 milliliter units, so I divided the supply into 12 units, each priced at 200 wood, or 100 stone, or 30 units of meat, or 2 flame crystals, with a note welcoming PMs for special materials or high-quality blueprints and recipes. The pricing was deliberate, too expensive and other lords couldn't afford, or only the desperate could go all in, which would over-deplete them, like pulling roots when harvesting leeks. Too cheap was no good either, and too cheap would just attract scalpers, which my small handling fee couldn't stop. I listed 5 units to start. Meanwhile, in another well-developed territory, Han Zheng was riding high. He'd just snapped up the Light Wound Healing Potion recipe and felt like the chosen one. A protagonist template near his spawn, an abandoned logging camp, had given him 3 goblin wood chippers for free, so wood wasn't a problem. He'd killed his first monster, built a market, traded for useful resources, and now had a healing recipe in hand. Mass-producing these potions would let him reap the market. He searched the keyword bar, found 5 moonlight grass, and bought them all without haggling. A moment later, he had 5 bottles of potion in hand, listed them on the market at 300 basic resources, no wood, opened the regional chat and announced that someone had consigned healing items at the market. Good and cheap. Snap them up. The chat fired back asking why he wasn't buying them himself, accusing him of praising his own wares, then erupted as someone confirmed the items, said the effect and price were awesome, and went for it. The next message tagged me as Brother Gang, asking if I had more stock, and to keep listing. Han Jung closed the chat contentedly, told himself good things sold themselves and that he'd priced too low. He reopened the market to collect funds, and was puzzled to see not one of his potions had sold. He decided the buyers must be claiming he was out so they could keep them for themselves, then returned to the chat and watched the Lord shouting that one sip and they were full health. Snowfield Wolf, yes, you come out and fight one-on-one. They tagged me again, please keep listing, and complained about a dead profiteer selling worse healing items at a higher price. Then someone PM'd me their conditions politely. Han Jung belatedly realized he'd misunderstood. Another competitor had appeared. He wanted a price war, did I? He'd see what I could compete with. A moment later, he was looking at moonspring water that had sold for 200 wood and cursing me as sick. Of course he wouldn't admit defeat. Know yourself and your enemy and never be defeated, scout the enemy first. He clicked into the moonspring water listing I'd put up at the top as an advertisement, priced at 99,999 wood, and PM'd me asking whether I still had moonspring water, that these brutes were snatching too fast, willing to pay 300 wood. Silence, no response. He gritted his teeth, decided nothing ventured, nothing gained, and pulled out a blueprint and sent it instead. Shortly after my 5 portions listed, system notifications started rolling in. My consigned moonspring water had sold. I'd received 198 stone after fee. 5 portions cleared in less than 3 minutes. 3 buyers paying wood, 2 paying stone. At the same time, my private messages exploded into 99 unread. I opened a few and saw they were all meaningless junk, leeches, show-offs, freeloaders. Good thing I could set this up. I configured a keyword filter so only PMs offering special materials or blueprints came through. The remaining 7 portions of moonspring water could wait, and I'd pick and choose in the evening. With plenty of stone now, I started large-scale construction. Tailor shop, blacksmith shop, kitchen, useful or not, build them all, rich and willful. The sewing shop completion ping made me a little teary. I could finally stop walking around in wet sneakers. I made 2 pairs of boots from a tiger hide, and to my surprise, the boots had attributes. Truly was a blue-grade excellent tiger hide. Tiger hide boots, green excellent, basic agility +1, special silent while running, a good pair of warm waterproof non-slip boots that the tailor's poor skill had failed to fully unlock. I put them on instantly, an instant warmth in my feet and a noticeable lightness through my body. The other pair was identical, and I called Aisha back from her exploration to put them on, recalling her in her light armor. The blacksmith shop and canteen finished in turn under the polar people hammering. A system ping told me an important PM had landed, and I was delighted, since with system alerts set, an important PM meant someone had sent me information about blue grade or above items, or specific elemental crystals. Han Jung, offering an elementary elemental arrow tower blueprint, was willing to take a loss and trade it for all my remaining moonspring water. I opened the blueprint. Elementary elemental arrow tower blueprint, blue excellent. After use can construct an elementary elemental arrow tower with range 200 meters, attack 99 through 199, durability 2000, with elemental strike adding 50% elemental damage when consuming an elemental crystal at roughly 50 hits per primary crystal, footprint 15 square meters, requiring 200 wood, 80 stone, 5 iron and any 8 primary elemental crystals. Good building, just expensive, and likely needing a continuous crystal supply to unleash its maximum power. I replied that the item was good, but the timing wasn't right, and asked what use a defensive building was during the novice protection period. Han Jung was clearly monitoring. His reply came back instantly, insisting I could take the initiative, that with 200 meters of range I could lure wild monsters near the tower. I cut him off and offered 5 portions of moonspring water for it, considering myself serious. He told me I wasn't sincere, and signed off without looking back. I shrugged. No problem. The building wasn't practical at this moment, and I didn't need it. Another PM landed, this time from a lord with primary fire elemental crystals, the hard currency of magic buildings offering a 1-to-1 trade. I countered 2-to-1 and would take them all. The market had no pricing system for special resources yet, so transactions between us were casual. I told him to list 2 units of moonspring water designated for 4 primary fire elemental crystals. He was straightforward, the deal closed quickly, and 4 fire elemental crystals were in my pack. I needed only 1 primary wood elemental crystal more to build the nursery. That last crystal was harder to find. Elemental crystals were rare like iron ore and required mining, and the only mine I'd found was guarded by a high-level elite. Crystal veins were rarer than mines and would have stronger guardians. Lords couldn't get crystals on a large scale through mining yet. Only luck through chests or rewards. Still, with nearly 10,000 lords as the base, there were enough wood elemental crystals around, and I traded 1 moonspring water for 2 of them. Crystals in hand, I called a polar person and had him build the nursery near the world tree. On the empty ground next to the world tree sapling, the nursery took shape across 18 square meters. The snow receded, the topsoil glowed faintly green, and as I stepped inside, a wave of warmth rolled over me, the temperature close to zero. The nursery had a slight greenhouse effect, the description listing planting of basic plants with survival and harvest up 20% and an extremely small chance of mutation. The wood element crystal made it a natural type build, so the greenhouse effect was the territory trait at work. This left me with mixed feelings. I'd built the nursery for ice crystal fruit trees, which sounded like cold environment crops. Was a warm nursery suitable for them? But not planting in the nursery would have made it pointless. And then again, why did I think zero was warm? And didn't I have a natural world tree? Surely a common plant wouldn't die. I planted it. I took out an ice crystal fruit, pushed the soft soil aside, and inserted the tree. The rest was up to time, and by tomorrow morning I'd know if it survived. Then unexpectedly, the tree I'd just planted started growing rapidly, as if it had been given hormones. The originally half-person tall stunted thing climbing to my chest. Ice crystal fruit tree, status mature, yield 12 ice crystal fruits daily, modified by territory characteristics and the nursery effect. A 300% growth rate, this exaggerated. Without the world tree's acceleration, it would only bear 3 fruits every 3 days. Not very impressive in the closed beta sense. As I thought, 6 young fruits had already formed on the tree. Maybe I'd taste an ice crystal fruit by dinner. Aisha returned to camp to report, her expression solemn, telling me we were being watched. She continued at my nod, that on her way back she'd found several suspicious figures outside the territory. Gray-robed and human-looking. She'd knocked them out and they were on the west side. I asked if she knew their origins. She said only that they were all in gray robes and looked like me, so they should be human. I told her to take me, and called the polar people to lend a hand. 2 gray-robed figures lay in the snow on the west side. The system gave me their identity. Undead believer gray robe. Race human undead. Normal template. Breeding excellent aptitude. Level 4. My pupils tightened. I knew undead believers. In the closed beta, they'd been the first act final boss. I muttered that I was supposed to still be in the novice protection period. Why were they targeting me? Undead believers could create and control undead. The thought of a flood of undead assaulting my territory the moment protection ended made me shudder. Damn it, lucky I'd found out in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. I gestured for the polar people to drag both into the territory and told Aisha to pry their mouths open. We had to find out their intentions. A basin of scalding hot water woke the 2 of them up. Before Aisha could even act, both revealed their intentions on their own, raving about disgusting natural aura and life aura, that elves should be swept into the dustbin of history, that the undead disaster would flatten everything, that all errors would be eliminated, that only death was eternal. The 2 believers were fanatical, completely unaware of their status as prisoners. After some struggle, they kept repeating the line about death being eternal, and gave nothing else. I told Aisha to kill them. Her short sword had just unsheathed when ghostly green flames erupted from the 2 believers, and incinerated them. Lucky for us, Aisha had earlier pulled a super simple map from one of their pockets, marking the believers' gathering place. I also saw the locations of many other lords on it, so the natives of this world had reactions and actions in response to all the lords arriving. Since it wasn't aimed at me alone, the situation wasn't too bad. But these believers carried strong hatred toward elves, and after the protection period ended, I'd take the most severe hit. I couldn't stay idle, I had to take the initiative, and Han Zheng's elemental arrow tower blueprint was best gotten too. The system reported that my subordinate Aisha had killed undead believer level 4, and I'd gained 10 experience. Self-immolation aside, the system had still credited the kill to her. When subordinates killed and the lord stayed within range, the lord still got a slice regardless of participation. Other subordinates only got experience based on their participation. As for natives, I wasn't clear. Another prompt arrived and Aisha's aura was noticeably stronger. Level up to 6. Not surprising, she'd contributed the most to the Shadow Tiger kill. Aisha said she'd mastered a new ability. My eyes lit up at the luck. Since most creatures' skills came from skill books, and self-taught skills were rare, mostly happening with high aptitude or peak tier residents at level 10 or 20. For her to learn a 3rd skill at level 6 with excellent aptitude was incredibly lucky. Without waiting for her introduction, I opened her panel to check. Arrow of the Moon God, the panel told me, consumed 30 mana, made the fired arrow absolutely precise and guaranteed to hit, double damage during moonlit nights and doubled it again during full moons. A conceptual guarantee hit skill with no cooldown, plus quadruple damage on a full moon. I wondered whether her charge shot could combine with it, because if so, a full moon night would be 8 times damage. The thought was too beautiful to dwell on. The skill wasn't invincible. 30 mana and arrow was more than Aisha could really afford right now. I told her well done. She replied that it was my light shining upon her that had let the moon god's favor descend. I was startled and briefly thought, am I really that amazing? Then cast the thought aside since she was a subordinate at 100 loyalty. The kind I could send to her death with a single word. Workers in my old life used to say results came down to the leader leading them well. No need to take it seriously. I told Aisha to verify the map's accuracy, integrate it with the area Fenrir had explored, and draw a new one. Then I changed my mind and told her to wait. I'd come along. With danger close, I planned to accelerate. I'd use up the remaining tiger skin. I turned into the tailor shop and chose to sew a coat of shadow tiger hide. A few minutes later, a green glowing beast hide coat sat in my hand. Shadow robe, green excellent. Constitution +1, slightly reduces damage from physical blows. A good warm coat that the tailor admitted was a bit ugly. I put it on, then handed Aisha the cotton jacket and tiger boots I'd taken off, and told her to put them on. She took them and only put on the boots, holding the coat. She told me, almost apologetically, that the coat was too bulky and would severely affect her agility, and that she'd wear it when she rested. Suit yourself, I said. Although the coat was just sewn beast hide and had no filling, it was unusually warm. With the boots and coat together, I figured my time active in the wilderness could stretch significantly. Before leaving, I gave G-Il instructions. The territory's construction and gathering work were now entirely under his charge. The main task this afternoon was to build and gather stones, and if anyone met an enemy during gathering, they had to return to the territory immediately. Safety first. G-Il was so moved by my care that he was almost teary, although his loyalty didn't increase. After 80, every single point becomes very difficult. We headed north. With the new gear, my performance in the wilderness was clearly stronger, the two of us covering 3 to 4 kilometers in half an hour through Arctic terrain. I didn't even shiver. I picked up scattered wood and stone along the way. Not that I was short on basics, but no one can resist the joy of picking up trash. And there was even a wood element crystal sitting there for the taking, the same crystal I'd previously struggled to trade for. Thanks to the generosity of nature, we reached the gathering place on the map. I looked at the endless expanse of white snow before me, unable to find any sign of human habitation. I pulled the map and compared, somewhat puzzled, asking how the hell this could be a gathering place, wondering if the map was problematic. Aisha softly told me someone was coming. 2 figures in gray robes appeared at the end of my vision, sneaking around. I pulled Aisha behind a small snowdrift to avoid being seen. The drift was very small. To stay hidden, the two of us huddled close, Aisha almost burrowing into my arms, a faint fragrance going straight into my nostrils. At that moment, I had no time for wandering thoughts. Most of my attention on the figures in front. The two squatted on the ground, fumbled around for a moment, and then suddenly disappeared into the icy wilderness. I looked down at Aisha in my arms and asked her if she'd seen clearly how they vanished. She shook her head. I gently moved her small hand from my clothes and went over to where they'd disappeared. A wooden board, almost covered by snow. The gathering place was underground. The believers had carved out a space, hidden by thick snow, hard to discover for anyone unsuspecting. Without the map and a convenient demonstration, I'd never have found it. But knowing it was here, I was now in a dilemma. My plan had been Aisha plus the rifle plus arrow of the moon god's guaranteed hit, gradually wearing down the camp from a distance. Underground, that was ruined. Rushing in blind might be suicide. Fire and flood were ruled out, and with the information I had, I couldn't find a clean answer. I checked the time, 3:18, less than 2 hours of light left, minus the half-hour return. Forget it. Tomorrow. The risk now outweighed the benefit. Tomorrow I'd mutate another item. The Barrett's bullets would have charged enchantments. Fenrir would be stronger after the essence blood. I'd build more moon wells and sell water tomorrow morning. I fixed the entrance location in memory and took Aisha away in another direction. Although only an hour of daylight remained, this place only got 8 hours total, so a seventh of the day was too much to waste. We wandered, perfecting the map and picking up junk. Lucky enough to encounter a snowfield wolf that Aisha dropped in a single arrow. 1 more hide, 20 more wolf meat. 27 minutes until dark, the system told me. I tightened the shadow tiger fur coat. 3 hours in the ice and my feeble 6 constitution body had had enough. I led Aisha to the mine. Resources at points couldn't go directly into the territory's storage box, and without a rail system between mine and home, I was the human storage box, hauling back what the polar people had pulled all afternoon. We made it back just in time. 5:02 in the evening, ambient -53. After half a day of work, my territory was taking shape. What had been a lonely campfire and a world tree now had 4 moon wells, a blacksmith shop, a sewing shop, a cafeteria, 7 or 8 more buildings scattered around. A sense of pride welled up in me, more fulfilling than playing the game. While waiting for dinner, I went to the market, planning to sell some shadow tiger meat and moonspring water. I opened the long-muted private messages and started reading. Someone offering to trade a toilet blueprint for 1 moonspring water. Someone calling out to Lord Gang about a water elemental crystal. Thanks to my filters, there weren't many. Only 8 messages. Only 1 blueprint. The rest basic resources beyond wood and stone. I agreed to all the trades. The territory's healing moonspring water was now completely used up. Fortunately, it was night and the 4 moon wells were already at work, so it would be replenished. It seemed I'd opened a bit too early. In 2 days, even I, with a cheat, had only managed 1 blueprint, let alone the others. If Hanjeong hadn't surfaced as a competitor, I'd probably have delayed even longer. I muttered to myself, wondering when these people would go out exploring and bring me back blueprints and materials, and then conveniently get hurt enough to need my moonspring water. Forget it, eat first. The scent of meat wafted dozens of meters into my nose. Dinner was ready. I called G-Il to bring the others to eat. After a few bites of shadow tiger meat, a warm current surged inside me, and the system reported I'd consumed shadow tiger meat and my cold resistance had increased. The prompt enlightened me. I quickly opened the regional channel to verify a guess. Lords were complaining about over-recruiting polar people. Crying. I wholeheartedly agreed. Me too. These people were too much to feed. I'd miscalculated, took down a snow rabbit easily yesterday and assumed wild game was common. Set up a 2-meal-a-day standard for the polar people, can't keep up. I basically explored within 500 meters and that was as far as it got. The constant temperature buff only lasted 20 minutes and going further the time I could stay was too short. Look at my snowfield wolf fur coat. You're treating the food welfare from the start as your ability. I had foresight and only recruited 2. Eating once a day, food now in the market for wood and stone. At 1 to 30 come quickly. Why don't you just rob us, you thieving scum? If you don't buy, get lost. Plenty of others want it, only 10 portions, first come first served. I'm going for it, brothers. Only when you're full do you have the strength to work. And polar people will rebel if hungry. Don't fight me for this damn world. I'm not playing. I'll be a well-fed ghost and reincarnate. My guess was correct. Without cold-resistant clothing, weak cold-resistance severely restricted lords from venturing out. The food shortage was real too. Signs I'd overlooked. 1 snowfield wolf gave only 18 wolf meat. 4 polar people cost 2 food and ate a lot. And I could use little fairies, but other lords couldn't if they wanted speed. Even I'd only had enough after killing an elite. With over 100 pieces of shadow tiger meat in my pack, and the realization that it was both food and cold resistance, mine was a strategic resource. Market meat trade set at 25 to 30 units of basic materials. I had a better idea. List it. Any elemental crystal for 3 portions. Equipment blueprints starting at 10 portions with review. Skill books also at 10 portions blind. No basic materials. Only 100 portions listed. I didn't have enough to eat myself. If I weren't conquering the believers tomorrow with a chance of looting food, I wouldn't sell any at all. The moment my food hit the market, the regional channel exploded. Lord Gang Yu was making a move again. Can't afford it. Don't shout. It's food that increases cold resistance. Purchased. Didn't you say you couldn't afford it? I'm a college student. Lord Gang Yu gave it to me free with a portion of Moonspring water. My exchange conditions required rare items. Blueprints, skill books, elemental crystals. So most were just shouting. The lords who could actually buy were already PMing me, including Hanzhong. Sincere trade, he wrote. 30 units of tiger meat for the elementary elemental arrow tower blueprint. The last line in our chat was clearly his own, that I wasn't sincere and shouldn't bother him. I sent it back. You're not sincere, please don't bother me. Hanzhong didn't bat an eye and muttered that this kid held a grudge. The tiger meat mattered to him. He prided himself on being the T0 player in the area, and he'd been out frequently today and felt the cold's constraints. Cold resistance had to be guaranteed for fast development. He replied that I'd priced blueprints at 10 to start. This was blue. 30 was his lowest, and without my warning about the building's construction requirements, he wouldn't have considered selling at all. Too lazy to read the long pitch, I let him stew. I opened the other PMs. Someone asked politely how much tiger meat the portable heat source blueprint was worth. Curious, I opened it. Portable heat source blueprint. Blue excellent. Crafts a mana item, portable heat source, requiring 1 mana stone, 3 iron, 1 primary fire elemental crystal. The item continuously emitted heat, with the developer's note calling it a groundbreaking invention that raised the user's perceived temperature by nearly 10 degrees in -30 environments, and consumed only 1 mana stone per day under full operation. The remarks called it an air conditioner in a transcendent world, a single user one not central. I was shocked. This thing's status in the Ice Age was like spiritual energy to the cultivation world. He hadn't named a price, asked me to. I tested with a question about whether the values matched. He replied that he knew the blueprint's value was far above food, but he'd only got it by luck and couldn't craft it himself. The market had no mana stone and the world channel hadn't heard of it. Blueprints for such necessities wouldn't stay rare for long, but this one was the first in this area, and most valuable. He'd been honest. The sooner this got crafted, the better for everyone in the area, and he needed startup capital, with only Brother Gang in this area capable of using it. I knew then why he'd chosen to sell to me, but still marveled at his courage. Everyone understands a bird in the hand. Not everyone can act on it. Even if a second or third blueprint surfaced later, as long as it wasn't one for everyone, it kept value, and even click to craft items needed a progress bar. I offered 80 tiger meat plus a promise. In the future, as long as he provided the materials, I'd craft this item for him free. He'd spoken frankly, I trusted him, and the terms were generous on my end. He had incredible luck and was easy to talk to. A good relationship might pay later. I wasn't really losing either. 80 tiger meat for someone who'd never lack food again, and tiger meat's cold resistance only worked on the first consumption per person anyway. He agreed. Happy cooperation both ways. The trade closed and I noted his name, Tan Chengu. I used the blueprint and continued chewing dinner. Hope I got mana stone soon, another task for tomorrow. Then I remembered Hanzhong hanging. I opened the chat amused. My tiger meat was popular. He dropped from 30 to 20, a full third off, like swinging a dragon-slaying saber and hacking himself with it. I replied with 15, final price. In another well-developed territory, a young man with a gloomy expression typed out deal. He was Hanzhong. After the trade, he looked at the meat and sighed. A loss was a loss, but at least he had it. Now he could go deeper into that ruin. Just wait, he thought at me. I'll earn it all back from you sooner or later. Tomorrow I'll make you beg for my potions. On my side, I quickly used the Arrow Tower blueprint. I had all the materials, but I wasn't building it now. My plan was to wait until the novice protection period was almost over. I'd used 95 units of tiger meat and still had budget. Looked through the remaining PMs for one more good item, and Fenrir's excited voice came in asking if he could absorb the essence blood now. I nodded and told him to go. His own safety mattered most. Don't force it. He had a fanatical look, swallowed the essence blood, and went off to refine it. While he worked, I kept reading PMs. With limited tiger meat, I could only choose the best of the best. After half an hour, my eyes lit up. Someone was offering a skill book. Chop skill book, white common. After use grants the free skill chop, 2 slashes instantly. 30 mana, 30-second cooldown. The seller asked 10 tiger meat. I bought it without hesitating. I didn't ask why he didn't use it as himself, because I wasn't planning to use it either. I was going to mutate it, slashes with my bare hands. What would I even slash with? Pick up a piece of wood and swing it like a sword maybe. This was a real world, and tiger hide could be draped over the body for warmth without sewing. I'd already used 2 pieces of wood as a sled for stones. The plan stayed the same. Mutate it tomorrow. A low growl from Fenrir, his aura growing stronger under the moonlight. He'd digested the essence blood, the system reporting that werewolf Fenrir had successfully absorbed shadow tiger essence blood. Aptitude upgraded to excellent, comprehensive enhancement received. Fenrir, noticeably taller, knelt and swore to use the power to tear apart all enemies. I waved him up and called it the reward for his loyalty, then checked his attributes. Werewolf Fenrir Crippled Claw, Beastman Werewolf, Elite Template, Excellent Aptitude, Level 5, Loyalty 95, Strength 19, Agility 22, Constitution 24, Spirit 11, Health 730, Mana 220. Talent self-healing as before. Skills summon wolf, werewolf transformation, and a new wolf howl with critical strike attached to transformation. Summon wolf had upgraded to 2 shadow wolves of the same level per day. Wolf howl emitted a howl that boosted friendly basic attack by 10% and reduced enemies by 10% for 30 seconds. Doubled at night with a 1 hour per target cooldown. The compatibility between the essence blood and Fenrir was terrifying. Aptitude up a tier, level and attributes up a notch, and the biggest game was the skills. An almost perfect Shadow Tiger inheritance with his own ability system intact. Shadow Wolves inherited Shadow itself, invisible when not in combat, and a passive Corrosive Claws that weakened enemy defense and movement. Easily 2 Snowfield Wolves apiece. Power had a price though. Shadow Wolves had much bigger appetites, which was why I hadn't let Fenrir summon them yet even with the skill refreshed. A cold gust hit, ambient -38 even by the fire, and it would be 60 or 70 below outside. I told Gio to take the polar people back to the house, touch the big tree, and silently say the room number, 2 per room starting from 109. Fenrir got room 103. Aisha was to come with me. The polar people rushed into the tree hole space without looking back. They'd wanted rest for a long time. Fenrir glanced enviously at Aisha and quickly entered his own room, not daring to disturb my leisure. I had important business with Aisha. A touch on the world tree took us to room 100, a spacious area 3 tree holes linked together that served as both meeting room and training area. I told her to teach me some combat skills. She was stunned, not expecting the Lord had sought her for only this, then agreed and asked what I wished to learn. I'd already decided, archery. As someone who'd never killed a chicken in my previous life, growing up in an extremely peaceful environment, combat was honestly difficult, but in a cruel world I had to bite the bullet. I wasn't a manipulator hiding behind a screen. The Lord's power profession's 4 free skill slots all said the Lord absolutely had to personally fight. I understood gradual progress, so ranged first, bow and rifle. Aisha began on the basics. Archery was nothing more than drawing the bow and shooting, but in reality there were many techniques. Stance, force application, aiming, the art of physical and mental coordination. She was a skilled ranger and a good teacher, breaking essentials into digestible pieces. With a master personally correcting me, my archery became quite decent within a night. Within 10 meters, not every shot, but at least a 50% hit rate. Aisha's evaluation. I was the most talented human archer she'd ever met. I wake on the 3rd day to the smell of meat already cooking, the system clock reading 8 in the morning, and the ambient temperature reading -62 degrees, with a full hour still before dawn. The polar people, Fenrir and Aisha, are all waiting in the mess hall without touching a piece until I arrive, which I appreciate even through the exhaustion still sitting in my shoulders from the overnight practice. After eating, I have an hour of dark left to use, and I decide to spend it on the day's mutations. The Chop skill book gets the positive mutation slot. The system announces the item mutating with positive direction, and the result reads, 3 lives in an instant cultivation manual, quality golden legendary. I stare at the golden light coming off it, a legendary item from a positive mutation on a white common starting point. The description reads that after use, it grants skills based on level. Level 1 is combo, level 11 is triple combo, level 30 is 3 world slash, and level 50 is 3 lives in an instant, with the note that it occupies only 1 free skill slot and automatically overwrites the previous skill upon reaching each threshold. And skills gained this way can be enhanced like any normal skill. Today's positive mutation count drops to 0, with unstable remaining at 2, and I use it immediately. A beam of light enters my body and the system reports the skill combo has been mastered. Passive ability allows immediately launching 2 attacks. 15-second trigger interval. No mana cost. Compared to the premutation/skill, combo does not restrict the attack method at all, meaning bow, rifle, and any weapon triggers it equally. And the cooldown is directly halved. A legendary item even at the base combo stage is genuinely terrifying, and I feel lucky enough to keep going. The first unstable mutation goes to the bandages produced from today's medical kit generation. The system returns Mummy's Shroud, a special grade item described as not very useful, suitable for wrapping around the body to cosplay as a mummy. I toss it into the fire expressionlessly. Second unstable mutation, the medical kit itself. The system returns Healing Unit Recruitment Scroll, Blue Excellent Quality, which randomly recruits one person from a list including Human Holy Light Priest, Human Physician, Beast Priest, Undead Witch Doctor, Elf Druid, Sea Race Tide Healer, Mech Race Nano Repair Robot Model X, 182, Dragonkin Scale Claw Healer, and more races beyond those listed. I express a silent preference for an Elf Druid, or at minimum a human variant, and tear the scroll. The scroll dissolves into blue light and countless figures cycle through the air, the image beginning to solidify on a beautiful woman in white priestly robes, wearing a golden crown and holding a sapphire staff. And I register Human Holy Light Priest before a powerful external force visibly intervenes. The image shatters and recondenses. A light pillar appears and contracts and vanishes, and in its place is a young man in his 20s holding a sacred text, whose cover is red and black and wrapped in pure white chains, dressed in a red robe with a cynical smile. He brings the text to his chest with one hand and bows slightly, and introduces himself as Holy Light Priest Martin, reporting in and grateful to be released from the darkness. And he wishes the holy light upon me and my territory. My expression stays normal while my actual reaction is less composed. Switching from a female priest to a male one does not affect my priorities since I need a healing unit rather than decoration. But this Martin is clearly not a simple unit, and I am briefly worried about whether he will follow commands before I remind myself that I am the Lord and there is a practical ceiling on how far defiance can go in this territory. I tell Martin he is welcome, and that I hope his holy light will keep the territory free of illness, and he replies that it will be as I wish. He opens the sacred text, and a beam of light descends across everyone present. I immediately feel warmer, and the residual fatigue from overnight archery lifts significantly, and no system notification accompanies any of this. I open his panel to understand what I have recruited. Holy Light Priest Martin, Race Human Template, Elite Designated Epic Hero, Aptitude Epic, Level 1, Loyalty 65, Strength 15, Agility 18, Constitution 22, Spirit 39, Health 300, Mana 1680, Talent Chain of Life, Skills Blessing of Courage, Holy Light Healing, Mana Shield, Divine Armor. I stare at the designation Epic Hero long enough that Martin notices and waits. I have no idea whether my Tier 1 territory can actually accommodate something of this caliber, but here it is, and I have no intention of complaining. As if reading my mind, Martin told me he only had elite level strength at the moment, that he'd need to reach level 31 for hero level strength, but believed under my leadership that day would come very soon. He glanced inadvertently at the world tree, Fenrir, and Aisha as he said it. The system prompt arrived right after. Holy Priest Martin had officially joined my territory. Current population 55 out of 100. I didn't dwell on the system delay, I'd already finished his panel by the time it landed, but the quiet question of why his earlier holy light had dispelled my fatigue without a system ping remained. I asked Martin about it. He told me it was a variation of the holy light abilities application. I was stunned, listening to him. His abilities clearly weren't limited to the skills on his panel. Then I thought, this was normal. This wasn't a game. Like Aisha, whose archery and combat skill didn't appear in the skill bar either, which meant Martin's actual utility was far above a normal level 1 elite. The Undead Believers camp was a sure thing. I lifted my wooden bowl and offered Martin breakfast. He thanked me and said he was a bit hungry, but compared to me he'd rather try the other thing, his gaze on the ice crystal fruit tree in the nursery. I'd been so engrossed in archery practice the night before, I'd forgotten the fruit had ripened. I picked the 9 ripe ones, placed them on the table, and gestured for Martin to take as he pleased. Ice crystal fruit was food, slightly enhancing cold resistance for a certain period. After consumption, another cold resistance food, but on a timer. I bit into one, tastes similar to apple, a cool sensation surging through my body afterward, the principle clearly different from tiger meat. Martin took only one, and slowly nibbled it, elegantly. I left him to it. Almost dawn, and I needed to prepare for departure at sunrise. Moonspring water needed to be put away first, then back on the shelves, and today's construction and gathering tasks had to be arranged. Plenty of small things, but quick. By 9, when dawn broke, I was done. I wanted a management talent more than ever. As the territory developed, these things would only multiply, and I wanted to be a hands-off boss. Back at the bonfire, the 3 going out were ready. I told Fenrir to call out his new companions. He nodded, let out a long howl, and 2 large mighty shadow wolves, completely black, appeared from the void. The wolves were close to the size of the shadow tiger I'd encountered before. Perfect for riding. The worry was the math. 2 wolves and 4 people. After a moment of thought, I made the call. As Lord, I needed a representative tool, and one of the wolves was for Aisha, the highest loyalty in the group. As I was about to hand it down, my eyes fell on G-Il climbing into the logging machine. I had it. Who said a logging machine could only log? The tracks, the comfortable cabin, a proper transport vehicle. I told Aisha I was sorry to make her squeeze with me, told Fenrir and Martin one of them could ride the second wolf, and the other could drive the logging machine. I swore I wasn't being lustful for sharing a ride with Aisha. The werewolf Fenrir was robust enough that he could only ride alone or use the logging machine for transport, and Martin was new, a hero unit, not high loyalty, no bullying the newcomer. They agreed. Fenrir looked at Martin, signaling him to choose first. Although Fenrir couldn't see Martin's panel, he could feel the faint, deadly threat coming off him, and in this world strength was respected. Martin chose to ride a shadow wolf, surprisingly comfortable around creatures with shadow power for a holy priest. At dawn, we set off. Wolf claws scraped through the silent snow. The space on the wolf's back was cramped for two. I could clearly feel the softness and warmth at my back, the natural fragrance lingering in Aisha's hair going straight into my nostrils, the cold wind blowing strands of black hair against my neck with a slight itch. Less than half an hour and we arrived near the undead believers' gathering place. I dismounted, expressionless, and put away the conspicuous logging machine. Fenrir, Martin, and I found cover, while Aisha took the two invisible shadow wolves to scout. Only Aisha and I knew the location. We couldn't possibly let the Lord go in person. Half an hour later, Aisha returned with the wolves. Fenrir conversed briefly with them and turned to me. The strongest in that camp was only at the peak of 0. I nodded, much more relaxed. Creatures under level 10 were 0 tier and 0 tier peak, meant the strongest was only level 10. Without hesitation, tier 1, Fenrir alone would be enough. Go, I told him. Fenrir led the way, the others following close. Knowing the target's strength, the group's movements were much bolder, no concealment, and Fenrir directly pulled away the stone slab covering the underground space. A warm, humid air wafted out. Indigenous gathering places also had sources of fire then. I wondered briefly if it would be a so-called undying bonfire like ours. As I started to descend, a system prompt popped up. Novice protection period reminder. I was entering a dangerous area. The undead believers gathering place. Recommended challenge level 10. There was even a benefit like this. Seeing only 10, I slid down the ladder. 3 voices erupted at once as we landed, demanding who went there, calling out an enemy attack, and one of them practically gleeful that fresh material had been delivered to their doorstep. 3 gray-robed believers, looking like they'd been about to leave, the shouts particularly jarring in the silent underground space. Even my not-so-sharp hearing caught many footsteps approaching from afar. I told the group to finish this quickly. I drew the bow first, an arrow condensed from mana rapidly taking shape, released the grip and the arrow flew. The next instant, a phantom image formed beside me, replicating my movements at infinitely faster speed. Combo. 2 arrows shot out almost simultaneously and landed, screams ringing out and blood gushing from one of the gray-robed chests. One good thing about mana arrows was that they dissipated automatically after damage. No need for a blood trough, fully automatic bleeding. Fenrir followed close, twisting off another head with a single claw. Instant kill. Aisha was equally decisive, finishing off the believer I'd hit and slitting the throat of the last one. The system reported my subject Fenrir had killed undead believer level 4, 10 experience to me. The fight came and ended quickly. Martin didn't even need to move. Aisha and Fenrir's elite work was as expected. My own performance left Aisha amazed, exclaiming inwardly how terrifying my lord's adaptability was. She could clearly sense I had gradually adapted to combat, and a lord who'd never been exposed to combat before, who barely possessed killing intent, was perhaps just talented. I started licking corpses. 3 undead believers, humans, and the system didn't provide collection services for this type of creature. I stripped the gray robes off them, lest they suddenly self-immolate again. The robes were spoils of war. In the regional channel, many lords were begging for clothes and food. The bodies also held a few pieces of dried meat, nothing else. By the time I'd finished collecting, the reinforcements the believers had shouted for finally arrived. The leader was conspicuous, not only for the black robe but the staff he carried. A magic user. The system pulled his attributes. Undead believer black robe. Race human/undead. Ordinary template. Green excellent. Level 10. Skill undead revival. A level 10 creature. A peak 0 order existence, but ordinary template and not specialized in combat from his skill alone. None of us paid him much mind. Watching the believers approach, I told Martin the black robe was his, and Fenrir and Aisha to clear the grunts. I wanted to see Martin's strength. Although he had no overt attack skills, I understood Holy Light could damage undead, and these believers had clearly begun to transform. The gray-robed bodies I'd just stripped had been noticeably paler than normal humans. Martin acted. Holy Light condensed in his hand, and the next instant, a golden ray descended from the sky and landed on the black robe. The believer engulfed in holy light let out screams as wisps of black energy rose from his body. The next moment, the system reported he'd been killed by Martin. I was stunned. Martin was hero template but only level 1. and could only display elite strength. A single holy light healing across 9 levels had instantly killed him. I subconsciously reread the description. Holy light healing, instant cast, 100 mana, healing the target spirit times 5 health. Against undead instead, dealing damage equal to spirit times 10. I hadn't misremembered. Even with double effect against undead, that was too exaggerated. Then I noticed the holy tome in Martin's hand for the first time. Not decoration, faintly flowing red light along its cover, an epic item. I looked down at the bow in my hand and sighed. The bow was Aisha's. Green quality, average power, with a decent special effect of consuming mana to condense arrows. By now, Aisha and Fenrir had engaged the rest. After completing my command, Martin closed his holy tome, unhurried, with no intention of buffing the others or rushing to kill more believers. Yet these believers were beings already turning into undead. This left me confused. Why didn't Martin show any urge to actively purify the shadow power or undead creatures he saw? Could it be that in this world holy light and undead were not actually diametrically opposed, but then the skill description clearly said holy light dealt massive damage to undead? Perhaps Martin was simply special. A moment later, the battle ended. My subject Fenrir killed Undead Believer Greyrobe level 4, 10 experience. My subject Aisha killed Undead Believer Greyrobe level 5, 12 experience. My level rose, current level 3. Not a surprise. With 3 high-level elites leading the way, I was like a boss in an online party, lying back and enjoying the ride. And the first 10 levels needed little experience. Both factors contributed to my rocket leveling. Martin, oddly, whose level was even lower than mine, stayed at level 1 after solo killing a level 10 black robe. I could only attribute it to the stronger the template, the more experience required. I cleaned up the battlefield. 8 gray-robed believers plus the black robe, each providing a gray robe and a weapon. The robes were decent cotton coats, no abilities, not magical. The weapons were plain, but something was better than nothing. Plenty of lords were bare-handed. I'd keep a few pieces for the polar people for self-defense, and dump the rest as welfare on the market. The black robe left me a staff, a black robe, a book, a map, and a bag of coins. I toyed with the plain staff, my mind already on the next thing. A staff, a form of combo. Combo's description said simply attack, the manifestation being to condense a phantom that replicated my attack. So could spells also combo. I felt I'd found a combat style. My profession was Lord and I couldn't change that, but who said a Lord couldn't learn spells? My panel clearly had mana and spirit. Spells were high power, high consumption, long cooldowns. Perfect for combo. Combo was stable and controllable, passive but didn't auto-trigger on cooldown end. I could combo whenever I wanted, whatever I wanted. The Lord profession only granted 4 free skill slots, and combo already occupied 1, meaning I could only directly master 3 skills through the system. Fortunately, this was a real world and spells could be mastered through learning. The Lord profession's attributes were balanced. Every level up raised all attributes, and the trait Lord's power gave a percentage bonus too. I had the foundational attributes. Whether I could become a noble mage depended on talent. I asked Martin if I had any potential to master Holy Light. He was silent a moment, then smiled and said, "Only 3 kinds of people could master Holy Light. Those who believed in Holy Light, those who believed in the God of Light, or those with nearly pure hearts." I knew right away I had no chance. Holy Light wasn't that great anyway. I didn't want to be a support. I gnashed my teeth and looked at the rest of the loot. I took out the yellowed book, Militia Training Manual. White common through this manual, an ordinary person in my territory could be trained into a militia with combat capability, requiring coordination with the building militia training camp. To me, it was scrap metal. I tossed it into my pack. Training manuals plus training camps were the main path most lords used to acquire combat units, besides recruitment scrolls. But the militia rarely had aptitude above common, hard to break through to tier 1, and they had 2 destinations in my hands: sell or transmute. The militia was not entirely useless either, both soldiers and civilians, retaining gathering ability and capable of being further trained into higher tiers. I picked up the coin purse, coins clinking. 16 copper coins, the system told me. Common currency jointly minted by the 3 great empires in the northern continent. Copper to silver to gold, 10,000 to 100 to 1. Money. In any world with order, it played an extremely important role. I carefully put them back into the purse and stored it. Last was the map, similar to the one on the gray-robed believer earlier but more detailed, with new locations and information that I'd examine carefully later. The group moved forward through the narrow excavated tunnel. A moment later we arrived in a brightly lit hall. I felt for the believers. They'd managed to dig out this much space more than 10 meters underground in extreme cold. In the vast center sat a huge bonfire, dying bonfire. Level 3, with a note that due to the owner's demise it was about to extinguish, and that undying ember could keep it burning. So even natives relied on bonfires. Beyond the fire, a hellish tableau, a still-beating heart soaked in emerald liquid, broken bones, frozen corpse fragments. These believers had been conducting evil experiments here. As I prepared to scavenge, a harsh clanging sound of chains rang out. What was that? Were there others here? According to the Shadow Wolf intelligence, there were a dozen people, strongest at peak tier 0, accounted for between the black robe and the gray robes. The system prompt had called this a level 10 challenge though, so I relaxed and told the group to spread out and search. The resources in this place were quite abundant. I picked 13 iron ore, 26 meat, 112 bread, 42 arrow, 1 mithril, 3 primary undead crystal. Awesome, a huge haul. I had to discard a lot of junk to fit the supplies. A 20-slot backpack couldn't hold everything. The fix was simple: upgrade the territory to tier 2, and the system backpack would expand. I joined the search for the sound. Drawn out and harsh, seemingly far yet near. The hall had only one narrow passage leading to the surface. Martin's voice came. It should be here, beneath a mural. Bone dragons covering sky and sun, skeletons across mountains and fields. He smelled a decaying scent behind it. I had no doubts, and gathered everyone, fumbling around the mural for a long time. Finally, I pressed a hidden mechanism and the mural slowly slid apart from the center, to both sides. As it opened, chilling aura emanated, and the already flickering bonfire behind us instantly extinguished, the entire space pitch black. As the mural fully opened, a light source behind it re-illuminated the underground space. The light came from a white stone. Holy light stone, purple transcendent, a stone imbued with rich holy light power, with a note the energy was about to be depleted. The light was dazzling, but most was being swallowed by a deep black hole nearby. As my gaze settled on the hole, a system prompt popped up. Unidirectional spatial rift. The other side led to the undead realm, currently suppressed by the holy light stone and not yet opened, with a rift opening countdown of 92 hours. 3 days, 20 hours. I subconsciously checked the protection period's end time, also 92 hours. The big event after the protection ended would clearly be related to this rift. The chains rang out again. I moved to one side of the rift. Without the rift swallowing the light, I found the source immediately. Behind the rift hid a huge bloated humanoid figure. I just wanted to say, holy crap, so ugly. The monster looked like a haphazardly stitched mass of flesh, limbs disproportionate, clearly stitched together from organs of different species. Left arm short and thick, right arm long and slender. Left leg muscular, right leg thin and weak. The whole body covered in dense stitch lines weeping dark red blood. The most horrifying part was its split abdomen, where a human head sat, intestines and blood vessels visibly connected behind it. A small head sat atop a thick body, the neck almost invisible. The chain wrapped around its left arm trailed on the ground, dragging and chiming as it moved, while its right held a bloodstained cleaver. The system pulled its attributes. Stitched monster Pudge, level 15, undead, elite, excellent, strength 72, agility 37, constitution 98, spirit 11, health 10,830, mana 220. Talent artificial being, max health up 100%, regen up 200%, with the note that terrifying vitality was the key to Pudge's survival. Skills hook, throwing a chain that entangled and dragged the first target it hit in front of Pudge. Toxic cloud, mist from rotten wounds that continuously damaged surroundings and itself and slowed targets, with self-damage halved. Flesh accumulation, passive. Each kill increased its attributes excluding spirit based on the creature's strength. Active. Cloak of Flesh aura blocking all damage from all sources at value. Constitution divided by 3, 3-second duration. Cooldown question mark. Devour, swallow killed targets and randomly gain one of their skills. With the note to become a part of me, my body. I was solemn. You could call this thing ugly, but you absolutely couldn't call it weak. 5-digit health, a suffocating block, abnormal regen, forced displacement control. If Martin hadn't joined the team, I'd have turned around and left without a thought. But after watching Martin instant kill a level 10 with a single holy light healing, I wanted to try. Pudge didn't seem to have a strong desire to attack either. When I'd noticed it, it had glanced up at me and then made no other movement and lowered its head again. I wondered if this was why the protection didn't issue a special hint. This was a creature that wouldn't actively attack. I had Fenrir move closer to Pudge and pulled back to the entrance with Aisha and Martin. After some probing, the conclusion held, Pudge would not actively attack. Overjoyed, I drafted a simple battle plan, more like preparation than a plan since the situation could change in an instant. The seasoned team didn't need much direction. Martin kicked it off, gently flipping the red-black tome, and a golden chain appeared in midair and vanished into the 4 of us. I felt a faint, intangible connection to the others. Life chain links up to 5 targets. When any one took damage, it was shared by all linked targets, with damage reduced by 20% for the taking target, and no instant kills, triggering once per person, lasting 30 minutes with a 12-hour cooldown. Martin's talent. Super long duration, 20% damage reduction, sharing, and a one-time death immunity each. This was the confidence we had against the level 15 elite. Martin softly chanted. 3 holy lights appeared above their heads. Blessing of Courage, attack power and spell power up 50. Max health and mana up 20%. Armor up 10. Martin and I stood at the entrance to watch. As an experienced gamer, I understood aggro mechanics. Bosses often had high aggro toward healers and supports, and although I didn't know if reality followed the same rules, it was better to be cautious. Pudge's chain was no joke. Fenrir and Aisha charged. Fenrir let out a roar, his body suddenly swelling, fur growing wild, sprawling on the ground as a mighty giant wolf. The pressure from Pudge was too great. Even with Life Chain and Blessing of Courage, Fenrir wasn't confident, and chose to activate his ultimate immediately. Aisha wielded her Heaven's Grace, her aura strengthening continuously. Charged shot. 1 second, 2, 3, 4. Fenrir, the giant wolf, shot out like a black shadow, sharp claws striking Pudge's exposed abdomen. A dull sound as if the paw had hit steel rather than flesh. The wolf changed expression and quickly retreated. 2 giant white bone hands materialized out of thin air and grabbed him. He couldn't move. I saw red light flicker in the eyes of the head on Pudge's abdomen, then the bone hands appeared. A temporary ability from Devour. Martin moved fast, flipping the holy book but stopped because someone was faster. A gunshot. A bullet glowing faint blue light hit Pudge between its eyebrows. The damage interrupted Pudge's next move, and Fenrir broke free and escaped. If he'd taken that hit, even with Life Chain it wouldn't have felt good. Aisha's strike did more than rescue him. After the bullet hit, it shattered into chilling frost that enveloped Pudge. Frost bullet, slow movement 25%, constitution check every 10 seconds. Fail equals 2-second freeze, with the note that the slow value and freeze duration depended on target strength. Pudge's movement visibly dropped. After the close call, Fenrir became even more cautious, no longer approaching easily, choosing to circle and distract while Aisha handled the main attack. Although Pudge was powerful, its mind seemed dull, ignoring Aisha, whose aura was rising again in the distance and continuing to chase Fenrir in front. With reduced movement, Pudge couldn't catch the four-legged Fenrir. Pudge was furious. From the head on its abdomen and the dense suture lines, a quiet green gas rapidly shot out, covering 5 meters around it, and it could move with the cloud. Fenrir's speed visibly slowed in the dim mist. An iron chain accompanied by clattering sounds flew toward Fenrir, the timing perfect, the speed terrifying. Fenrir didn't have time to dodge. The giant wolf was wrapped fiercely around the waist by the chain, contracting. As Pudge's left arm twitched, Fenrir was already in front of Pudge's chest. The giant wolf at 1.5 meters at the shoulder appeared as small as a puppy in front of Pudge. The cold wind from the falling cleaver could be felt even by me at the entrance. But I wasn't worried. Fenrir wasn't unprepared, and he adjusted his posture the moment the chain loosened. Self-healing talent and a trade damage style meant Fenrir knew which part to take the hit on. He had to test Pudge's strength, and at this intensity, injuries were unavoidable. With Life Chain, there was no life-threatening danger. The fault tolerance was extremely high. The moment the cleaver touched him, I vaguely saw golden chains. The bone cleaver sank into bone. The moment Fenrir was hit, my own vitality drained rapidly. I glanced at Fenrir. He looked disheveled, but his combat power was intact. The life chain had forcibly dispersed and transferred his injuries to all of us. Seeing Pudge's powerful strike was nothing more than that. Fenrir regained his composure and circled, seizing chances to land hits. When Pudge had struck him with the cleaver, he counterattacked, and the feeling was completely different from his first attack on the head, leading him to guess Pudge had activated the active block of flesh accumulation. By then, Aisha's second shot was fully charged. A bullet shot out. Armor-piercing bullet, ignored armor defense, dealt full physical damage. This time she aimed at the human head on Pudge's abdomen. The white bone spell from that head was too threatening and had to be eliminated first. The bullet was extremely fast and Pudge couldn't dodge, but its perception was keen, and the moment the gun fired, a red light flashed across its body and it activated the active block of flesh accumulation again. The head on its abdomen instantly became a bloody mess, white bone fragments visibly falling. Pudge roared in pain and fury and flung the iron chain again, this time at Aisha in the distance. She sensed the throw simultaneously and dodged. Without other crowd control or surprise, the chain was very difficult to land. Of course, if the target were me, I wouldn't have been able to dodge. The gap in strength was too great. By now, Pudge's skills had all been used, its behavior pattern thoroughly understood. Even so, defeating it remained extremely difficult. The 2 gunshot wounds on its body were healing visibly. What would be fatal wounds for other creatures were minor to Pudge. The heads weren't even vital points. Massive body and terrifying regen made it practically immortal. "Go," I said, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow. The protagonist of this battle was always going to be Martin, the one who wielded Holy Light. As my arrow struck Pudge's body, a holy light descended from the sky and completely enveloped Pudge's mountain-like flesh. Boundless black mist ascended. Mournful screams emanated. After the holy light dissipated, the toxic mist around Pudge thinned out, and its originally full body deflated by quite a bit. It didn't have the miraculous instant kill effect of the believers, but the damage from this single holy light healing far exceeded the combined work of Aisha and Fenrir, and Martin's holy light healing had no cooldown to speak of. One holy light after another fell. The poisonous mist around Pudge dissipated, its body even more pockmarked, black mist continuously rising. Clearly heavily injured, after releasing 5 holy lights in a row, Martin closed his holy book and stopped moving. I asked him why he wasn't continuing. Martin's smile didn't shift as he answered me. He was out of mana. I was stunned, then realized. Martin's machine gun spell casting had amazed me into forgetting that he was still only a level 1 elite. Even with epic items and a hero's foundation, that was the floor. He told me the stitched monster's self-healing was temporarily suppressed and the rest was up to me, then closed his holy book and walked out of the space. A mage without mana was worse than a dog. After that many heavy blows on Pudge, it was better to avoid its edge. Life Chain could share damage, but the pain couldn't be shared. With Heaven's Grace's 5th shot, the Stitched monster's mountain of a body swayed a few more times and collapsed. The system stacked prompts. Killed Stitched monster Pudge level 15, 500 experience, 100 light temple reputation. My level to 4. Fenrir leveled, Martin leveled twice. Martin had been the main force and almost caught up to me. I put away the bow and walked to Pudge's corpse. Even dead, the bolt pressed on me. Higher risk, higher reward. What kind of spoils would such a powerful creature drop? 3 different colored orbs of light scattered around its body. I gathered them and checked each. The first was book-shaped. Flesh Accumulation Skill Book. Purple Transcendent. Grants flesh accumulation requirement constitution above 50, or a recovery-type talent or innate constitution above 10, with the note that forcing its use couldn't guarantee what I'd turn into. The skill, passive, each kill could absorb the creature's flesh essence to raise all attributes except spirit, once per day. Active wall of flesh envelops self in a flesh aura that blocked all damage from all sources. Value constitution divided by 3, 3 seconds, 10-second cooldown. Brother Pudge, you were my good brother. I hadn't expected Pudge's signature to be the first loot, a skill that grew indefinitely with an active that could block any damage, even noble true damage that ignored armor and magic resistance. When Aisha's armor-piercing round had hit the wall, even that had been weakened. I didn't assign the book yet and went on. Pudge's hook, special equipment offhand, blue excellent, strength above 20 required, attached skill chain that threw a chain to entangle a target and drag it in front of me, with the note to mind the strength comparison or get pulled over instead. The third item was a thick book with bold lettering, Necromancy Essentials on the Creation of Stitched Monsters. Readable, spirit above 10 required, 12 hours of reading for a chance to comprehend the method of creating stitched monsters. I was stunned. It really was a book meant for reading. From the description, it needed deep understanding and a foundation, not the system shortcut a skill book or blueprint offered. No one in our group could read it. Silently, I put it back into my pack, already earmarked for tomorrow's mutation. After the kill, the space went silent again, only the holy lightstone's steady glow. I asked Martin its purpose. He didn't hold back, said the light temple's holy water gained healing and purifying power by being soaked in the holy lightstone, and that the stone could be inlaid into equipment to imbue holy light power. The 2 most common uses. I asked whether anyone could take the holy lightstone away without prematurely opening the rift. His smile froze. Then he answered that it was possible if someone proficient in holy light could replace it and continuously suppress the rift around the clock. I dismissed the idea immediately. 3 or 4 days remained and Martin was too important to leave babysitting a stone. The time read past 1, more than half the day gone. The underground space fully explored. I called the team out for territory rest. After an intense battle, everyone was exhausted. Just as I was about to leave, I remembered the undead believers couldn't be harvested because their race was human. The stitched monster wasn't human. I went back. The moment my hand touched the flesh, a system prompt agreed, Stitched monster Pudge's corpse blue, harvestable. I chose to harvest. The corpse turned into white light and disappeared, leaving an item. Stitched monster's soul essence, blue excellent, carries the soul power of a stitched monster. Can create more, can also be purified into a pure soul essence to improve the aptitude of low aptitude units, with a friendly note that it saw me. I sighed at how the light orbs had nearly led me to miss it. Soul essence improving aptitude meant the subjects I painstakingly cultivated wouldn't fall behind because of bad rolls. My early investment wouldn't be wasted. I asked Martin if he could purify it. I wasn't planning to keep this essence to create a stitched monster. Who knew how long I'd wait for someone who could read that book? Besides, my territory was blessed by holy light and favored by nature. No place for evil things like that. Martin said the power of holy light clashed with his soul essence and currently he couldn't perfectly purify it without losing its power. Currently meant possible later, I asked. At least until he reached level 30. I told him he was well informed and asked for other methods. Martin pondered, then suggested placing it in the moon well to purify with the power of the moon goddess. I was delighted. I'd asked casually and he'd actually had a solution. I let everyone out of the mural space and closed the mural behind us. To prevent the creatures on the other side from coming over early, I'd reluctantly given up a precious extraordinary gem. Nothing must go wrong here in these 92 hours. The way back was uneventful. By 1:30 we were back in the territory enjoying the bonfire. 3.5 hours before dark. The smell of meat already drifted from the dining hall. I laid the spoils out and considered distribution. Make the best use of everything, I muttered. Giving to villagers was like using it myself. None of the rare items on the ground were for me. Flesh accumulation went to Fenrir first. I wanted it, a lifesaver that grew infinitely, but it would be a long time before I met the conditions. Didn't fit my best use principle. Besides me, only Fenrir and Martin met the requirements. And what kind of life-saving skill did a backline holy priest need? Fenrir's self-healing matched perfectly. He thanked me, fanatical that he could master an extraordinary great skill in his lifetime. The system reported his loyalty up to 99, marked diehard, with the note that diehard subordinates would not easily betray me and would regard my commands above all else. The prompt made me curious what 100 was. Aisha showed no apparent difference. Martin at 65 was already obedient. I dropped it. Pudge's hook went to Fenrir too. Even less controversial. He was excited beyond reason. In his view, he contributed the least and was getting most of the gains, like a lying down winner voted MVP. He told me he didn't deserve it. I told him to take it. This was for the territory's development. He swore everything for me and the territory. I looked at Martin. He'd played the biggest role, and although someone of his strength might not care for spoils, the formalities had to be observed. As I drafted words in my head, the signs of manipulation and grand promises were too obvious. Martin was a holy priest who could outplay him in the game of faith. I deleted the script and told him this time it was all thanks to him. He thanked me for the praise, then asked to borrow the Stitched Monsters book. Very interested. I handed over the book with a strange expression, evil aura pouring off it. He said he knew it was the Necromancy Essentials, and took it directly. I warned him not to purify it, since I still had use for it, though I added he didn't need to worry. I wouldn't study evil power. He told me I was mistaken, power made no distinction between good and evil. And not to worry, he was just looking. Hearing that from a holy priest felt odd, but I relaxed. I didn't want a fanatic in my territory who'd purify this and that. Speaking of purification, I almost forgot. I went to a moon well, took out the soul essence, sank it to the bottom. No reaction, but the well's mystical properties only appeared at night, and Martin had said elemental conflict meant time. I went to the dining hall to eat. Chewing tiger meat, my mind was on the map I'd taken from the Black Robe Believer. I thought it would resemble the Grey Robe map at most as an integrated version, but one look shocked me. This wasn't a surface map. All the areas marked were underground, a subterranean network of this region. I even found the iron mine I'd occupied on day 2. If the map was accurate, that mine might not be so simple. On the map, near my mine sat another underground space clearly labeled Manastone Mine. Manastone. With this, my portable heat sources could finally show their worth. I wolfed lunch and set off again with the 3. I traveled the road to the mine many times by now and was familiar with it. Soon we arrived. I motioned for everyone to spread out and search for entrances to the underground. After a full half hour, all 3 reported back, no other entrance found. The only way down was through the mine I'd already occupied. Puzzled, I suddenly thought of the Believer's gathering place. That had been a hidden world too. Could my mine have another secret? At the familiar mine, I told everyone my guess. I called Ji-Sam and Ji-Sa over too, who'd been mining here for 2 days and were the most familiar, and asked if there were any anomalies. I didn't expect much. If there was anything serious, I'd have already known. Ji-Sam stammered that he'd discovered some anomalies this morning while mining. Seeing my displeasure, he quickly added that he was planning to report it tonight on return. No concealment intended. I told him not to let it happen again. In future, any abnormal situation must be reported immediately. Then I told him to lead the way. Time was pressing, so I called back the scattered mercenary group and followed Ji-Sam deeper. It was an abandoned tunnel, the end blocked by rubble. Ji-Sam said he'd heard a sound from the other side once, scared him to death. I waved him back to work, and at my signal Fenrir stepped forward. After his confirmation, the tunnel did connect to another. Ji-Sam returned with Ji-Sa, swinging pickaxes and sweating. As the next strike landed, a cold wind came from the other side. Then a system prompt arrived. Newbie protection period prompt. I was about to enter a dangerous area of the Manastone Mine, occupied by 2 major underground races, and once I entered I'd be attacked by both sides. Suggested challenge level 15. A dangerous area suggested level 15. I waited. Combined with the Believer's gathering place, the challenge level was what was needed to clear the area, not the level of every creature inside. Passive attack stitched monsters probably weren't counted. The 5-level jump was actually a qualitative leap from tier 0 to tier 1. The stitched monster proved that. Our bullets were spent, Fenrir's ultimate had been used, our combat power was weakened, and gains hadn't been digested yet. Only Martin was in good condition, but I didn't know if the underground races were undead. Still, the mine looked far larger on the map than the Believer's gathering place. No way to fully explore today. No risk of meeting the strongest creatures. I decided to explore the periphery and clear small monsters. Let's take a look, I waved. Fenrir, with a tank's self-awareness, was first through the gap. His voice came back. No danger found. I stepped in with Aisha and Martin. The mine had been abandoned a long time. Dim, only bright light from the path behind us. Martin, I said, and a ball of light hovered up, his illumination spell. Fenrir had night vision, and had already spotted something on the wall. A mana device. Mana mining lamp. Mana tool. Simple device. 1 mana stone supports it for 3 months. Abandoned for at least 3 months by the description, I approached and touched the mana stone in the lamp, and it turned to powder. I retracted my judgment. This iron was more than 3 months old, at least 30 years. After recruiting Martin, I'd asked about mana stones. Depleted ones didn't crumble like this. This was the power of time. The rust on the lighting device proved it. The mine had scattered things on the ground. Rails, mine carts, mana stones. The carts were dilapidated and lying down. A few mana stones around them dust-covered. Only the rails were covered in mysterious patterns and a faint glow circulated through them, resisting time's erosion. I packed the minecarts into my pack, repairable with iron at the blacksmith. Intact minecarts were quite useful. I didn't expect a network where carts ran automatically, but even polar people pushing stone-loaded carts would be good. I mobilized everyone to pick up the scattered carts and mana stones. Counted up, the harvest was abundant. Just by picking up trash, I had 11 mana stones and 7 damaged carts. The rails were embedded and unmovable, but once I cleared out the mine and could mine mana stones, the rails would come into use. Let's keep moving forward. The space connected to 7 or 8 other tunnels, and I picked one at random. Fenrir led, the rest followed. To avoid getting lost on the way back, his shadow wolf urinated in place. Walking and marking like that, before long a quiet rustle came from up ahead. A dungeon rat demon. Fenrir and the shadow wolf shared vision in a small range. We approached. The source was 2 creatures with rat heads and human bodies, like large rats magnified several times, walking upright. From perennial subterranean existence, the rat demons were less than a meter tall, with slender limbs perfect for narrow shafts. Their smell was sharp. The moment we approached, they bolted into the depths and vanished. Fenrir, night vision, gave chase. He returned holding 2 corpses, reporting he had not failed me. No harvestable prompt appeared. I wondered if the system didn't provide collection for humanoid or somewhat intelligent creatures. As Fenrir tossed the bodies, a stone rolled out, a mana stone with clear teeth marks. I couldn't sit still. These rat demons gnawed mana stones, and I'd long considered this vein my own. Encroachment on my private property. Quicken the pace, I told them. I couldn't imagine how many more were gnawing through the sprawling mine. We accelerated but kept the team together. No scattering for efficiency. Aisha killed a rat demon level 4, 10 experience. Fenrir killed one level 6, 15, both leveled to 7. I checked the time, 4 in the afternoon, and had a plan. About time to withdraw, half an hour back to the iron mine and a bit more to the territory. I called the team to clear the battlefield, and decided to return tomorrow. 41 mana stones from the rat demons. The rat demons we'd encountered were level 4 through 8, easy mowing, partly because the map let me avoid main shafts in large spaces. The group followed the shadow wolf back. As we approached the iron mine, my tense heart relaxed. Only rat demons so far, but the protection prompt had said 2 underground races inhabited this mine. A wolf howl came from nearby. Damn it, I cursed. The shadow wolf leading the way had been attacked, in stealth mode the first time it had been detected. Yesterday the wolf had walked face to face past a level 10 believer without being detected. Fenrir stood beside me looking very serious and reminded me that this was definitely a formidable enemy, the wolf, and he had lost contact. I knew this couldn't be avoided. We had to face it head on, unless I wanted to spend the night in the mine. We bypassed the last shaft and returned to the initial mine. The room was empty, only the shadow wolf lay disemboweled in a pool of blood. My heart sank. Had it already retreated, or I suddenly shifted my feet a bit closer to Aisha. Feeling her faint natural fragrance, the thorns on my back lessened considerably. My heart calmed. A creature hidden in the shadows whose killing intent I could perceive couldn't be that strong. What was there to be afraid of? Dragging this out wouldn't work. I gave Fenrir a meaningful look. He understood, slowed his steps, and fell a few meters behind us 3. The presence in the dark was patient, still. Just as Aisha and I and Martin passed through the passage and returned to the original iron mine, the hidden hunter finally moved. The ground suddenly cracked open and sharp rock spikes shot up from underground like blades. Fenrir had no time to react. His body propelled violently upward into midair. A creature resembling a scarab beetle, sharp bone spurs covering its limb joints, followed close, 2 forelimbs swinging in a cross at Fenrir in midair. Since we'd been the bait exposing a weakness, we were prepared. Fenrir activated his newly acquired flesh wall, endured the rock spikes without serious injury, retained enough strength in midair to keep his throat and head out of the kill zone. When he landed heavily, Aisha's arrow arrived. The arrow, carrying the full power of a 3-second charge, cut through flying dust and accurately struck the beetle's compound eye. I had no weapon and could only watch from the side, but I wasn't too nervous. This was only a level 10 elite, and a creature skilled in assassination, not sustained combat. Dungeon beetle, level 10. Insectoid, elite, green excellent, strength 19, agility 34, constitution 29, spirit 25. Talent perception that detected cloaked targets within a 3-meter radius. Skills earth spike, retaliation, burrow. Earth spike condensed rock spikes that pierced and threw the target into the air with stun on landing. Retaliation entered stealth, increased movement speed, and doubled the damage of the breaking attack. Burrow could go underground and quickly restore status. The key was preventing escape. With both stealth and burrow, this thing was too mobile, and beyond the loot loss, its skills were a fatal threat to the polar people mining. The whole territory's development would slow. This dungeon beetle had to die today. Subordinates obeyed. Fenrir sprang up with a carp flip, let out a howl that triggered wolf howl, and charged the spiky beetle hand to hand. With Fenrir engaging, Aisha charged in peace. 1 second, 2, 3, Sensing the rising killing intent, the beetle shoved Fenrir away and jabbed both forelimbs into the ground. Earth Spike. But the target wasn't Fenrir, the spike pierced straight at Aisha. As it was about to send her flying, she shifted her feet and dodged. A flicker of joy in the beetle's compound eyes. Dodging didn't matter. What it wanted was the moment. Its forelimbs thrashed and dug a passage. As it was about to burrow and escape, an arrow pierced the air. Moving shot, Aisha could maintain a charged shot even in motion. The 4-second charged arrow carried terrifying destruction and shot into its head. Dark green blood gushed. Even so, the insect's vitality kept it swaying, trying to submerge. I was helpless, Aisha out of reach, Martin indifferent. Fenrir exerted his strength. The grappling hook on his right arm shot out and entangled the beetle. Heavily wounded, it was powerless and was dragged in front of him. His left claw plunged into the head, pulverizing the brain. Killed Dungeon Beetle level 10. 50 experience. I let out a sigh of relief. It almost got away. The time, 11 minutes until nightfall. I ran to the corpse. The beetle dropped no light clusters, only collection. Spiky forelimb 2, Dungeon Beetle egg 6, carapace 1, meat 18. Time was tight. I stuffed everything into my pack to examine later. Then I reblocked the passage between the iron mine and the mana stone mine and rushed back to the territory. Time 1706, ambient negative 57, the world tree standing out across the vast white in the distance. Almost there. My first time outside the territory after nightfall. After dark, the temperature plummeted. In 5 or 6 minutes, it had dropped from negative 34 to negative 57, and now negative 58. If not for the level ups, the thick tiger fur coat, and Martin's holy light protection, I'd have turned into an ice pop. The polar people were more cold accustomed, but only by day. After nightfall, they were already trembling. Fenrir had the highest physique and said he could last another 10 minutes. Ice crystals had formed on Aisha's eyelashes, hands clasped to her chest, freezing too. Martin's robe had cold-resistant properties and showed no visible effect. Hunting at night was beyond me at this stage. Even with the portable heat source coming, it could lift negative 30 to negative 10, but couldn't lift negative 60 to negative 40. Night hunting needed leveling up first. Stronger physique, then environment wouldn't matter. The Lord is back. The Lord is back. Cheers came from afar, interrupting my thoughts. Outside the territory, G-Il and several polar people were eagerly waiting. They were the ones who least wanted anything to happen to me. A good lord wasn't easy to find. And after finally getting full meals and meat every day, they didn't want to go back to hard times. Back in the territory, I wished I could dunk myself in the bonfire. Nearly 10 minutes by the fire and I finally recovered. While waiting for dinner, I checked the beetle spoils. The egg first. Dungeon beetle egg, blue excellent. Can hatch a dungeon beetle, the note saying place in warm underground areas with earth elemental crystals to increase the success rate. My eyes lit up. Crowd control, stealth, life-saving. The insect race matured extremely quickly. A successful hatch meant near immediate combat force. Unlike that thing, I muttered, glancing at the constant temperature box still incubating the shadow tiger egg with no signs of life after nearly 2 days. I went to the nursery, dug a small hole a few dozen centimeters deep, placed the 6 insect eggs and 1 primary earth elemental crystal in. We'd see which hatched first. The forelimbs could craft daggers, but I had no high-level blueprints, and standard weapons would waste them. Same for the carapace. Possibly stealth equipment with a skilled blacksmith. Both went into storage. The meat I'd try tonight. Time for a change from tiger. G-Il, extra meal tonight. I called the captain over and handed him the beetle meat. Then I went to the market. The Moonwell water I'd listed was still popular. 5 portions for basic resources had sold out. My Moonspring water purchased 195 wood after fee, another for 97 stone, the rest for blueprints and rare items, and people frantically PMing. I opened one. Hey, what a coincidence. Han Zheng. Once I'd replied to a private message, I'd keep receiving messages from that sender. Han Zheng was anxious. His messages came in a flurry. My tiger meat was really effective. I wasn't telling the truth. Did I still have Moonspring water? The item was precious. Why didn't I raise the price? If I didn't want to ruin my reputation, he could be the bad guy and pay a 20% premium at 360 wood per unit, as much as I had. 30%, his lowest healing items would become common and lose value. Then begging me to stop the silent treatment. To make light wound healing potion, he'd lost his house, his family ruined by him. My Moonspring water more effective and cheaper was killing him. Then admitting defeat and begging me to raise the price. I thought, is he under that much pressure? Why is he acting like a lunatic? I checked the market's transaction records for the main materials. Han Zheng had bought them in bulk yesterday at an average of 300 wood, and the light wound healing potion had sold 12 bottles at an average of 180. Alright, you were the true king of charity, but had the market saturated this fast? I'd only listed single-digit units against nearly 10,000 lords, and these were consumables. Unless there was a competitor, I entered the keyword healing in the market. Several pages popped up. Bandage, bandage, bandage. I understood. Bandages plus Moonspring water had locked the price. The potion was middle, quick on minor injuries, only alleviating severe. Severe injury people went for Moonspring water. Minor injury people used bandages. Still a market but no monopoly. Served him right. I switched to private chat and typed "call me daddy." Han Jung replied in less than a second. "Daddy. Hey, good evening, obedient son." He asked. Now that we were family, where had my moonspring water come from and how much did I have left? Could he afford it? I told him he was too late. It was all gone. I added in my mind, "Today's is gone." "Gone. I don't believe you," he muttered, but sent that he looked forward to our next cooperation. Han Jung immediately modified his 3 bottles, raising the price from 90 stone or 30 iron or 2 primary elemental crystals to 130 stone or 50 iron or 3. He told himself he didn't care true or false. He'd raise the price as a sign of respect. His move. My turn. As night fell, most lords were idle and sensitive to market fluctuations. In the regional channel, someone had already noticed. "Han Jung, you greedy merchant, still raising prices. Just wait for Great God Gang Yu's moonspring water tomorrow." What if he doesn't list tomorrow? Could Han Jung have inside info? "Quick, Gang Yu, will there be moonspring water tomorrow?" Han Jung looked at the chat and smiled, then bought 1 stone from the market for 100 wood. The rhythm was orchestrated by him paying someone to lead. If I didn't respond, his potions could sell at a high price. If I did, he'd at least know I still had stock. I didn't know about Han Jung's many schemes. I was happily picking blueprints. Recipe for spicy rabbit meat. White common, after use grants the dish. Recommended for those with cooking skills. Effect depending on ingredients and skill. With the spice list calling for rabbit meat, chili, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, white sugar, and clear water with rabbit meat and chili essential. After consumption, the dish increased cold resistance for 30 minutes and granted constitution +1. Good, eating spicy to resist the cold. I'd take it. Fine iron arrow production blueprint was good too. Although I didn't use them much, my advanced bow used invisible arrows, but selling finished arrows was always more profitable than dumping raw iron. The last was the high-priced skill book. Explosive Fireball skill book, green excellent. Requirement spirit at least 10. After charging 3 seconds, released an explosive fireball dealing 220% spell damage, with a 5-second burning effect of 20% spell power per second. Cooldown 48. Mana cost 50. Strong, but the requirement was high for current lords, and I exchanged 5 units of moonspring water plus a shadow tiger egg for it. Both sides satisfied. The seller got resources plus a pet egg, better than the skill book. For me, 5 units was a few hours of production, and Aisha had said the egg's aura was weak. Only a pet if hatched, otherwise food. Huge profit too. I learned the skill immediately. No mutating tomorrow. Mutations were unstable. The medical kit had turned into a recruitment scroll. 10 spirit, my attributes just hit 10.04 with the level ups and board's powers 13%. Lost explosive fireball skill book. Gain skill explosive fireball. 2 free slots remaining. Next, verify my hypothesis. Almost certainly combo could trigger spells, but facts had to speak. I pulled out the white grade staff and focused. Explosive fireball lit and dimmed on my panel. Something drained continuously from inside me. A scorching aura began to condense at the staff's tip. Out of the corner of my eye, a phantom formed beside me, its staff also condensing. 3 seconds later, 2 orange-red basketball-sized fireballs formed. The 2 flew forward at moderate speed, and I muttered whether they could even hit anyone, but the next second both reached max range and exploded midair. Flames sprayed outward in a ring, and even from nearly 30 meters away I felt a scorching gust. The snow at the explosion melted instantly, steam rising, dirt flying. I took back what I'd said. Explosive fireball lived up to its name, 10-meter kill zone at least. The terrifying power left me with mixed feelings. Spells could combo and the destruction was great. But if a low-level spell had this power, what about later? What about my subordinates after 1 spell? Killing 1,000 at the cost of 800 of my own. If I didn't understand, ask. Native mages must have a solution. Martin, I said, I have a question. He pondered, then said this involved a new concept, skill mastery. He explained that although skill books gave us skills directly, they were fixed, rigid as a predetermined program. The fireball I'd just cast required a 3-second chant I couldn't skip, and I couldn't control range, power, cooldown. I controlled only when to cast in the target. He paused. A dazzling holy light appeared in his hand, transformed into a sword, and slashed at me. I felt only a slight burning sensation and a faint sting. Truly top-tier powerhouses had mastered their skills, could use them at will, no harming teammates, just like the holy light punishment he just used. His words opened a door for me. I asked whether all skills had mastery, including passives, including Fenrir's flesh accumulation. All should. He said he didn't know what flesh accumulation would gain at full mastery, but he speculated flesh wall could achieve partial protection, reduced energy loss, enhanced local strength. In gaming terms, increased defense, reduced cooldown, increased duration, even on-off at will. The question I cared about most, how does one truly master a skill? Martin had a draft ready. This was a domain only heroes began to access. Even he was just starting. For now, I could only use the dumb way, use it more often. The skillbook had already engraved the essence of the skill onto my soul. The dumb way I understood. Practice. I had plenty of time and the long night was perfect, but groundwork first. I checked mana. 151 of 200, several minutes since the cast and I'd recovered only 1 point. The natural rate was too slow. I went to the market and filtered by mana and recovery. Empty. Better to make than buy. I modified the note under my listed Moonspring water, seeking rare blueprints, materials, and items. Urgently need potion blueprints or items providing mana recovery. Mage skill books also discussable. The confidence of holding a dominant market position. While eating, I opened the market. I plan to acquire some basic resources. Plenty of mana stones today, but portable heat sources also needed primary fire elemental crystals, and dungeon beetle hatching needed primary earth crystals, possibly more than 1 or 2, so stocking up. Lost Iron 5 gained primary fire elemental crystal 1, paid 2 wood handling fee. Lost Wood 120, gained 1 fire crystal, paid 6 wood. After a series of trades, my fire crystals reached 28 and earth 16. The market's elemental crystals were almost entirely bought out by me. Should be enough for now. I closed the market and went to the crafting table to start manually crafting portable heat sources. A flash of light, materials gone. Manufacturing in progress, 11 minutes 58 seconds. After the countdown, lost 3 iron, 1 mana stone, 1 primary fire elemental crystal, gained 1 portable heat source. I toyed with the Iron Man chest reactor-like item, marveling at the system. Red patterns and a black mana stone embedded. I attached it and pressed activation. Heat swept through my whole body, walking in large movements didn't affect it. Comfortable. I switched off. This thing consumed 1 mana stone a day at full power. I'd make 3 more, 12 minutes each. The polar people could wait. I had to practice tonight too. Nearly an hour later, I had 4 portable heat sources. 1 extra. I messaged Tan Chungu through private chat. Brother Tan, list any wood for sale. He was in public channel, saw the PM, obeyed. Lord Gang Yu wants to exchange 1 portable heat source and 3 mana stones for 1 wood. Do you agree? He'd already found mana stones. Tan Chungu was inwardly shocked. Only one day I'd acquired something he hadn't even heard of, and I was giving him 1 for free. He declined, told me he wasn't worthy. I told him to take it. With this, his exploration range expanded, and if he found blueprints, he didn't need later to remember me. He thanked me as Brother Gang and said he wouldn't be polite. Lost 1 portable heat source and 3 mana stones, gained 1 wood, paid 15 wood handling fee. Surprisingly high, I estimated it was a system limit on strong individuals helping weaker ones excessively. I started organizing the day's work. Tomorrow's warmth solved. The territory expanded after the level 3 bonfire and the 4th and 5th moon wells were arranged. Today's resources tallied, trades handled. Oh, right, dungeon beetle. I went back to the nursery, redug the incubation spot, and placed 5 more primary earth elemental crystals at once. 6 eggs, 6 crystals reasonable. My gaze fell on the constant temperature box. If this shadow tiger didn't hatch soon, it would only ever be raised as a kitten. If you don't come out, I'll stew you. I tapped the box in threat. Time to begin the long night life. I walked to the world tree, picked all the ice crystal fruit before leaving. A long night needed adjustments. When I entered World Tree Room 000, Aisha had been training there a long time. She stopped and bowed. I was curious. I hadn't called her. She explained she'd also heard Martin's skill proficiency talk. Deep determination in her clear eyes, words she hadn't spoken. She was the first warrior under the Lord, but in 2 days the Lord had gained 2 more. And even Fenrir, originally weaker, was now stronger. As royalty of the Silver Moon Elves, she had pride. She could not allow herself to fall behind my pace. Storm infused her body. Her speed reached its limit. Wind step. At high speed, she drew the bow and notched an arrow, holding without firing. Charge shot. Use it often, practice diligently, Martin's words. Room 000 was extremely spacious, plenty for several practitioners. She was diligent. I was happy to let her be. I watched a while and began my own practice. After a few explosive fireballs, I gained nothing except tiring myself. But I wasn't discouraged. Practice took more than a day. I was only level 4, only 10 spirit. Accumulated experience might yield more later. After exhausting mana, I sat cross-legged, admiring the beauty beside me. Glad Aisha was with me, otherwise waiting for mana would be agonizing. Cast, wait, cast, wait. After dozens of repetitions, a dizzy spell hit. Excessive mental exertion. Casting consumed mana and mental energy too. The system's help limited my control to target selection, but dozens still added up at my spirit. Aisha was full of vigor, though her coat was off and sweat dripped. Training wasn't easy for her either. Rest early, good night, Aisha. I went back to my room but didn't fall asleep immediately, my mind racing about tomorrow's mutation, the Mana Stone mine, with the Shadow Tiger and Beetles hatch. Dawn, day 4. I was awakened by a system announcement. In view of the fact that all surviving lords had completed a kill, the territory ranking was activated. This was a regional ranking. Settlement on the night the novice protection period ended. The territory ranking comprehensively evaluated population, resources, buildings, combat power, and the Lord's personal strength. Settlement rewards: 4th through 10th got a green tier 1 recruitment scroll, plus green building blueprint, plus green self-selected weapon gift box. 2nd and 3rd got blue versions. 1st got purple. I skipped to the live leaderboard. 1st, Gang Yu, 191,400. 2nd, Hanzhong, 202. 3rd, Boji Hyun, 168. Overwhelming crushing. I didn't look further. The gap was too large. My world tree was the most extreme growth potential bid in the region. As long as I didn't die, first place was already firmly mine. The chat erupted with a mix of awe and disbelief. Ko Yang-soo told everyone to skip the rewards and look at the regional first place. Tong Jinwoo called it outrageous and complained he only had 32. Ku Chunbong quoted my entry with a poetic line about gazing at the moon in a well. Hyung-do said he hadn't seen anyone higher. Tang Jingyo said heroes of the world were as numerous as carp crossing the river, and the World Channel still had 4-digit and 5-digit territories. Gang Jinwoo griped that people on the World Channel didn't believe it and insisted we were lying. I had nothing to do with the clamor. I was already by the bonfire beginning today's mutation. The first item, the Militia Training Manual. Unstable mutation taking effect. The Militia Training Manual undergoing positive mutation. My item Militia Training Manual mutated into Beginner Elemental Spell Insight. Today's positive count 0. Today's unstable count 2. Spell Insight. My first thought was speechlessness, not joy. Could I understand it? Could I even use this thing? Although I could freely cast Explosive Fireball, that was entirely based on a skill book. I hoped it wasn't like that. I checked. Beginner Elemental Spell Insight. Purple Transcendent. A one-time consumable recording a legendary expert's research on several low-level spells including Fireball, Explosive Fireball, Chain Fireball. After use, randomly optimizes the model of one spell skill, limited to beginner spells. With the note, with Fireball in hand, the world is mine. What kind of mage are you if you can't cast Fireball? My actions stirred a storm in Martin. What kind of ability changed the essence of an item? He noticed my casualness and Aisha and Fenrir's accustomedness, which meant the Lord's ability had been demonstrated before, not a one-time thing. His perpetually smiling face stiffened slightly. Martin's loyalty up to 68. I didn't pay attention. The reason I mutated in front of subordinates was to show off. I used the insight directly. It transformed into a ray of light and entered my body. Lost Beginner Elemental Spell Insight. My Explosive Fireball was optimized. Charging time 3 to 2 seconds. Damage 220 to 280%. Cooldown 48 to 30 seconds. Mana 50 to 40. All-around enhancement, worthy of a legendary mage's insight. Unstable mutation taking effect. Ice Crystal Fruit undergoing random mutation. My item Ice Crystal Fruit mutated into Ice Crystal Fruit Tree. Today's positive 0, today's unstable 1. Rejuvenation. An egg becoming a chicken that lay eggs. Divine Doctor. I put the sapling away very satisfied. In one day yesterday, the territory had consumed nearly 30 meat. Plans changed, the third mutation target also changed. Unstable mutation. Ice Crystal Fruit randomly mutating. Ice Crystal Fruit mutated into Primary Ice Element Crystal. Today's positive 0, today's unstable 0. Mutating into the same item indeed had a very low probability. Since it was possible, I'd consider mutating Ice Crystal Fruit for the next few random mutations. Cheerful, I began final preparations. The nursery received the new Ice Crystal Fruit tree. The 5 Moon Wells overnight moonspring water was collected and listed. 2 polar people to guard, the rest with me. Today we'd clear the Mana Stone mine. The newly listed moonspring water set off a fresh wave in the chat, as the leaderboard's carrot motivated lords to accelerate. Tang Jin Woo announced Gang Shin had put moonspring water back. Oh Lee, we cursed those who'd claimed last night that I was out so he'd bought broken potions at high price. Oh Hanmo whooped that with moonspring water he could finally slay the snow wolf lurking near his territory. Seo Jisung envied his old brother for being one step fast and maybe earning his moonspring water money back on the ranking. Then Ju Gang, a bunch of idiots, sold out and still counting money for the seller. Seo Jisung asked what he meant. Ju Gang replied literally, my territory score was so far ahead because the whole area was supporting me. Oh Hanmo asked where the clown had come from. Seo Jisung shot back that every area had a first place. Did Ju Gang care to compare with those? And even without me, their region had Han Zhong. Could Ju Gang afford his healing potion prices? Han Zhong, spectating, felt speechless to find himself the topic. He just digested the news I'd likely keep producing moonspring water, given up competing with me, decided to bravely strive for second, and wondered who was brave enough to confront me. Ju Gang, flamed in chat, had a grim expression. He was my university classmate. They'd had a falling out, he'd held a grudge ever since. After graduation, he'd secretly kept an eye on me, fearing I'd do better. After the transmigration, damn it, was I that successful? He'd verified through my statements that it was the same Gang Yu. When the leaderboard came out, his mentality exploded. He had to ruin me. He typed in analysis. That moonspring water was an elven building. That with 3 days of increasing listings, he speculated I'd inherited an elven territory, and called for everyone to find my territory and kill me to claim it. Claiming my rating was high, but my strength wasn't, just potential. Han Hyung cited the newbie protection period and called him a verified clown. Seo Jisung reminded him I sold blue tiger meat and asked if he'd lost his mind. Oh Hanmo said by the time protection ended, my strength would have grown massively, and he hoped I'd spare his life. And Tang Jinwoo declared he was willing to give up his lord status to farm in my territory. The reactions were within Ju Gang's expectations. He didn't expect anyone to actually seize my territory. He just wanted to cause trouble and annoy me. and he planned to push this on the World Channel daily too. By then I'd arrived at the Mana Stone Mine. G.Il, you lead your men and mine iron ore here first. After we clear the monsters inside, you can bring them into mine. And don't forget to add firewood to the bonfire. I instructed and led Aisha and the others back into the passage. The tunnel the dungeon beetles had dug was still there. The shadow wolf corpse is gone with only streaks of blood on the ground. I frowned slightly. Did another creature come by? I didn't think much of it. We were pushing through this mine today. Who cared? Fenrir led the way and we walked deep. Path clear until the unexplored area from yesterday. A fork ahead. Long dim tunnel. Hard to see. Fenrir stopped and looked back at me, waiting for my decision. Fenrir, your shadow wolf companion should have been resummoned, right? He nodded, knew what I wanted. A wolf howl summoned 2 shadow wolves which separately entered the 2 tunnels. A moment later, Fenrir reported, the left path led to a dead end. The right path, he estimated, was the dungeon beetle's lair. The companion who went there had unfortunately met with misfortune again, anger in his voice. As a beastman, as a werewolf, he regarded the wolves he summoned as companions. Now someone had cruelly killed his companions. Damned dungeon beetles. He'd subconsciously overlooked that it was the Lord who'd sent them to scout and die. I had a premonition the left path might not be a true dead end either, but since the right tunnel was already clear, we'd go right first. Let's go. After he finished, Fenrir eagerly squeezed in, the rest followed. The tunnel was narrow at first, just a person wide, but widened deeper in. We could see scattered minecarts, discarded pickaxes, damaged tracks on both sides. With trash to pick up, I wouldn't let the chance pass. Before setting out, I'd emptied my pack except for moonspring water and beetle meat for emergencies. Plenty of space. I packed minecarts, pickaxes, ores, all of it. Obtained broken minecart 2, iron ore 42, mana stone 19, mithril ore 1, stone 62. What pleased me was that this mine actually had mithril coexisting. Mithril, ore, high-grade metal. Adding some when crafting equipment improves quality. Mithril, high-grade metal. I exclaimed inside that I'd made a huge profit and wished I could clean up this mine right now and start excavating immediately. Walking with Fenrir like this, I picked up about 7 waves of scattered resources. Rich harvest. Even the longest tunnel had an end and Fenrir stopped. The space ahead became extremely wide, like a temporary gathering place, with many other tunnels connecting to this spot. I increased vigilance further. Dungeon beetles could be invisible. Lord, Fenrir said, my wolf companion lost contact right ahead. The group continued forward. No more minecarts or tracks, only the ubiquitous tunnels dug by dungeon beetles. We could be attacked any moment. I became increasingly vigilant. Would have stuck to Aisha like glue if I weren't worried about her mobility. Soon the main target, at the end of the cave, a dungeon beetle twice as large as yesterday's, lying on the ground sound asleep. Traces of blood around its mouth. Dungeon beetle level 15. Elite, blue excellent, talent perception, strength 66, agility 72, constitution 58, spirit 49, skills dig, revenge, spike shell actively activated barbs to reflect 100% of the next incoming attack. Our approach wasn't quiet, but the beetle had dominated this mine for a long time and was extremely relaxed. It wasn't until Aisha raised Heaven's Grace and began charging, and I began chanting explosive fireball, that the beetle realized madmen had trespassed. The astonishing threat startled it from sleep and pressure surged toward me. We ignored Spike Shell. Its greatest significance was deterrence. Many people hesitated fearing the reflection, or tried to bait it into cooldown. Logical, but the beetle wasn't a fool. What if it never used it? Then it would have wasted Spike Shell to trade for the enemy's highest damage skill. I saw the golden chains appearing on my body and decided to just go for it. The fireball went straight for the beetle, which lightly tapped its 6 legs. The fireball struck the wall behind it, missed, but bursting flames quickly enveloped the creature. The impact stirred up dust and debris and sent a heat wave across the area. At that moment, with rising dust and obstructed vision, the rifle fired. The beetle sensed the threat, couldn't dodge, decisively activated Spike Shell. Dense sharp barbs grew on its body. The next incoming attack fully reflected. A hint of triumph in its compound eyes. It was already impatient to see that elf explode into mist of blood. The next moment a faint burning came. Explosive fireball's burn had triggered Spike Shell's effect. A mournful insect cry rang out. My heart tightened. Aisha's attack had hurt it badly, but the expected counterattack didn't come. As the dust settled, the beetle was nowhere to be seen. Only a pool of dark green blood. Was it invisible? I scattered a handful of Dust of Revelation, an inexpensive counter item that attached magical dust to invisible targets in an area. We'd been prepared today after yesterday's invisible beetle, but the dust only revealed a small, thin figure, a shadow wolf. My heart sank. 2 possibilities: good news, the beetle had run. Bad news, the dust was ineffective against its invisibility. If not for the description and the wolf reveal, I'd have gone to fight the seller. This was troublesome. Life chain was limited duration, and being constantly targeted by a powerful sneak attacker wasn't good. But I had a trump card. Martin's words yesterday. Dungeon beetles existed as male and female in an area. Extremely devoted. No exceptions. I pulled 2 pieces of meat from my pack, from yesterday's beetle. My action enraged this beetle. My action enraged this beetle. A sharp blade struck from behind. The disparity in strength was so huge I couldn't react. Even Aisha couldn't react. We both watched helplessly as the foreleg landed on my back. A loud sound, a golden shield shattered. Divine Armor applies a shield to the target capable of resisting one attack, with the note that the intensity didn't exceed a full force strike from a regular level 10 elite. The shield naturally couldn't stop a level 15, and this was a vengeful strike carrying its deceased mate's will. Divine Armor offset only a small portion. The rest transferred to the other three through Life Chain. Fenrir and Martin showed no reaction. Aisha looked uncomfortable, and I was the most exaggerated, directly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. A terrifying impact sent me flying several meters. I fell heavily, another mouthful of blood. I didn't even look at the chaos, rolled over and retreated. Pulled out moonspring water, drank. That felt good. My first time drinking it myself. The effect was excellent. The severe pain dissipated by more than half. Lord, be careful. Aisha's alarmed cry came. I looked up, scalp tingling, asked if she was playing. Did she really want to kill me? Should have let Fenrir pull out that meat. The beetle, enduring attacks from Aisha and Fenrir, charged toward me to kill. I braced for impact, no way to dodge. Without Revenge's stealth bonus, the life chain distributed attack wouldn't kill me. And with Martin watching, no big problem. The beetle had eyes only for me. As it came within arm's reach, my heart was as still as water. I even thought of a famous quote from a previous life game. The best crowd control was the tank's butt. The beetle's front limbs rose high and came down. In its compound eyes, a chain wrapped around its enemy's waist. Then the enemy vanished. Cracks spiderwebbed, shattered stones flew. Its certain kill strike landed on the stone wall behind me. From behind came the scratching of arrows on carapace. Aisha had pulled me away and entangled it. Feeling deeply ashamed, it had almost harmed her lord. Fenrir released me at a distance and swiftly joined. At this point, the battle was without suspense, leaving the beetle to fight like a cornered beast. As Aisha expended Heaven's Grace's last bullet and I landed a direct hit with explosive fireball, the beetle, struggling for nearly 10 minutes, was drained and finally collapsed. As the system kill notification appeared, I let out a long breath. Although the beetle's vitality wasn't comparable to the Stitched monster, it wasn't far off. In the Stitched monster fight, Martin's holy light had suppressed regen, but here there was none. I'd finally witnessed the terror of first-order insectoid creatures. It felt like each one came with Fenrir's self-healing. Outrageous. This beetle had 4 fist-sized bullet holes, plus 2 more on its head, blood flowing everywhere, yet stubbornly refused to die. Feeling myself grow stronger again, I opened the combat log. Sure enough, leveled up. Killed Dungeon Beetle level 15, gained 500 experience, my level to 5, all attributes enhanced. Martin's level to 3. Putting away the staff, I crouched and picked up the glowing orbs. Powerful creature drops, miscellaneous monsters only provided harvest, humanoids required searching. Each orb gave a prompt. Insect Kiss Blue 1, Skillbook Spike Shell 1, Mana Stone Essence 3, Basic Earth Elemental Crystal 7. Then the corpse was harvestable, white light enveloped it. Spiked Forelimb 2, Compound Eye 2, Essence Blood 1, Carapace 1, Beetle Meat 39. Time was still early, and warmth flowed from my chest. No rush. I checked the loot first. The skill book first. Spike Shell, Blue Excellent, Master Spike Shell, Learning Requirement Insectoid, Immune to Next Damage Instance, and Fully Reflects. Cooldown 60 seconds. Note that absolute invincibility didn't exist in the Ice Age. I thought it would need Constitution so I could pass it to Fenrir. Insoidoid, but I thought of the 6 insect eggs in the nursery. The female beetle hadn't mastered this, but if the offspring inherited from their father, the book had a use. The equipment next. Insect Kiss, Dagger, Blue Excellent, Attack 59, Insectoid Swiftness Agility, plus 4, Fatal Kiss with a chance to inflict tear, Movement minus 20, Health loss while moving. With Purple Heaven's Grace as precedent, the Blue Dagger didn't surprise me. Decent stats. Its appearance made my eyes light up though. Although called a dagger, it was clearly formed from the beetle's forelimbs. Dark golden blade, long and slender like a scythe with serrated bone spur edges. Hilt wrapped in chitinous carapace, warm and smooth like living tissue. Not a dagger, a work of art. I gave it to Aisha. Fenrir's style was rugged and he preferred his claws. Aisha, your short sword should retire. The spiked forelimb might let a skilled blacksmith forge Insect Kiss with ore added. Identical name, but the females were green quality. In novels and films, females held the dominant insectoid position. Maybe not in this world. The Essence Blood next, the item I'd most looked forward to. Essence Blood again, the previous Shadow Tiger one had pushed Fenrir to a qualitative change. Dungeon Beetle Essence Blood, Purple Transcendent, source of the beetle's power, chance to grant its abilities, friendly reminder to consider physique and species. Same type as Shadow Tiger, ownership easy. The larvae about to be born in my territory were truly lucky. Everything for growth had been arranged before birth. Remaining spoils were materials and ores I didn't have much use for. Next, the biggest gain, an entire mana stone mine, unimaginable value. Once portable heat source spread, Mana Stone status would rival equivalent exchange items, and with Moonspring Water gradually getting alternatives, this mine would become my new money printer. First I had to occupy it. There were residual rat demons, but the hardest bone had been gnawed clean. Fenrir, Aisha, Martin, split up and clear rat demons in this mine. Try to occupy today also record which areas had rich veins, which were poor, which tunnels had scattered carts and ores. I sent the 3 away, returned to the bonfire and reviewed the battle. Exciting, not dangerous. With Life Chain my life wasn't in danger, but Life Chain was once a day and not conventional. Due to my exploration progress, I was constantly in high-intensity battles. I needed something normalized to protect my life, skill, or equipment, or item. Tier 1 creature's vitality was terrifying, and my teammates' output was insufficient. Once average level went up, I'd master a few more spells or recruit more elite units. Tomorrow morning the second elf should be born too. Then personal battle response and skill timing. After Aisha's guidance and demonstrations, I hadn't formed my own fighting style, but had insights, battle rhythm, and overall vision. Fenrir's chain was almost on me before I noticed earlier, a manifestation of lacking overall vision. Inappropriate. Kill notifications popped up from time to time, initially dense, then sporadic, until they completely stopped. After the system prompt for beginning occupation, I knew the Mana Stone mine was mine. The 3 returned to the bonfire and reported. Lord, I found 3 places with mining traces. Lord, this is what I found in a corner. Fenrir was lucky and handed me a treasure chest. Excellent. Not locked. I opened directly. Successfully opened the treasure chest. Excellent. Obtained Beast Taming Reins 1. Damaged Space Stone 1. Watchtower Construction Blueprint 1. The rewards made me exceptionally happy. All good things. Fenrir, well done. I checked attributes. Beast Taming Reins, special item, blue excellent, tame an unowned wild beast as mount or battle pet. Success rate 1 to 75% depending on strength and resistance. Scrapped after 3 uses max, my eyes lit up at limited uses. For me, I could use it twice and try luck with a mutation. The Shadow Tiger was hatched here, a cub from birth, wouldn't need this. Damaged Space Stone, special item, purple transcendent, used for space items requiring blueprint, or placed directly in backpack for 10 more slots, with the note that removing it would shatter it. Held in my hand it felt excellent, warm and smooth like jade, no signs of damage. 2 uses, long-term and immediate. As things stood, Fenrir, Aisha, Martin needed space backpacks too, otherwise they had to push minecarts back, but I put it directly in my backpack, plus 10 slots, live in the present. I could mutate it later when I didn't lack space, even damage didn't matter. Last was a construction blueprint. Watchtower construction blueprint, green excellent. Footprint 18 square meters. Requirements wood, 300, stone 200, any basic elemental crystal 10, mana stone 30. Enables map function and provides real-time alerts within 500 meters. Mana building consumes mana stone, so map was tied to this. Mana stone again equivalent to oil. We headed back. In an unknown world, exploring the map and gathering information were extremely important. I had enough to build a watchtower and could rest and reorganize. Back at the territory, I looked at the 20-meter tall watchtower with delight. Did it have other effects? Watchtower, special effect detection, can obtain high-energy areas within a 5-kilometer radius, excluding my territory's covered area. Active effect requires 1 mana stone. Cooldown 12 hours. Upgrade requirement Tier 1 territory, wood 500, stone 200, any basic crystal, 30, mana stone 50, iron 30, stone of true sight 1. The watchtower had an active that could directly locate powerful targets within 5 kilometers. I activated it. A mana stone embedded in the spire shattered, a ripple spread, and a red dot faintly appeared on the newly opened system map about 4 kilometers northwest. Not surprising, I'd basically cleared powerful creatures in the surrounding area in the past few days. After a short rest, I took the 3 and headed for the red dot. My afternoon plan was to expand the territory and search for powerful wild monsters. This saved searching time. The detection covered a lot of ground, and these powerful creatures had legs, so we rushed at full speed. Otherwise, this once a day might be wasted. Half an hour later, before reaching the red dot, we heard conversations through whistling wind. It's caught in the trap. Don't rush. Wear it down. Throw spears. Don't get close. Pull the chains tight. Hold on. Where's that mud swamp spell scroll? Use it. Don't be stingy. A wolfish howl. Another lord hunting, or natives. I was more inclined to believe natives. Listening to the clamor, there were at least a dozen people. I motioned for the group to investigate. We climbed over the high ground and looked at the scene below. Beside a frozen river, a group dressed in coats and wielding various weapons was attacking a terrifying giant creature, a polar bear standing 5 meters tall, like a small mountain. Even at 100 meters away, I could feel the astonishing pressure. Are the natives of this world so brave? I muttered. These natives' levels were only between 5 and 10. Only the leader was tier 1. And this polar bear was elite level 15, strength definitely not weaker than the stitched monster or dungeon beetle, perhaps stronger because more suited to the ice field. Snowfield bear, level 15, beast, elite, excellent, strength 99, agility 57, constitution 86, spirit 52, Talent brute force. When attacking or casting skills, strength judgment becomes 1.5 times original. Skills overwhelm. When strength is more than double the target's, trigger overwhelm double in damage. Divine strength can be actively activated. After activation, strength up 100%. Weakened state after. Earthquake smashes the ground for area damage and slows movement and attack. Ice crystal armor releases armor reducing physical damage taken and slowing surrounding enemies. Regardless of skills, its attributes were the highest I'd ever seen. Nearly 100 points of strength. Lived up to barbarian bear. Racial talent, terrifying. The natives had iron chains, hunting nets, vine traps, the mud swamp scroll. These methods severely restricted the bear's movements. But that was all. The group severely lacked offensive means. The weapons couldn't even harm the bear. Flying arrows landed on it only to be blocked by an invisible shield, with not even a ripple. Brothers, put in more effort. Hold on, its stamina is limited. That ice shield must have a duration. It's impossible to be heaven-defying. Brooke, Harvest, Will, you few go pull the ropes. Santos, you few take a break. A rugged-faced man commanded calmly, but his heart was full of bitterness. He somewhat regretted taking on this task. The rewards from city lords weren't easy to earn. They used all their methods and still couldn't do anything. Retreat thoughts vanished immediately. This hunt wasn't child's play. You couldn't just loosen the rod and cut the line. If he wanted to retreat, he'd still have to ask the bear's opinion. Looking at the bear's stance, if their chains and nets loosened even a little, it would pounce ferociously and tear them to shreds. Captain, the shield on that bear seems to have disappeared. After I shot that arrow just now, a light blue film on its body shattered. The leader was overjoyed. He seemed to see a huge bounty waving at him. With this money, he could retire and live a prosperous life as a farmer. His son could be sent to the city, with luck become a professional. And although unmarried, the money would make finding a beautiful wife easy. A loud noise interrupted his beautiful dream. He licked the traces on his face with his tongue. Blood. In our line of sight, the situation took a sharp turn. The bear, suppressed by the natives, suddenly erupted. Red light appeared, it tore the iron net covering it and broke free of the chains. A monstrous roar, charging into the crowd, paws flailing wildly, blood and flesh flying. A tiger entering a flock of sheep. Go, stop this barbarian bear for a bit. Don't let it kill all these people, I decisively ordered. Looking at these people's clothes and weapons and communication, their level of civilization wasn't low. With my wings gradually growing, the mere martial power they showed couldn't threaten me. Perhaps I could try to make contact, then I'd have to save a few to lead the way. Moreover, I needed this group to help me deal with the bear. Previously, I hadn't stepped in because the field was still evenly matched and my rash appearance might cause trouble. If the natives mistakenly thought I was there to steal their glory, although I didn't care, it was better avoided. While I was thinking, Fenrir and Aisha had already engaged the snowfield bear. Unlike the previous two battles with the stitched monster and dungeon beetle, this time there was no life chain, and this bear had clearly activated its ultimate. Fenrir changed his usual head-on style, standing at a distance and throwing chains, simply harassing. Seeing two powerful reinforcements, the leader wiped blood from his face and shouted to calm down. Reinforcements were here. This bear would be weak after using its burst ability. We still have traps. Lure it over. Pick up the iron nets and chains, brothers. There's still a chance. Think of our fallen brothers. Avenge them. The leader led by example, picked up a long spear and threw it toward the bear's head. The bear slightly turned its head. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of its eye, just barely breaking skin. The man wasn't surprised. The spear was only meant to attract the bear's attention and lead to the trap, coated with something that on drawing blood would cause extreme irritation. Sure enough, the bear stopped chasing Fenrir and charged straight at the leader. Although agility was far lower than strength and constitution, combined with its massive 4-meter body, it caught up by pushing off the ground with all 4 limbs. As the bear was about to crush the leader with a paw, it fell into the pre-dug trap, and the red light dissipated. Iron nets, chains, focus on attrition, don't pull hard. The prepared crowd sprang into action, repeating the tactic, confining it. From a distance I was amazed. Were these people so disciplined? In that short period after the Unchained Bear had killed nearly half of them, they'd managed to stabilize from a near rout. Keep up the attrition. This is the second time it's activated this ability. The red light flickered for a much shorter duration. The leader cheered them on while harassing with a long spear. In the subsequent battle, they were much more cautious, focusing on attrition and harassment, spontaneously handing the burden of offense to Fenrir and Aisha. Aside from the fact that the two clearly looked like strong individuals, there were many subtle intentions. Didn't they see the bear was already only fixated on them? If the trap failed later, or if the bear burst out again, those two could take the brunt. Fenrir and Aisha weren't fools and naturally saw through, but went their own way and didn't let up on attacks. The difference in strength led to a difference in perspective. If the bear escaped, Fenrir could transform and retreat, and with Aisha's wind step, the bear couldn't catch up. Martin and I from a distance stood on high ground, quietly observing this prolonged battle. Even the longest battle ended. Under the relentless efforts of dozens, the bear's struggles grew weaker, roars much lower than before. I glanced at its health bar above its head, less than 1/10 full. Seeing the time was ripe, I brought Martin to rendezvous with Fenrir and Aisha. The four stood together, 2 humans, 1 elf, 1 werewolf, a peculiar combination. The leader eyed me warily. I spoke first. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gang Yu, and these 3 are my companions. We happened to pass by. As fellow humans, we lent a hand. I didn't reveal my purpose immediately, so it's Brother Gang Yu, the man replied. He was Captain Hardy from nearby Icewind Town. Thanked me for the help. But now wasn't the time for pleasantries. Let's work together to take down this snowfield bear. This was something Lord Becker from Ice Crystal City specifically requested. Captain Hardy said it with a smile, emphasizing Ice Crystal City and Lord Becker, seemingly warning me he had backing. I ignored Captain Hardy. Who is this guy? I didn't know him. Having observed the entire battle, I had a good impression of this unusually majestic polar bear, and wanted to use my first opportunity with the beast-taming reins here, thinking how to reasonably acquire it from these people without causing ill will. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Captain Hardy exclaimed, "Oh no, this is bad. Hold on. No one is allowed to run." I turned and saw the bear's body was glowing red again. Divine power. A third time. Then only Captain Hardy charged forward. His subordinates, after the bear broke free and escaped the trap, had already scattered and fled. Discipline was one thing, but queuing up to die didn't quite reach that level of awareness. When that bear went berserk earlier, everyone also scattered, but later it fell back into the trap, so their efforts were justifiable then. Demand for obedience in a favorable battle versus an unfavorable one was incomparable. Fenrir and Aisha exchanged glances and tacitly chose not to act, protecting me and retreating. Didn't the captain who charged forward already lie on the ground, neck twisted, barely breathing? Looking at the bear's injuries, it should fall soon, why take the risk? Sure enough, a few seconds later the red light faded and its aura weakened significantly. "This bear is done for, brothers, quick," someone shouted from the scattered crowd, and then several, unable to resist the lure of the bounty, suddenly turned back, and were subsequently flattened into a pile of meat pulp. A level 15 elite, even weakened, wasn't something these sub-level 10 people could challenge. How naive. They were just sold out, I sighed. My eyesight was good, and I clearly saw the man who'd shouted retreating against the flow, already climbing onto the high ground where I'd stood, preparing to slip away. At this point, the bear might indeed have been tired. It glared fiercely at everyone, including us 4, then decisively turned and left. The 2 surviving natives had long been scared witless and clearly realized the strength gap, leaving without looking back. I didn't try to keep them. There was still one person lying on the ground. For guiding, only one was enough. This person had a high status, and I could appear as his savior. "Martin, this person is yours. Keep him alive," I instructed, then took Fenrir and Aisha after the snowfield bear. Tracks invisible, but the bloodstains made it impossible to lose. A few minutes later, we reached a cave entrance, the lair. Bloodstains ending here. I sent the invisible shadow wolf to scout. What if this bear was male and female like the dungeon beetle? Soon the wolf returned. Inside, besides the injured bear sleeping, was a much smaller one. Smaller, should be offspring. We followed the wolf in and soon found the injured bear. I took out beast taming reins and tried it on the sleeping bear. Success rate judgment, current target snowfield bear level 15. Success rate 65%. Max was 70. Yes, the reins detached and whipped through the air. A virtual progress bar appeared on the bear. The sleeping bear sensed something and unconsciously began to struggle. The bar slowed and even reversed. I felt numb. Could I be unlucky enough to hit the 35% and waste a use? Just then Aisha walked out carrying a small bear about half her height. Perhaps from her natural aura, the cub wasn't averse to the woman who'd intruded into its home. It wiggled its small feet dangling in midair and let out a soft snort. The snort reached the sleeping bear's ears. The precarious progress instantly reversed from its decline, and shortly a system prompt appeared. You have successfully tamed Snowfield Bear level 15. Your territory population increased by 5, current 60. Beast Taming Reins has 2 uses remaining. An inexplicable connection had been established between me and this bear. Amazing, otherwise a subordinate who couldn't speak would be troublesome. The bear wouldn't wake anytime soon. I looked at the cub in Aisha's hand. Purebred Snowfield Bear, level 3 in its aptitude. I was stunned. Extraordinary aptitude, stronger than its parents and even Fenrir and Aisha. Buy one, get one free. I tried the reins on the cub. Success rate judgment, target Snowfield Bear level 3, 33%. Mediocre. I frowned. Did I have to knock it out? Then I handed the reins to Aisha and told her to do it. She liked the cub and gladly took the reins. The progress surged. The cub joined. Population 60, exceeding the normal Tier 1 limit of 50. In a few days, the second elf, plus the Shadow Tiger Cub and Dungeon Beetle would arrive. Reserving slots had been farsighted. I hugged the cub and glanced at the still sleeping father. Fenrir, bring Martin over. You stay and watch the man named Captain Hardy until we return. As you command, Lord. After 2 holy light healings, the bear returned to its lively state. The barbarian bear sensed the connection in its mind, realized its and the cub's situation, and lowered its head and rubbed its face against me. I stroked its head, placed the cub on its broad back. To avoid confusion, they'd be called Bear 1 and Bear 2. Bear 1 take Bear 2 and follow this wolf back to camp. I had plans. I wanted to visit Hardy's village, and Bear 1 had killed 20 or so natives in retaliation. Better not let enemies meet. Bear 1 was willing, but said a strange box had suddenly appeared in the cave a few days ago that he couldn't open or move, and wanted me to look. We followed him into the cave's depths to a blue treasure chest. Open immediately. 2 light orbs emerged. Obtain Skillbook Thunderleap 1. Obtain Stellar Construction Blueprint 1. Skillbook Thunderleap, Blue Excellent. No learning conditions. Master Thunderleap. Thunderleap consumes 100 mana, activates lightning to leap up to 50 meters, and deals 100% attack plus 50% spell. As mixed damage in a range, small chance to paralyze. Cooldown 150 seconds. Paralyzed. Skills have a small chance to fail. Good skill. I looked at 4-meter Bear 1 and couldn't imagine such a behemoth falling into a crowd. Good boy. Let your dad learn first. He'll teach you. The first to learn teaches the later learners. I held down Bear 2, who was trying to snatch the book from my arms. I tore the book open. A ball of light surged into Bear 1. Your subordinate, Snowfield Bear 1, has mastered the skill Thunderleap. Bear 1, want to show everyone what you've got. I was curious. I vaguely remembered a previous life game where a bear controlled lightning. He readily agreed. Excited, he led us outside. He pushed off. Lightning coiled around him. A bolt shot into the sky and spanned 50 meters before crashing down. Even from a distance, I heard a resounding crash. The snow had melted into a large crater with faint electricity traces. I couldn't imagine the pain a creature would feel sat on by that. I sent Bear 1 and Bear 2 back to camp with the Shadow Wolves. Then we set off for Fenrir. Along the way, I used the construction blueprint. Cellar, wood 100, iron 20, stone 50, underground space 20 square meters, wind protection and storage. Shame it could only be beneath the territory. Better than nothing, far inferior to the Treehole's noble spatial technology. Passing the high ground, I returned to Fenrir. I placed a finger near Hardy's nostril, breath barely perceptible. Martin had followed my instructions strictly. I pulled out Moonspring water and fed it to him. Last minute change. I didn't want to expose the holy priest yet. Planning ahead, Moonspring water would exchange for less among regional lords over time, but mine was inexhaustible. I could open sales channels to natives, and the severely injured Hardy could spread the word. Cough, cough. The water worked. Hardy woke. His first words, "That bear, did you take it down?" I spread my hands. My goodness, that bear is the most powerful creature I've ever seen. Even with all of us trying to stop it, it broke through and escaped. He didn't believe it. Aisha interrupted sharply. Called him rude. We'd saved him with precious holy spring water, and he hadn't thanked us. He looked at the mess of bodies and broken chains, silent, then thanked me for saving his life, and told me about the holy spring. To be honest, my brothers and I came for that Snowfield bear. Lord Becker in Ice Crystal City specifically requested its paw. The bear was already severely injured. Please help me. His reward was generous and would compensate for the holy spring. I rubbed my forehead. Hardy was persistent. I feigned helplessness. The bear had escaped. Tracks covered. Just a few of us couldn't match it. Return to town first and gather a new group. He hesitated. Knew I was right, but he glanced at the sky and sighed agreement. By the way, where are you from? Judging by appearance, are you going to Icewind Town with me? He'd given up on the bounty and finally noticed. The area was under Icewind Town's jurisdiction. He shouldn't be unfamiliar with such a distinctive group. But they didn't seem like long-distance travelers. Gang Yu, strange name. Eastern face, a werewolf, an elf. A thunderclap in his mind. Could it be Your Excellency as the Chosen Lord mentioned in the Oracle, descended from another world? I was stunned, then understood the system had patched our group into the world this way. I nodded and openly admitted my Chosen Lord identity, asked him to elaborate. 3 days ago, a voice had appeared in his mind telling him a group of visitors from another world would arrive, telling him not to be surprised. He thought it some archmage's prank, but everyone he asked had received it. That's it, I asked. That's it. I didn't ask further. The answer wasn't something he could provide. I just needed to know my identity was legitimate. Perhaps even a banner to rally, a chosen one. Along the way, I learned about Icewind Town in this world from Hardy. The harsh environment and inconvenient transport meant he didn't know about other places. The region was city-state based. One city, one nation. Icewind Town was under Ice Crystal City, population roughly 3,000, established over 30 years ago by a group of brave pioneers. Pioneers and their descendants held absolute rule. Ice Crystal City didn't interfere as long as the town regularly offered resources. Hardy was a pioneer descendant, but his elders' connections had run out and he lacked talent. Just captain of one of 8 hunting teams, barely mid-level. Sigh, you just said go back and proceed slowly, but I can't even afford pensions for my fallen members. If he were the only survivor, he could claim ambush, but according to me there were others, which made it difficult. The hunt had been a private matter. If it succeeded, fine, but if failed, his captain position would likely be lost. I understood his hint. Was he asking for my help? I was delighted, exactly what I wanted. Being unfamiliar with Icewind Town, I needed a local agent to sell Moonspring water. Trading with natives didn't involve a magical market building. I'd been wondering how to bring it up. Since Hardy asked, I could steer the conversation without it seeming abrupt. Hardy was thick-skinned, I'd saved his life and now he was taking advantage. But that's fine. How can you be a good salesman without being thick-skinned? I cleared my throat solemnly. Your compensation is indeed a big problem, but I can handle it. I still have some of the sacred spring water that healed you. I pulled it out, got to the point. Natives couldn't directly view item descriptions. Otherwise, this on a stall would have many buyers. Natural sacred spring water, dug up from a ruin. Reserves limited, effect excellent. One sip pulled an ordinary first-tier unit back from the brink. A hint of heartache occasionally flickered across my face. Hardy's eyes lit up. He'd personally experienced it. Hearing my pitch, he started thinking this might rival the Light Temple's holy water. Not the diluted version used to fool common people, but the rich holy light-bearing kind containing a trace of the light god's divine power, worth a fortune, requiring faith and power to acquire. Hardy was exceptionally excited, voice trembling. Brother Gang Yu, perhaps this sacred spring can change the pattern of Icewind Town. Oh no, perhaps the pattern of Ice Crystal City. He was flushed and trembling uncontrollably as he told me the value. I was stunned at his vision. Changing Ice Crystal City's pattern, competing with the Light Temple. Did I choose the wrong partner? Was it still not too late to switch? Fortunately, Hardy wasn't foolish, just momentarily carried away. Seeing my expression, he sobered up. Of course, Brother Gang, you also said the sacred spring is limited. I was just talking. We'll have to go the high-end route. Leave it to me, I'll handle it perfectly. I asked suspiciously, it won't make me offend the Light Temple. He patted his chest. No Light Temple people in Icewind Town. Besides disasters about to strike, they don't have time, and our quantity isn't much. They won't care. There's one more thing. The reason those nobles buy holy water doesn't seem to be the good effects. Brand value. But what did Hardy mean by disaster? Could it be the undead scourge after protection? When in doubt, ask. He looked puzzled. Are there still people who don't know about the disaster? Are you not from around here? Oh no, he seemed to be from another world. He explained. Disasters erupted around this time every year. Sometimes a sharp temperature drop, sometimes a beast tide, sometimes an earthquake. I pondered. The undead scourge probably wasn't the disaster. In my eyes, it was caused by undead believers. But they couldn't control celestial phenomena and geological changes. Previous disasters weren't caused by them. We couldn't rule out a connection, though. I hope this disaster was just the undead scourge. If another earthquake came, could my territory withstand it? Being summoned to another world really isn't for enjoyment. Hardy comforted me. Don't worry, the Light Temple was adept at disasters. For common folk, worry was useless. I should still think about how to spend the money, what to trade with natives, food, or population. Skill books they probably didn't have or wouldn't trade. Blueprints were Lord exclusive. I shook my head. I needed to see what Icewind Town had first. The four followed Hardy for nearly an hour before he said almost there, just ahead. The map showed about 10 kilometers in a straight line from my territory, relatively close. We could see a cluster of low-lying buildings at the foot of the mountain, nearly 1,000 houses, regular layout with two main crossroads dividing it into 4 areas in a large square near the center. Cultivated farmlands covered with wind and snow sheds. Fenced areas with cattle and sheep. Agriculture and husbandry were well developed. No other way to support 3,000. Perhaps I could buy seeds and young animals. Come on, I'll take you in, Hardy said. Back on home ground, his demeanor much more confident, leading us in head held high. 4 entrances, watchtower and guards each. Several rushed out incredulous. Captain Hardy, you're still alive. He stayed calm. Oh, who said I was dead? All right, this is a chosen lord passing through, looking to do business. Let us in. The guards moved their weapons aside. I glanced at their stats. Between level 5 and 8, militia. They breathed a sigh of relief once we entered, hoping we were really just trading, feeling a storm brewing. I didn't hear them. I was following Hardy down the main street. On both sides, residents in animal skins squatted at their doorsteps. Vegetables, wood, ore, milk, handicrafts loudly hawking. They noticed us, curiosity on their faces, whispering, Captain Hardy is so polite to them. I heard their chosen lords. They looked so strange, I wasn't surprised at being recognized. Living in extreme low temperature year-round, these people's appearance and physique were very different from chosen lords. Even without Fenrir and Aisha, Martin and I alone wouldn't have blended in. Anyone with eyes could tell I was an outsider, hence the guide and introducer. I ignored the chatter and seized the time to understand the town. Both sides of the street had blacksmiths and tailor shops selling farm tools, plain weapons, warm clothing. I marked the tailor shop on the system map, planning to buy warm clothes once I had gold coins. The group continued to a plaza near the center of Icewind Town, lively with constant hawking. Special supply of extreme ice routed me for the masters of Ice Crystal City. Only 50 copper coins per gin, limited quantity, first come first served. Rare frost moon tea from Snowfield City. Long-term consumption improves aptitude. Only 10 silver coins per can. Lord Charles's mansion is short-staffed and recruiting 3 long-term workers, preferably with experience in animal husbandry and farming. 50 copper coins per month. room and board included. Icewind Town conscription. Healthy males under 30 who participated in militia training wanted. Recruiting adventurers level 10 and above to capture a snowfield bear. 20 silver coins per person upon completion. Hearing this, Hardy in front muttered, "Stingy. The masters of Ice Crystal City offered 10 gold coins as a reward." I ignored him. The conversations and hawking gave me some understanding of the currency's purchasing power. A few copper coins could fill an ordinary person's stomach for a day. An ordinary person worked hard for a month and didn't earn a single silver coin. High-level combatants, however, could earn several silver coins or even gold for a single mission. The ruling class lords could spend money like water for mere culinary desires. The natural sacred spring I intended to sell was precisely aimed at these wealthy combatants or lords. I would not lack money in the future. Freshly unearthed mana items. A shout caught my attention. I led the group over and picked up a pitch-black object on the stall and asked what it was. "Good eye, noble sir. This was just unearthed 2 days ago, perfectly preserved. When found, there was still a mana stone embedded. After our repeated attempts, this item activated by inserting a mana stone produced a heating effect. Just imagine the convenience." He enthusiastically promoted his portable heat source. Hardy's slightly sarcastic voice came from beside. "So you only have one? What good is one? And it needs a mana stone. Don't you know how precious mana stones are?" The merchant named Lloyd wasn't trifled with and retorted directly, "Captain Hardy, I'm doing my business. Am I bothering you?" I raised a hand to stop Hardy, said I was quite interested in these little things. I'd take them all, settle the bill together. Lloyd held up a finger. "1 gold coin. And first let me say this mana stone is not included. If you want the mana stone, give me an extra 10 silver. I looked at the 83 units of mana stone and 17 units of moonspring water in my pack. I'm indeed very rich, but isn't this Lloyd trying to fleece me like an idiot? I mused. 1 gold is too expensive. I don't have that much money. You call this a mana stone, 10 silver each. I happen to have 2 mana stones here. I'll trade them for these few small toys of yours. A harsh counteroffer. Lloyd hesitated, then said deal. I noticed a flicker of joy in his eyes. Very satisfied with my price. His hesitation just fear I'd refuse. I didn't bother dwelling on it because the portable heat source was just a facade. The other item on the stall was the real prize. 2 mana stones, for it was a huge profit. Alepht's kinetic accelerator accessory can be mounted on specific firearms to provide additional effects. Once mounted, the firearm gains accuracy, projectile speed, range, and attack power. Note: a relic from an unknown shattered era. This could be equipped to Heaven's Grace, enhancing Aisha's combat power, clearly something 2 mere mana stones couldn't compare to. What specific enhancements would only be known after installation? I'd wait until I returned to my territory to do so. After gaining advantage, best to quietly make a fortune. I discovered that we chosen lords had a significant trading advantage with natives. We could see the specific information of items, which natives could not. Early contact had benefits. Once chosen lords came into contact, this ability would surely be exposed. Then bargain picking wouldn't be so easy. "Captain Hardy, you killed my man and you still have the nerve to wander around here." "Oh, trouble's here," I muttered, then looked at Hardy. "You handle your personal matters first. I'll look around by myself. I'll come back in 2 days. I hope by then you've found a suitable buyer for me." With that, I led Fenrir and Aisha into the grain store nearby. I couldn't be bothered to get involved. After learning about Chosen Lord status, making Hardy my agent was no longer the only option. Perhaps making him a collaborator was more appropriate. Pushing open the grain store's door, a wave of warmth washed over me. Inside, 2 fireplaces burned brightly. Current temperature 5 degrees. My first time feeling above 0. Icewind Town's bonfire level was indeed high. No wonder it was thriving. What would Ice Crystal City be like? Just as I was staring at the fireplace, the shop owner's voice pulled me back. "I heard a chosen lord has arrived in town. I presume that would be you, sir." The lazy woman leaning on the counter gracefully stood up and approached. "Welcome, esteemed sir. How may I help you?" I shifted my gaze to the goods on the counter, various grain samples. "I'd like to take some seeds back. Do you have any recommendations?" "Seeds? This lord needs to consider carefully. Most seeds have high requirements for temperature, soil, and environment. They won't simply survive." The proprietress hesitated, giving a heads up, afraid that if I bought and they didn't grow, she'd be blamed. She wouldn't care about anyone else. But this was a chosen lord, and the aura of the 2 behind me was even more extraordinary. "Oh, most. Do you mean there are seeds with less demanding requirements?" I keenly caught the information. "Yes. This one," she gracefully walked, took out a box. "Rye, extremely cold resistant. Seeds can germinate in ultra-low temperatures. These are our store's prize seeds, but yield and taste are inferior." I scanned the seeds via system. Speechless. Besides hardiness, no other strengths. In Icewind Town, where hardiness wasn't needed, they could only sit at the bottom of the box. But what did that have to do with her? This, and this. I'll take a bit of all of these." I ordered 4 crops in one breath. Sweet potatoes, winter wheat, winter rapeseed, and rye. Surprise on her face. A chosen lord was indeed different. Growing crops involved a lot of knowledge. Most farmers chose one to specialize for survival and yield. He was just playing around. But what did that have to do with her? "That will be 2 silver coins, however it takes a lot of time for crops to mature. Esteemed sir, why not buy some grain to tide you over?" Same intention. I was tired of meat every day, and the seeds were unexpectedly cheap. Large bags enough for several acres for 2 silver. Spend more. All right. Give me 1,000 caddies of sweet potatoes and 1,000 of wheat each. Her breathing quickened. 2,000 caddies, almost her monthly sales. She beamed, eyes shimmering. Thank you for your patronage. At market price, 1,000 sweet potatoes are 50 silver, 1,000 wheat 35, totaling 85. Small business profit isn't high, but for the large quantity I'll discount, 80 silver, and the seeds I'll just give you. I nodded. Fine, but I don't have enough silver. Paying with gold is also fine, I can make change. She smiled. I took out 1 unit of moonspring water and handed it to her. Natural sacred spring, no purification effect, but the healing rivals the light temple's holy water. She took it with belief and doubt, examining it carefully. Natives couldn't see item descriptions, but she had her own way to tell. May I taste a bit? After my permission, she dipped a finger in and put it in her mouth. The fatigue from a day of desk work instantly dissipated. All her pores opened. Felt great. It does relieve fatigue and restore stamina, but as for healing injuries, I still need to verify. Please do. A moment later, we followed her to a tavern. The dimly lit tavern was bustling, clinking glasses, noisy chatter. As we entered, we attracted everyone's attention, especially Aisha, who became the center. Most drinkers were adventurers living dangerously. After life and death, they came to numb themselves with alcohol. Seeing a beautiful woman, their eyes naturally lit up. But these adventurers were perceptive, seeing we'd come in with the grain store proprietors, and that the beautiful woman had elf-like pointed ears. They remained seated motionless, only raising voices a bit when boasting more enthusiastically. The proprietress was slightly disappointed. She'd been hoping a hothead would jump out so she could save some money. Everyone! Is there anyone willing to cooperate with me for an experiment? She drew everyone's attention, then went straight to the point. I have a bottle of an item that heals severe injuries and want to test its effect. Anyone willing to cooperate, the reward is 1 silver coin. I couldn't help but be stunned. You said it heals severe injuries, so someone would have to be severely injured first. What if you're not careful and just kill them, and others didn't know the effect? Playing such a big game for only 1 silver, you're too greedy. However, the developments exceeded my expectations. Candace, you're too stingy, one of the adventurers called out. Exactly. Captain Hardy was here earlier, and his offer was much higher. A full 10 silver, and a third said the item she wanted to verify wouldn't happen to be the natural sacred spring. The tavern bustled. Hardy had already been here, fast. But the next words made my expression change. What natural sacred spring rivaling Light Temple holy water? What a joke. Ridiculous that just anyone dares to leech off its reputation. Hardy messed up. The thought popped up, but I couldn't imagine how. The effect was undeniable. Amid the laughter, Candace's face flushed, and she was about to reprimand me when a short man approached and whispered, "Sirs, my lord requests your presence." The so-called lord was the tavern's owner, one of the real power holders in Icewind Town. Candace instantly calmed. A moment later, I learned Hardy hadn't messed up. He'd found a partner for me. The partner, named Evans Ted, was greedy and wanted to monopolize, which was why he'd concealed the true effect. So you wish to establish long-term cooperation with me? Yes, allow me to reintroduce Evans Ted, owner of this Wild Boar Tavern, and a manager at the Ice Crystal Chamber of Commerce. I can help you sell at high price to Ice Crystal City or distant cities. You won't be targeted by the Light Temple. You don't need to show your face. Also, my sub-profession is item appraiser. This natural sacred spring should be called Moon Spring Water, and it is. He didn't continue, implying he knew enough. My heart trembled. I hadn't expected this, hadn't heard of sub-professions in the game. The real world and the game had significant differences. The description was just spring water from the Moonwell. Key info, Moonwell. Yet Evans wanted long-term cooperation. How had he deduced I had a continuous supply? You misunderstand. I merely stumbled upon an elven ruin by chance and collected some natural sacred spring water. I said naturally, refusing long-term. Evans didn't force, but didn't give up. You need not be nervous, sir. I am a merchant. I seek wealth. We can first trade a portion of the natural sacred spring, and if by chance you acquire more later, you can come to me directly. He used natural sacred spring to show sincerity. I agreed. Didn't matter whether his only seeking wealth claim was true or just stabilizing me. I had confidence. Only 4 days since the mass transmigration and I could already kill level 15 elites. Chosen Lord's growth was much faster than natives. After the trade with Evans, I was instantly rich. 8 gold coins, paid with 1 moonspring water, 1 night of Moonwell output. I took my people back to the grain store. Candace's envious gaze on us. Exchanged 70 silver for the goods. After 2 transactions, it was getting dark. I had to skip cattle and sheep. Return first, freezing on the road again was not on the agenda. The way back was uneventful, no tracking. With Fenrir and Aisha both excellent hunters and the open snow, no chance. Entering the territory, we heard the polar people in a fuss over Bear 1 and Bear 2, calling it a polar barbarian bear and arguing it must have been conquered by my strength. The 2 bears scurried over and bowed in submission. The polar people were dumbfounded. Loyalty soared, GL to 90, GE to 88. They complained that the bears ate too much. From now on, no one worries about food, I said and threw the new sweet potatoes and winter wheat on the ground. The polar people cheered, especially the first 4 who'd witnessed the territory from scratch, Loyalty quietly catching up to Fenrir's. Gil, work overtime, expand the nursery and plant these seeds. Self-sufficiency was necessary. I checked the firearm parts I'd picked up by chance. Alepht's kinetic accelerator, accessory, mounted on specific firearms for additional effects, accuracy, projectile velocity, attack power. Concrete values would show after installing on Heaven's Grace. I handed it to Aisha. She gently touched the rifle with it. The two automatically merged. A nearly identical Heaven's Grace appeared. Purple glow on the surface a bit brighter. Heaven's Grace attack 333 through 444 to 400 through 533. Accessories 2 of 3. Aleph's Enchanted Magazine, capacity 6 to 8 rounds, generation every 4 to 2 hours. Aleph's Kinetic Accelerator, 20% increased accuracy, velocity, range, and attack. Awesome. Surprise! The original Enchanted Magazine was also enhanced. Linkage effect. By night's end, all 8 bullets could be enchanted, even a chance for the rare blessing and instant death. Aisha's strength is greatly increased. Plus Bear 1, plus tomorrow's mutation and the new elf. Tomorrow was going to be a big move. A growl from my stomach. Let's eat first. I called 2 polar people to cook. While they were cooking, I went to the market and opened the chat to lurk. World Channel highlights only. Wang Ho announced opening a treasure chest for a recruitment scroll and skill book, adding 1,000 points. Zhang Wu announced finding a native village that called him Chosen Lord and gave supplies once they learned he could appraise items. Zaka complained terrible luck. Met traveling merchants without money. Bell shared an ice plane navigation tip. Many of the leaders had exclusive opportunities. My PMs had exploded. Tan Shanggu had sent. Brother Gang, there's an asshole named Zhu Gang who keeps stirring up trouble, constantly instigating the World Channel to target your territory. My eye twitched at the unpleasant memory. Zhu Gang, my university roommate. Slept by day, gained at night, turned the volume up when I asked him to wear headphones, hid the AC remote, killed the AC and lights whenever he left. He was voted out of the dorm 4-0 by me and the other 3 after consulting our counselor. After graduation, I hadn't really cared. Who hasn't had a disgusting roommate? But now Zhu Gang was clinging. Don't let me know your territory coordinates. I posted in regional channel. Anyone with Zhu Gang's territory coordinates can find me. After verification, the reward is this portable heat source. A side task. The market for Moonspring water and Shadow Tiger meat was a bit small. I took the chance to preheat the portable heat source. The gap between Zhu Gang and me was too large. His territory rating was 3 digits. Fodder a roadside nothing. My bounty caused a storm in a regional channel. Han Zhang tagged Zhu Gang offering 1,000 wood rebate for the coordinates. Holy cow, what a grand gesture. This thing has terrifying effects. Tagged me asking for more. Blueprint trades. Daytime is too short and half is wasted on travel. With this I should hit the top 10. Alas, an item for big bosses. I'll wait for it to spread. Many were interested in the portable heat source, mostly the leaders on the rankings who understood the advantage of extending exploration time. I sat by the fire munching a sweet potato while reading PMs. 2 trading targets soon. Brute Bear Strength Potion Blueprint. Blue Excellent. Refines Brute Bear Strength Potion. Normal through Extraordinary. Temporarily raises strength and physique. Effect depending on main material Bear Blood. Requires Bear Blood 50 milliliters. Tiger Strength Grass. Cedar Needles. Blackrock Honey. Frost Orb. Offhand. Blue Excellent. Attack plus 5. Frost Strike 5% attack and movement speed slow. Value based on level 10 elite. The portable heat source was extremely appealing. I acquired the blueprint for 2 portable heat sources plus 10 mana stones, the equipment for 2 plus 5. I had no spare PHs but didn't need to go out for a while. Traded the ones from myself and territory members. Potion materials weren't particularly rare. The Bear Blood, I silently looked at Bear 1 and Bear 2 devouring meat. I directly used the blueprint. Ding! Each lord can only master 1 major category. I'd mastered Portable Heat Source as mana item, conflicting with Potion category. To learn Brute Bear Potion, I'd have to forget PH. The game setting, sub-profession per lord, it doesn't matter. Freeze me up, making everything myself was too tiring. Aisha, this potion is yours. A moment later, she said she couldn't learn it either. It needed a potion foundation. I frowned. I should pay attention to natives with special skills, otherwise blueprints would be useless. Then relaxed. The price was a drop in the bucket. I'd planned to mutate Frost Orb tomorrow, but now Brute Bear Strength Potion joined the queue. Destiny. Tossing the gnawed sweet potato skin, I was about to practice when GL's voice came, panting. Lord, the nursery. The egg in the incubator hatched. I was delighted. The cub had finally hatched after 3 whole days. I rushed to the nursery, the incubator open, a fluffy little tiger clawing at a nearby ice crystal fruit tree. I picked it up and moved it away from the tree before checking attributes. As expected of an extraordinary creature so lively. Shadow Tiger, Beast Clan, Elite, Excellent, Level 1. Talent, Shadow Body reducing physical damage by 20%. Skill, Intimidate. Stronger than its parents, why no prompt that the territory had gained another? Did I still need a beast taming rein? The cub roared. Slight oppression on me. G-Il plopped down gasping. Quite fierce. I embraced the black and white cub with both hands. The roar had drained it. Struggles much weaker. Seeing it couldn't break free, it closed its eyes and gave up. Heavy. Even in an extraordinary world, size and weight were strength. Its talent was meant for direct physical combat, size linked to combat power. The cub was hungry. I took out 2 pieces of dungeon beetle meat. Smelling the meat, the cub leaped and devoured. Still hungry, looking at me excited, I squatted and rubbed its head with both hands. Follow me and you'll have enough meat. Finally, the system prompt. Territory members increased. Current population 70 of 100. My heart bled as the cub finished the beetle meat I'd taken out a second time. The territory had food, but meat was still scarce. I comforted myself. Appetite determines strength. Little Tiger isn't going to work. I'll call you Big Cat. Big Cat glared, not pleased with the name. Tiger, Mountain Lord, Gloom Knight, none worked. Then I'll call you Oreo. Oreo excitedly rushed to my feet, panting, satisfied. Do you even know what that name means? Forget it, as long as you're happy. I brought him back to the bonfire. I was about to practice spells and didn't have time for a child. GE, this is Oreo. Don't bully him. Tree hole space. My 16th explosive fireball tonight, still no progress. The chant still took 2 seconds, range a little over 30 meters. But I began to form judgments on when to use explosive fireball and when not. Day 5, the final 3-day countdown. After breakfast, I was already by the bonfire mutating. I took out the Brute Bear Strength Potion blueprint. Today's positive protagonist changed from Frost Orb. Brute Bear Strength Potion blueprint mutated into Beast Race Witch Doctor Recruitment Scroll. Today's positive 0. Unstable 2. A good drop. Beast Race Witch Doctor Recruitment Scroll. Blue excellent. Recruits a level 5 Beast Race Witch Doctor. Excellent aptitude. Elite template. I tore open the scroll. The purpose of saving population slots was for this. The next second, a totem pole descended from the sky and embedded in the snow. Animal patterns carved on it. Bear, eagle, snake, tiger. A gaunt figure appeared on it. Tattered robes, dark black hood covering most of his head. Only green skin and 2 sharp fangs visible. New member joined. Population 75 of 100. I bring spells and potions, he announced. Greetings, Lord Wojin Fang, Beast Race Witch Doctor. Reports for duty. Before I could speak, Fenrir's voice trembled from behind. Oh my goodness, this is a Beast Race Witch Doctor. They can cast powerful blessings. Only the strongest Beast Race tribes can produce them. Lord, your power is unfathomable. I nodded at Wojin. Rise, welcome. I look forward to your power. Wojin Fang, level 5, Elite, Extraordinary, Strength 19, Agility 20, Constitution 24, Spirit 33. Talent Potion Expert, his potion's effects increased by 50%. Skills Totem Power and Throw Potion. Totem Power summoned totem spirits providing buffs. Switching had a 10-minute cooldown. Bear's Tenacity boosted max HP 20% and reduced pain 30%. Eagle's Keen Eye boosted range 20% and crit chance 5%. Snake's Venom inflicted neurological toxin and poison state. Tiger's Rage boosted attack power, spell strength, attack speed, and movement speed 10% each. Wolf, Frog, Dragon totems not yet activated. Throw potion through potions into mist, affecting targets at 80% of oral consumption. A bit fierce. Terrifying support. Totem power gave percentage bonuses. 4 totems already with several locked, growth-oriented. But I was more concerned with Potion Expert and Throw Potion. This might be why I could mutate the Wojin Recruitment Scroll. Wojin, which potions do you know? Reporting Lord, all the potions I master are based on Totem Power. Currently Bear's Tenacity Potion, Snake's Venom Potion, Tiger's Rage Potion, and Eagle's Keen Eye Potion. How effective can they stack with Totem Power? Effect depends on Beast Race Warrior blood quality, can stack with Totem Spirits. Currently only one type effective at a time. Quite satisfied. If they stacked, his support strength rose more than a level. He said currently, so there'd be a way later. Bear's Tenacity, Tiger's Rage. What materials do these 2 potions require besides Beast Race Warrior blood? Tell me the auxiliary materials. I plan to have him refined to see effects. I chose these 2 because they were most universal, and I had the main ingredient in my territory. Bear 1, step forward. Fenrir, you heard. Right. I patted his belly. He slapped his belly, making a loud sound, and responded. He felt bleeding was commonplace, and if his blood could make everyone stronger, he'd be more than willing. Look at Fenrir. Learn from him. I looked at Oreo throwing a tantrum, exasperated. Lord, Oreo is still a child, Aisha reminded me. I agreed. Wojin was already making potions, pulling out bottles and jars, and after a flurry produced 3 Bear's Tenacity potions. Bear's Tenacity potion, excellent. Physique plus 8 for 15 minutes. Effective interval 30 minutes. Suggestion not to drink if physique below 8. 8 physique. My panel even with Lord's power was only 9. 1 bottle doubled me. If Wojin used throw potion that was 8 times 0.8 times 1.5. Almost 10. A 1-person potion was now a group buff and the effect was enhanced. Crucially, the original 15-minute duration became 18. Effective interval became 25. The vacuum period became 7. The effect was tied to bear blood quality. When Fenrir and his companion continued to grow stronger. Terrifying. I understood Fenrir's exaggerated reaction. If it's like this, then my grand endeavor will surely succeed. Fenrir, cooperate with Master Wojin and refine a few more potions before we depart. I took out an arrow, a fruit, a piece of wood, a mana stone, and a stone. Today's items for the mutation pool. Oreo, pick one. He charged the pile, mouth at the ice crystal fruit. The next second he missed, I grabbed him by the scruff. Eat, eat, eat. You just finished eating. I gave him another ice crystal fruit. Random mutation emphasized luck and destiny. His choice was the choice. Unstable mutation. Ice crystal fruit mutated into 12 ways to eat ice crystal fruit. Today's positive 0. Unstable one. What the heck? The description really was literal. Consistency, I was good at raising children. Oreo, giving you another chance. Go. Without the ice crystal fruit, Oreo hesitated, picking up and putting down. Finally, he held an arrow in his mouth and nudged my calf, considerately not pointing the arrow tip at me. Unstable mutation. Exquisite iron arrow mutated into moon coronet longbow. Positive 0. Unstable 0. A good drop. I rubbed the cat's head and looked at the bow. Entirely silver white with simple design. Mysterious patterns engraved on the string. A cool sensation. I drew the string, clear moonlight flowed around the bow. Stars shimmered. Even without attributes, I knew it was the best of the best. Moon coronet longbow, purple extraordinary. Attack plus 108. Agility plus 9. Lunar eclipse transforms the area from day to night. Summons 12 moonlight beams to strike the target. Each beam dealing 100% attack plus 100% spell as mixed damage. Lunar phase has a chance on attack to trigger new moon, waning moon, full moon at 30-15 and 5% probabilities, adding 20-50 and 100% damage, doubled under the silver moon. Moonlight flow boosts wielder's attack speed 50% and allies 20% for 10 seconds. Note, this equipment is one step from epic, just needs to participate in an epic battle with its owner. Holy crap. Even Call Me Cursed, putting this next to Heaven's Grace, also extraordinary, completely obliterated it. The difference between extraordinary and other extraordinary was greater than between extraordinary and a broken white item. Lower panel attack than Heaven's Grace, but this was a bow. Attack was tied to user. The 3 effects were each more terrifying than the last. Lunar eclipse, ability to change celestial phenomena even regionally, perfect for Aisha. Consistent moon god's arrow. The other 2 instantly compensated for our low output problem. Aisha, equipped with this, I couldn't even imagine. Aisha, this bow is yours. The moment I'd seen it, even before attributes, I decided. Moon coronet longbow. Aisha's race was the silver moon elf. Perfectly matched her cool, aloof temperament, as if born for her. I handed her the bow and arrow. Aisha's eyes filled with longing the moment I held the moon coronet longbow out to her, because no elf alive doesn't love a bow, yet she hesitated. Both the Heaven's Grace rifle and the moon coronet longbow were gifts from me, but the Heaven's Grace held a place in her heart unlike anything else. The first weapon she had ever named before even I had a personal weapon of my own. She told me, quietly, that she was quite content with Heaven's Grace. I said the bow's attributes and special effects suited her far better, that letting someone like her carry the rifle was honestly a waste of the rifle's potential. Then I reminded her it was a team decision, not an open negotiation. She gave in, but asked me to promise that from now on I would always call it Heaven's Grace, since I had told her she could name it. I agreed at once, a small enough thing to grant. I could read the real shape of her reluctance under the words, so I told her plainly that Heaven's Grace would always belong to her, that I was only borrowing it for a while. Hearing that, she finally took the moon coronet longbow, and the instant her fingers closed around the grip I could have sworn the bow itself cheered. A good weapon truly chooses its master. She told me, with a conviction I had no reason to doubt, that this bow would one day become an epic weapon, and I told her I believed that day wasn't far off. Watching my people grow stronger and my territory swell day by day, something stirred in my chest, the grand, hungry ambition of a king who looks at a map and sees not borders but a world to take. For one breathless moment, I let myself feel it. Then I folded it back into a seed and let it go quiet. My head was still clear. I hadn't even survived the novice protection period yet, so dreaming about ruling the world was laughably premature. For now it was steady progress, farming and development, nothing more. I turned to Ji-Il and told him to write down the day's assignments. A few of the workers were to keep mining the mana stone mine at full effort, and pull iron ore besides. The nursery was to be expanded, and I made it clear that when I came back to the territory tonight I expected to see the crop seeds already in the ground. On top of that, I wanted an elementary elemental arrow tower built before the day was out, which would let them range a little farther beyond the territory to gather wild herbs and treasure chests, the resources I needed most right now. Finally, I left the ice crystal fruit tree and the moon well in his hands, with the reminder to harvest both the moment they ripened. With the workers sorted, I turned to my combat units. I told Fenrir to call out his companions, since today we would split into 2 groups, his shadow wolves handling reconnaissance around the territory. Thanks to the watchtower, unlocking the map only required a shadow wolf to have physically reached and seen a place, after which the basic information synced to my map automatically, which sped up my grasp of the surrounding land enormously. I walked over to the watchtower and activated its active function, reconnaissance, and a heartbeat later a red dot bloomed on the map. I studied it. Something about its position felt familiar, and when it clicked I realized it sat almost on top of my mana stone mine, about an hour's round trip away. I noted it down and decided to set out once the sky had fully brightened. The panel told me it was 27 minutes past 8 in the morning, and the temperature outside the bonfire's reach was 56 below zero. Full daylight was still nearly half an hour off, and that cold was no joke. Even if every one of us carried a portable heat source, the best we could do was lift the felt temperature to around 50 below, which made going out a real ordeal. On top of that, the snow was still coming down hard, already piled to our ankles inside the territory, which meant out beyond the bonfire a man would be half buried. So I waited it out in camp. To pass the time, I opened the chat channel, half hoping some old contact might have dug up Jugang's coordinates for me. Nothing. Worse, Jugang himself was still running his mouth in the channel, my bounty on his head not slowing him down in the slightest. He was crowing that ever since the territory rankings went live, Gang Yu's score had supposedly shown no real growth, which to him proved my territory was all potential and no fighting power. Someone tore into him immediately, asking if he was sick, pointing out that my territory score now stood at 192,280 points, an increase of 880 in one go, and that this was before anyone even factored in how the score got harder to raise the higher it climbed. The same person noted that even if growth were perfectly linear, 880 was still 880, and asked whether Jugang had bothered to check what the region's second place had managed, because second place's entire total didn't add up to 880 right now. Another voice agreed that an increase of 880 alone would take first place outright in some regions. Plenty of people were mocking Jugang for living in a fantasy, though I noticed a quiet few filing his predictions away as if they might come true. I just smiled and scrolled past it. It was nearly time. I glanced at the world tree, but the fruit on its branches still needed a few hours to ripen, and I couldn't afford to sit around waiting. I gathered the combat personnel and the 4 polar people and set out. Half an hour later, we stood inside the mana stone mine. I had come partly to collect the mana stone and ore my workers had pulled the day before, but the pile heaped beside the bonfire was visibly thinner than the last haul I'd carried off. That made no sense to me. The reserves were rich, only 6 polar people were mining, nowhere near the daily limit, so the count should have been higher, not lower. I called Ji-Yuk over and asked whether they'd run into any trouble mining yesterday. Ji-Yuk looked at the ore on the ground and went pale, his voice shaking as he reported that they had counted the mana stone and iron ore carefully before heading back to the territory the previous afternoon, and that roughly a fifth of it was now gone. He dropped into an apology, blaming himself and the others for poor supervision and begging me to punish them. I told him to forget it, that this wasn't on him. My face was grim all the same, because the loss wasn't small, but I didn't blame the men, who had done their job. The trouble was logistics. Inside the mine there were rails and mining carts, so the ore could be gathered fast, but there were no rails between the mine and the territory, and hauling it back and forth through that cold and that ankle-deep snow by hand was hopelessly inefficient. So I'd taken to using my backpack storage function to ferry the ore myself, periodically, and after a single day away, a fifth of it had walked off. I turned it over in my head. Where had this thief come from? Counted yesterday afternoon, short this morning, so the theft happened overnight. Was it some unknown creature living in the mine? I had no clue, so chasing it was pointless, and I let it go. I told GU to keep everything running as normal, and to build an elemental arrow tower beside the bonfire first thing. With nothing to attack, I would defend passively. The thief had taken only a sliver of the ore, so the threat was minor, and an arrow tower guarding the stockpile would be enough. Buildings could be placed outside the territory just fine, as long as you didn't mind the risk of someone dismantling them. The panel told me I'd picked up 38 mana stones and 88 iron ore. I swept the ground pile into my backpack, took my combat personnel, and headed for the red dot marked on the map. A small red dot on the map dropped onto the real landscape, covered a surprisingly wide stretch of ground. I stared at the snow-buried mountains ahead and felt a weariness settle in. My luck was poorer this time. None of the clean direct contact I'd had when I stumbled onto Bear 1, so I gestured for everyone to spread out and search for high-level life forms to save time. For my own safety, I rode on Bear 1's broad back with Bear 2 and Oreo flanking me left and right. I'd brought the 2 little ones out specifically to train and level them. Anyone who looked at Oreo, the newborn shadow tiger I carried around like a toy, and underestimated him would be making a mistake, because a level 1 Oreo's overall stats nearly matched my own, his racial talent flat out terrifying. Bear 1 stopped and let out a low warning growl. I lifted my hand off Oreo's belly and looked ahead. 100 meters off, moving through a white pine forest, were dozens of ugly, blue-skinned, hairless creatures, nearly naked in that killing cold with only strips of cloth covering themselves. Frost goblins, and mixed in among them, tied with ropes, were a handful of humans. I looked closer and realized every one of the captives was a woman. I'd just been thinking I needed to enrich my territory's labor force. My Pullman hut could recruit a maximum of 8, and with food plentiful, I wanted more hands to work the mana stone veins hard. It wasn't that I had anything against women working, only that there's a real physical difference, and on average women simply weren't as efficient in the mines as men. Either way, I was going to save them. I gave Bear 1 the order to charge. This pack of frost goblins were all ordinary creatures between level 5 and 8. No threat at all, which made them perfect practice for Bear 2 and Oreo. As the three of us slid off Bear 1's back, I quickly told him to leave 2 alive, afraid he'd wipe the whole pack out before the little ones got a turn. Bear 1 roared that he had it handled and crashed straight into the goblin group without slowing, needing no skills, no technique, just a gentle bump that sent several goblins flying in a spray of flesh and blood. The scene was brutal. A moment later, only 2 frost goblins were left, trembling where they stood. I sent Bear 2 and Oreo in. Oreo roared and pounced, his tiger's cry still young but already carrying a trace of the Beast King's authority. And the 2 goblins, half dead with fear of Bear 1 already, felt their legs turn to jelly and froze. Oreo cleared the gap in an instant, leaped and slammed one goblin flat, pinning it with his front paws while his maw closed on its throat. A young tiger is bloodthirsty all the same. The panel told me my subordinate Shadow Tiger Oreo had killed a level 6 Frost Goblin, and I'd gained 15 experience. Oreo stepped off the corpse and swaggered back to me, all the ferocity gone, whimpering in a childish voice for praise, and I gave it gladly. His work was clean, an instant kill with no resistance, as if killing were instinct, even if the goblin had been too scared to do anything but stand there. Still, that was a 5-level gap closed without effort, and I found myself genuinely looking forward to how Oreo would carry himself once he leveled. He looked thoroughly smug and shot Bear 2 a provoking glance. Bear 2 said nothing. He glanced at Oreo, then gripped a nearby white pine with both paws, his back bending like a drawn bow before it snapped straight, tearing the tree free of the ground with its roots still trailing dirt. He hurled the trunk like a javelin, and it screamed through the air and punched clean through the chest of the last fleeing goblin, the undiminished force dragging the body several meters before it crashed down, a trail of blood and shredded organs smeared across the snow. Then Bear 2 faced front again without sparing Oreo so much as a look. Oreo's smile died on the spot. I chuckled to myself. These 2 were a comedy act, Bear 2 especially, all calm and difference on the surface, when I was fairly sure I'd seen a flicker of red glow pass over his body in that throw. He'd activated his talent and was still pretending it was nothing. Competition breeds motivation, so I didn't expose him and let the 2 of them keep clawing at each other. Distant sobs reached me, and I realized Bear 2's performance had made me forget the whole reason I'd intervened. I led the little ones over to the captives and had Oreo cut the ropes with his claws. The women were nearly senseless with terror, well aware of what fate waited for anyone who fell into goblin hands, and now a stranger had appeared from nowhere and slaughtered their captors in a few moves, leaving them caught between extreme joy and extreme dread. So it took them a long while to settle. Once they could speak normally again, I wasted no words and introduced myself, a pioneering lord from nearby whose territory was in need of people, and asked if they were willing to join me. Recruiting residents came with a loyalty setting, so I didn't care about their pasts or origins. There were 6 in all, and at my offer they all looked to one woman among them, who considered for a moment, glanced at Bear 1 looming behind me, and agreed at once, greeting me as her esteemed lord. The panel announced new residents, Poi Baker, Kimberly Connolly, and the rest, putting my population at 81 out of 100. I got a headache just reading them, every name Western and impossible for me to keep straight. To make management bearable, I pointed at the woman who'd spoken and told them I'd be assigning simple code names, starting with her as Water Lily, then Monthly Rose, Rose, Peony, Laurel, and Lily, in order. As I finished, the code names appeared on their panels after their real names. Water Lily reacted fastest, thanking me at once, and I felt a flicker of approval, a former leader who knew how to read the room. The rest exchanged glances, then thanked me too, the reluctance plain in their voices. I didn't mind it, nor the fact that to them I was a general and not yet an emperor. Once they'd lived in my territory a while, those habits would correct themselves. One of them asked, voice trembling with cold, whether I could take them back to the territory first, since it was too cold to bear. I glanced at their clothes, their thick hide coats, and cotton overcoats all torn by the goblins, and waited, since I'd just come out and doubling back would burn the whole trip on travel. They wouldn't freeze to death anytime soon, so why so delicate? I told them to hold on a little longer, that we'd deal with the creatures entrenched here first. Peony started to object, but Water Lily cut her off, telling her to shut up, that the Lord had his reasons. Catching that her tone had gone too sharp, Water Lily softened it and pointed out that since the goblins had taken them, this had to be the goblin lair, and once I'd cleared it they could shelter inside and last a good while. I looked at her with new interest and quietly filed her away, because that mind of hers seemed genuinely useful. Once the rescued group stopped fussing, I cleared the battlefield. Goblins are humanoid and offer no harvesting service, so the haul was thin, though the 12 dead frost goblins gave decent experience, plus some ore food and the common weapons they'd carried. The panel listed an iron dagger, an iron spear, and 2 ice crystal stones. I checked the unfamiliar item and learned ice crystal stone was a rare mineral, commonly used in forging and potion making. That delighted me, because rare meant I'd struck it rich, and it told me there had to be an ice crystal stone vein near this goblin tribe, very possibly inside their own lair. Aisha returned to my side then, reporting that she'd found the area the red dot marked. She paused, eyeing the women, and I told her they were people I'd rescued on the way, and to give me her situation first. She explained the red dot sat at the junction of 2 mountain ranges, where there was an entrance leading underground. though she'd come straight back to report rather than scout inside. I praised her, told her she was fast, and started to send her to bring the other 3 back, then changed my mind and decided to go myself, since only I, the Lord, could read the system map, and therefore only I currently knew where the other 3 were. I told her to wait here for me and set off on Bear 1. After I left, the woman I'd renamed Water Lily watched Aisha, lost in thought. Elves, real elves in this world, she murmured to herself, weighing whether she could trust them. The matter was too important, she decided, and she would have to observe them further before she said anything. So she said nothing and waited. Guided by the map, I gathered Fenrir, Martin, and Wojin Fang, and brought them to rendezvous with Aisha, then told her to lead the way. The line of us moved fast through the snow, and a moment later, with Aisha at the head, we reached the foot of the mountain and found the underground entrance she described. The covering snow kept it inconspicuous, but as I approached, the system prompt sounded, a newbie protection period reminder warning me I was entering a dangerous area, the Mana Stone Mine, with a suggested challenge level of 15. My deduction was right, there truly was an ice crystal stone vein down here. I had little immediate use for the ore, but the system itself called it rare, so whether for future trade or for uses I hadn't discovered yet, I wasn't about to lose out. I swallowed my excitement, since I hadn't actually secured anything yet, and decided to take the mine first. I led the team to the entrance and found it narrow, cramped, nowhere near wide enough for Bear 1, our strongest fighter, to squeeze through. It didn't worry me. The protection hint suggested level 15, and I'd casually put down level 15 elites before, so a place like this was nothing. On top of that, we now had Wojin Fang, a support with brutally strong abilities, and both Aisha's strength and my own had climbed a great deal. We'd simply crush it. I told Bear 1 to take the women back to the territory and return fast once they were settled, since leaving him standing uselessly outside the mine was a waste of his energy. He thumped his chest to say he had it covered, though he refused to let the women ride on his back, deciding that only I was worthy of that spot and these people were not. Once Bear 1 had gone, I took out the Heaven's Grace rifle and my staff and gave the order to go in, sending Fenrir first as usual. He nodded, stepped past us, and entered the cave ahead, the rest of us close behind. Martin conjured a flash spell and the dim tunnel lit up instantly. Unlike the iron ore mana stone mine we'd worked before, these walls were ice blue with sharp stalactites hanging inverted from the ceiling. We picked our way deeper, and after about 100 meters the passage opened into a wide chamber, the inner walls glowing faintly with scattered points of light, which I recognized as an underground plant called fluorescent grass. A crunching sound came from ahead. In the firelight I watched Fenrir squat, fumble at the floor a moment, then rise with his lower legs sheathed in a thin layer of frost. He warned me to be careful, that the frost goblin's lair lay ahead and the ground was trapped. My gaze dropped to the trap he'd triggered, and the description surfaced for me. It was a frost freeze trap, a magical trap that afflicts anything stepping on it with a frost curse, and if the victim fails to escape the trap within 5 seconds, they're frozen in place for 3. The frost curse dealt 20 spell damage a second, and cut movement speed by 20%, and a note added that these were interlocking, a whole series of them. I shouted a warning, but it was already too late. The temperature in the tunnel plunged, and dozens of blue lights flared densely across the floor, then detonated at once. Dozens of pale blue ice rings blooming on the ground, the cold air weaving into a tangible net. The panel hammered me with warnings that I was under the frost curse, my health dropping, my movement speed dropping, and I felt sensation leaving my legs by degrees, the curse already stacked 3 high on my status bar. My people reacted fast. Aisha yanked me backward. A holy light from Martin settled over me and stripped every stack of the frost curse away, and Wojin Fang hurled a bear's tenacity potion that wrapped all of us in blue mist. My body surged stronger at once, a hot current welling up from inside and chasing out the chill. The panel telling me Wojin Fang's potion buff had lifted my constitution by 10 for the next 18 minutes. I told Aisha she could let go of my hand now, and once she did I muttered to myself and formed a scorching fireball at the tip of my staff. The explosive fireball's heat wave rolled over the field of frost freeze traps ahead, sizzling against the cold, and after a few seconds every trap had gone inert. Fenrir, who'd been scouting ahead, turned back, dropped to one knee and apologized bitterly that his scouting had been inadequate and put me in danger, begging to be punished. I waved him up and told him it wasn't his fault, that the trap had been too insidious, a delayed trigger design. The danger had looked worse than it was. The frost curse only applied while you stood inside the trap. I'd only lost some feeling in my calves, and after Aisha pulled me, I'd found I could move perfectly freely. The damage stacked, but the slow didn't, and a mere 20% slow I could stroll out of, since retreating 5 meters cleared the trap's range entirely. Add Martin, my super healer, and I wouldn't have died even standing in the frost freeze trap the whole time. A pair of small, uncertain sounds reached me from behind, Bear 2 and Oreo, sounding sheepish because everyone else had rushed to help me and the 2 of them hadn't. I patted both their heads and told them it was fine, to grow up fast and protect me once they were strong. Just then a rustling rose nearby, and frost goblins poured into view, 3 times the number of the group we'd met outside, the whole nest emptying out. Unlike the earlier melee-only goblins, a few of these carried longbows, and my sharp eye picked out one frost goblin near the very back, gripping a staff. My gaze lingered, and its attributes opened for me. It was a Frost Goblin Mage, level 15, elite template, excellent aptitude, with strength 18, agility 16, constitution 22, and a startling spirit of 67. Its skills were Ice Arrow, Icebound Restraint, Frost Freeze Trap, and Ice Frost Shield. Ice Arrow condensed extreme cold into an arrow that dealt 200% spell power on a hit and cut the target's movement and attack speed by 20%. With a small freeze chance, Icebound Restraint enveloped a target in cold to halt its movement and attacks while dealing continuous damage. Frost Freeze Trap created traps with customizable triggers, up to 12 at once. Ice Frost Shield condensed cold into a magic barrier that gave the target 20 armor and slowed everything around it. My first mage-type creature. I'd assumed the trap earlier had been laid with some item, never guessing it was this goblin's handiwork, a goblin that could cast spells and build traps both. I looked again at its dress. A proper magic robe instead of the rags the others wore, and honestly a decent-looking one which left me genuinely conflicted about whether I'd wear it if it dropped as loot. I decided to grab it first and worry about that later. The goblins had already spotted us and were cursing, furious at the intrusion, so I gave the simple order to charge and wipe them out. No fancy tactics, just overwhelming force. My people were ready and waiting on the word. Wojin Fang set his totem down, and a phantom tiger shadow rose from it with an earth-shattering roar. The Tiger of Rage totem lifting everyone's attack and spell power by 10% and our attack and movement speed by 10%. Fenrir, still hungry to atone, added another 10% attack power with a wolf howl, then plunged into the goblin crowd swinging his claws. His flesh accumulation shield up so the counterattack slid right off him, the weakened iron arrows barely scratching his skin. With Fenrir holding the goblin's attention, I unslung the Heaven's Grace rifle, picked a target out of the swarm and fired, pairing the shot with double strikes so 2 frost bullets tore through one goblin's chest, the kinetic energy ripping it clean in half. An instant kill. Early use means early cooldown. Aisha's moon coronet longbow flared with silver light, the moonlight flowing effect snapping active, and she loosed 3 arrows in barely 3 seconds, each one striking a goblin in the head. One arrow triggered the waning moon phase, the damage spiking and instant killing its target, and though the other 2 arrows didn't trigger a phase, between the longbow's high base attack, Fenrir's howl, Wojin Fang's tiger totem, and the headshot critical bonus, those 2 goblins died on the spot as well. With Moonlight Flowing's acceleration still running, her hands flew and she alone unleashed an absurd rain of arrows, everyone clearing the small fry first. That was when the mage's counterattack landed. It ignored Fenrir rampaging through the crowd and a massive bone-chilling arrow shot out cunningly toward Aisha. She started to slide sideways to dodge, but a brutally cold aura burst out, icebound restraint, and she froze into an ice sculpture, unable to move. The ice arrow struck home, the sculpture shattered, and Aisha let out a muffled groan, clearly badly hurt, since it was a level 15 elite's blow. But that was the worst of it, the mage's 2 remaining skills being 1 defense and 1 trap. Martin casually dropped a holy light and Aisha snapped back to peak condition. The goblin's scalp must have crawled, its sure-thing ambush nullified in an instant while its kin dropped one after another, and it began backing away, telling itself it was a once-in-a-century genius among frost goblins. A mage with a limitless future, far too valuable to die here. It shouted at the others to kill the damned invaders even as it quietly slipped off, and since it had been at the very rear, none of the goblins noticed their leader had sold them out. I noticed. The mine's terrain was a maze, and if it actually escaped it would cost me a great deal of time later, so I shouted not to let it run. Fenrir leaped high and flung his chain over the heads of the goblins, the iron links coiling around the mage and snapping tight, and when Fenrir landed and hauled, the goblin lost the tug of war and got dragged into the press of its own kind. It managed only a single ice frost shield on itself, which did nothing but delay its death, powerless to turn the battle, and my explosive fireball struck home and burned away its last sliver of health. A level 15 elite goblin mage hadn't lasted 3 minutes against us. It wailed and fell. The panel told me I'd killed the frost goblin mage and gained 300 experience, and that I'd risen to level 6, all my attributes lifted. Several orbs of light glimmered on the mage's corpse and I stepped over to gather them, one by one, taking an ice soul stone, 4 ice crystal stones, an ice frost shield skill book, and a dazzling ice soul stone staff. The heavy experience had leveled me on the spot, narrowing the gap between me and Aisha and Martin and the others, though experience was the smallest of the gains, since this elite had handed me skills and a staff besides. I didn't inspect them yet. I cleared the battlefield first, and from the 30-some ordinary goblin corpses I gathered 9 more ice crystal stones, 2 iron strongbows, and 5 slightly rusted daggers, then led everyone straight to the depths of the cave without stopping. As always, after clearing a map, a treasure chest waited, and sure enough, in the deepest part of the cave, in a place thick with goblin living traces, sat a dark blue chest. But my eyes didn't land on the chest. Before me was a hellish scene, bones strewn so thick you could kick them anywhere, campfires still burning under an iron pot with dismembered limbs floating in it, sealed cages holding the naked lifeless bodies of women. A fireball left me before I'd finished sighing, and the filth burned away. As the flames died, so did the pity. This was a world where weakness itself was a sin, and the only thing I could do about it was become stronger and protect my own territory and my own people. I picked up the chest and opened it for 2 more precious items: the panel listing a Frozen Tower blueprint, an Ice Frost Freeze Trap skill book, and a Rail Forging and Splicing blueprint. I set them alongside the mage's drops and went through them one by one, starting with the one I'd most wanted, the Rail blueprint. It was green, excellent quality, and after use it would let my territory master the creation and splicing of rails to ease resource transport. Exactly what I'd been hoping for. As my territory expanded, moving resources between scattered points was going to become a real headache, and rails would link every resource point to the territory. For now, I'd still be pushing a small minecart along them, but once the territory's magic technology matured, even running a train wouldn't be a dream. I used the blueprint at once and opened the construction list to find the rails. 5 units of iron made 1 section 3 meters long and joining. 2 sections cost another unit of iron. I pulled up the map and measured the distances between my 2 mine caves and the territory, a straight line of 2 kilometers to 4 kilometers to the other, and that was before accounting for the mountains and obstacles I'd have to route around, which meant the real distance ran far longer. It seemed I'd need to gather a great deal more iron. Next I looked at the 2 skill books, which boosted not the territory's future potential like the rails, but my immediate combat power, the Ice Frost Shield skill book and the Ice Frost Freeze Trap skill book. I had only 2 free skill slots left, so I weighed whether to learn both. Skills in the free slots could be forgotten at will, but a forgotten skill book wasn't returned. After thinking it over, I learned neither. I'd wanted a defensive skill, and Ice Frost Shield was defensive, but it had no room to grow, and would be phased out before long, so I'd rather gamble it on mutation, especially since I was strong now and waiting half a day wouldn't hurt. As for the Ice Frost Freeze Trap, a glance was enough to tell me it didn't suit me, since placing a trap meant standing still for 3 seconds, and only nearby, far too limited, better used as mutation material. I tucked both back into my backpack and turned to the staff. The dazzling Ice Soul Stone staff was blue excellent quality, granting spell power 43 and spirit 3, with 2 additional effects. The first was Frostmark, which summoned a floating destructible mark that cut surrounding enemies' movement and attack speed by 15%, lasting 60 seconds on a 300-second cooldown. The second was Ice Arrow, condensing cold into an arrow that dealt 150 spell damage, slowed the target's movement and attack speed by 20%, with a 10% freeze chance on a 60-second cooldown. A note explained it was carved entirely from Ice Crystal Stone and set with a top-grade Ice Soul Stone. I nearly wept on the spot, because at long last I was rid of that broken wooden stick I'd been casting with. I equipped the staff at once and felt a clarity settle over me. That and Spirit 3, the faint coolness against my palm matching the material description, crafted from Ice Crystal Stone and inlaid with Ice Soul Stone. All ice-type material which made it feel strange to cast fireballs with, but the complaint lasted only a moment, because the explosive fireball I loosed through it didn't weaken at all, it grew stronger. By my estimate, my output had already reached the level of an elite unit of the same rank. Not only were my subordinates fearsome, but I myself was no longer a pushover. As I was savoring that, a system notification arrived telling me I'd successfully occupied the Ice Crystal Stone mine. It had only been a few minutes, and the place was already mine. I tried asking the system how, and to my surprise it actually answered, explaining that the occupation speed of a resource point rose with the strength of the occupier, and fell with the richness of the resource, negatively correlated with richness. I opened the Lord page and found the vein I'd just taken. The Ice Crystal Stone vein was a resource point, a small mine vein with a maximum reserve of 10,000 units of Ice Crystal Stone ore, regenerating 80 units a day, with a very small chance of an Ice Soul Stone being born inside it. A small vein, not bad at all. As long as it wasn't a tiny one, I was content, and a regeneration of 80 units a day was something my current manpower could sustainably mine. My territory kept growing, but the people working it kept getting scarcer, and I found myself grumbling that the little fairy couldn't mine. I asked the system how to fix the labor shortage, and it gave me 2 methods. The first was to upgrade the territory, which would raise the Pullman Hut's level and allow more recruitment. The second was to go to Icewind Town and recruit there. Upgrading the territory would automatically end my novice protection period, and although that period was less than 2 days from ending and I doubted anything nearby could threaten me, there was always a what if, and I saw no reason to gamble on it. That left recruiting in Icewind Town as the better option, except I didn't know how to lure the natives in. An 8-hour workday, a kind, approachable leader, everyone in the territory free and equal, food and lodging provided, the territory especially safe. I ran the pitch through my head and found it weak, since I didn't even believe parts of it myself. Compared to Icewind Town, my basic facilities were incomplete, and my bonfire level low, and the only real advantage I had was the World Tree, which I could hardly announce out loud. It was just an ordinary tree after all, one that had simply grown a bit taller. I let it go with a resigned breath and decided I'd try my luck in Icewind Town anyway, because surely there were people there who couldn't get enough to eat. I waved everyone up and led them out of the mine. Checking the map, I saw Bear 1 had just set out again from the territory. These goblins had folded far too easily, no threat whatsoever, and yet the listed challenge difficulty of this area was higher than the Dungeon Beetle in the Mana Stone mine, which only showed how fast my group's strength had climbed. On top of that, I'd sent away Bear 1. Our strongest fighter, Aisha and Fenrir, had never used their ultimate moves, and Martin's lifelink was still untouched. It was a pity I'd burned the watchtower's detection today, or we'd have stirred up trouble somewhere else, which would have meant a great deal of resources. While the rest of the chat channel was still wailing about how fierce the nearby wild monsters were, I'd already grown faintly contemptuous of the ones I'd faced, too weak even to force out lifelink. Of course, I could only afford this arrogance during the novice protection period, when the suggested challenge levels kept the risk controllable. Once it ended, I figured the smarter play would be to crush weaker opponents and run overwhelming matches, since you only live once. Another system notification sounded then, telling me my resident water lily's loyalty had risen to 90 points. I stared at it, baffled. I hadn't done anything, so was this woman building her own loyalty out of thin air? There was nothing special in my territory worth that. Surely, a village girl wouldn't recognize a world tree, would she? Back when Bear 1 had carried the 6 women into the camp, they'd whispered among themselves, one asking if this was their new home, another marveling at the big tree, a third complaining that it didn't look like much with nowhere even to live, and a fourth reasoning that it was probably a freshly opened territory, but that with a snowfield bear under the Lord's command it couldn't be too rough. Their words were full of worry about the future. Water Lily stood at the very front, her face full of disbelief, and it was fortunate she stood there so the women behind couldn't see her expression, because she had stayed calm and collected even when the goblins took her, and now she could not. Tree of Life, she breathed. And that building at the territory's entrance had to be the Moonwell, and there were traces of elves outside besides, which she'd thought impossible. But the facts were laid out before her with no room left to disbelieve, and her eyes shifted as her fists clenched tight beneath her sleeves, as though she were forcing herself through a hard decision. The polar people who'd stayed behind to build cheered as I returned, one asking what the beautiful stick in my hand was, another correcting that it was a staff, that as expected of the Lord I'd come back with another prize. Seeing this, Water Lily finally made up her mind. She stepped forward and told me she had something important to report, her eyes drifting to the people beside me. I told her she could trust them, that they were all our own. She hesitated a few seconds, then began, and she spoke for nearly 3 minutes. She started from a strange encounter she'd had as a child. I rubbed my chin, deep in thought as it came out. 14 years ago, she'd gotten lost in an elven ruin, where there had been a tree of life as massive as the one in my territory, no even larger than mine. Nearly 100 elves had lived inside, but for some unknown reason they'd all been corrupted, leaving only a handful of individuals in the Tree of Life barely holding on. After she stumbled into the secret realm, the tree spirit of that Tree of Life had saved her from the corrupted elves and entrusted her, if she ever could, to find a trustworthy person to kill the corrupted elves and redeem their souls. It had to be a trustworthy person, one of excellent character and a pure heart, because the elven heritage in the secret realm must never fall into ill-intentioned hands. I asked how strong the corrupted elves inside were. She told me the weakest among them was at least as strong as that bear of mine, and that according to the tree elder, the corrupted elves grew stronger over time. I told her I understood, and asked where the secret realm was, and she blurted out that it lay in an underground space about 14 kilometers northeast of Icewind Town. I opened the map and marked it. By her account, this elven ruin wasn't something I could challenge yet, but Icewind Town sat to the southwest of my territory, which put my territory fairly close to the ruin, only 6 or 7 kilometers off. I decided to scout it within the novice protection period, since the protection period's hints would let me read its challenge intensity. I told Water Lily she'd done well, that from now on the other 5 women would be under her charge, and asked if they were hungry, telling Jiel to take them to eat and clean up. The territory was newly established and didn't support idlers, I added, so they'd start by handling the planting, cooking, and sewing, and they were to bring any needs or problems to Jiel. With the briefing done, I cleared the miscellaneous junk out of my backpack, then took my combat personnel and set out for Icewind Town. 5 people, 2 bears and 1 tiger marched in a column toward Icewind Town, and I made no effort to soften the spectacle, since I'd come to recruit residents and a show of strength was exactly the point. We reached the north gate, and the moment I took stock of the patrolling soldiers, something struck me as wrong. There were far more of them than when I'd visited the previous afternoon, and they were a different caliber besides, fully armed in light leather armor, long swords in hand, every one of them between level 8 and level 10, elite troops by any measure. I wondered whether different gates simply drew different deployments, a little puzzled, since this was the north gate and I'd come in elsewhere before. Then 12 of them closed in with weapons drawn, tense, quietly ringing my group, and one ordered us to halt. I kept my expression mild and gestured for Fenrir to lower his paws. I told them my name was Gang Yu, a pioneering lord from nearby who'd visited Icewind Town the evening before in the company of Captain Hardy, and that the grain store owner Candace was an old acquaintance of mine since I bought grain from her only yesterday. I knew well enough that this was no moment to overpower anyone. I was here to recruit, not to rob. Hearing 2 familiar names, the soldiers visibly relaxed, and one told me I'd have to wait while they verified it, to which I agreed and asked them to be quick. I watched the soldier jog off and muttered inwardly that this felt less like entering a small town and more like applying to enter a capital. Since we were stuck waiting anyway, I asked one of the remaining soldiers what was happening in Icewind Town, why it had gone under martial law overnight. He told me bandits were looting. I glanced over the composition of my own little procession, a man riding a bear with a staff tucked between his legs, a rare elf at his side, a holy priest whose whole bearing had nothing to do with banditry, and Wojin Fang with that enormous totem strapped to his back. And I patted the bear beneath me and asked, with a straight face, whether we honestly looked like bandits to him. The soldiers shook their heads and admitted no, but said the screening was an order straight from the town chief in the Light Temple, and one of them dropped his voice to add that there were rumors of undead believers moving behind these bandits. That startled me. This was the kind of thing that ought to be kept confidential, and the fact that they'd let it slip told me they genuinely didn't suspect me. I played dumb and asked what undead believers were, fishing for more, and the soldier marveled that I didn't know, asking where I'd crawled out from. I told him I had another identity, that I was a chosen lord from another world. That settled it for him, and he explained, with open contempt, that they were a pack of lunatics who preached death as the ultimate destination, and lived to stir up trouble, though with the Light Temple standing watch, the rats could do little more than scurry in the corners. I nodded along, since the information matched word for word what I'd learned of the game before. Pressing these low-ranking soldiers for more would yield nothing, and as for Martin, though his background was extraordinary and his knowledge deep, the system capped what he was allowed to tell me to a frustrating sliver. Captain Hardy arrived a moment later, hurried back alongside the soldier, and when his eyes landed on the snowfield bear beneath me, surprise flickered across his face, since he and his men had been told the bear had escaped. He confined his grumbling to the back of his throat now and showed not a trace of resentment, because the benefits I could bring him already dwarfed the bounty that Lord from Ice Crystal City had put up. More to the point, he knew he couldn't beat the snowfield bear with everything he had, and the bear answered to me obediently now, so picking another fight would just be a slow way to die. He greeted me warmly, calling me brother, and praising the magnificent, domineering mount beneath me as a perfect match for its rider, signaling plainly that he held no grudge over the bear. I laughed and returned the greeting, and after a few pleasantries I asked the soldiers whether we could go in. One soldier beside Hardy said cautiously that we could, but that my mount probably couldn't, since the town's stone roads wouldn't bear its weight. I agreed at once, flipped lightly off the bear's back, stroked his head, and told him quietly to go play nearby for a while, not to wander too far, and not to hurt anyone. Then Hardy led us into the town, and the streets of Icewind Town had none of the bustling stalls I'd seen before, whether because of the hour or the bandits. Before I could even open the subject, Hardy couldn't resist asking whether I'd come because I had natural sacred spring again. I told him no, that if I did I'd contact him directly, and steer him to the real question, asking how a lord went about recruiting people to work in his territory. Hardy said I'd need the town chief's approval first, but suggested that rather than recruiting, I simply buy a batch of slaves. The word puzzled me. Icewind Town held only 3,000 people, and it sold slaves. It hardly seemed to add up. Still, this was another world, and I didn't bother chewing over the social structure of the place, so I asked Hardy who I'd buy from, since all I needed were bodies that could do manual labor. He told me to find Boss Evans who had a steady source, and the name landed familiar, the tavern owner who also managed a business guild out of Ice Crystal City. I muttered to myself that slave trading surely wouldn't be conducted out in the open here, and then I led my group off toward that tavern. Evans Ted tapped his pipe lightly, his brows knitting, and asked whether I wanted to buy slaves. I asked what the trouble was. He told me that had I come the previous afternoon, there'd have been no problem, but that this morning the bandits had thrown the town into such an uproar, with so many people abducted and a severe shortage of hands, that the town chief had ordered all available slaves put straight to work and held off the market for now. I told him I didn't need many, that 10 would do. Evans hesitated and still refused, saying it was the town chief's order and he didn't dare cross it. I offered to pay more, and his eyes lit up even as he held firm. I told him I'd asked Hardy, that a healthy adult male slave normally went for 1 gold coin, and that I'd put up 1.5 gold coins each for 5 of them. Evans drew deep on his pipe and shook his head, saying it wasn't enough, that the sum didn't cover the risk. I nodded and let the price stand where it was. I wasn't a fool, and I wasn't rich either, and pushing higher would have meant selling mana stones or producing more natural sacred spring, and pouring out too much sacred spring in a short span ran against everything I'd decided. 5 slaves wouldn't change anything in kind, so the risk wasn't worth it. I was on the verge of turning to leave when Evans called me back, saying there was another route. The town chief had been plagued by these bandits a long while and had posted a bounty on the whole gang, and if I could rid him of the problem, then Evans could sell me, no, give me some slaves, that it wasn't out of the question at all. That gave me pause, but I answered carefully, telling him he thought too highly of me, that if his esteemed town couldn't handle the bandit menace, how could I? Evans, startled, realized he'd been misunderstood, and laid it out. Icewind Town going all in against the bandits was no problem at all. But the trouble was that the moment a large body of the town's guards mobilized, the bandits would scatter and hide and play hide and seek, and the bounty had stood at the town chief's mansion gate for everyone to see. So he had no reason to deceive me. That moved me. I was confident in my own strength and inclined to take the task and find out, since for me killing these bandits was no different from clearing wild monsters, and I'd walk away with 2 rewards besides, so why not? Rushing in blind was out of the question though, so I asked after their strength. Evans told me there were roughly 30 some of them, most about as strong as the soldiers guarding the entrance, with the bandit leader One-Eyed Carol sitting at the peak of Tier 1. He added that the town chief's bounty was paid by the head, and that wiping the gang out entirely wasn't strictly required, that teaching them a hard lesson would do. Just then a system prompt surfaced, telling me Evans Ted had issued me a commission task to strike and eliminate the bandit gang entrenched near Icewind Town, and bring back their left ears as proof, with the leader Carol's head required separately, and that the reward was 8 gold coins, the gratitude of Icewind Town, 1 mark of Evans's favor, and 100 points of territory renown. I weighed it. The rewards weren't bad, and renown in particular meant that even if I never bought a single slave, vagrants would drift into my territory over time on their own. I accepted without hesitation. I told Evans that as a lord I equally despised unproductive bandits forever harassing territories, and to leave it to me. He set down his pipe, stood, and put out his right hand, wishing me success in advance, and thanking me on behalf of every resident of Icewind Town. I rose and gripped his hand firmly, and told him I was confident I could take Carol's head, but that the bandits were many, and if they simply scattered, the few warriors under my command might not catch them all. Evans started, then chuckled and waved it off, saying it was a small matter, that so long as I killed Carol the rest couldn't make trouble and the bounty would count as fulfilled. As soon as he finished, my task description shifted before my eyes, the word strike dropping away, the objective rewritten to killing Carol and eliminating over 70% of the bandits, the rewards untouched. I was quietly delighted, since I'd only floated the concern in passing and hadn't expected I could actually haggle the task down. That spared me a great deal of effort. I told Evans the longer we delayed, the more might go wrong, and excused myself to prepare. Evans gave me the bandits' location before I left, roughly 7 or 8 kilometers west of Icewind Town, and I bid him farewell and led everyone out of the tavern. I opened the map, found Bear One's position, and went to fetch him, since he was my strongest combat force, and I wasn't about to leave him behind. What I didn't know was that not far from the town entrance, while Bear One sat honestly waiting in the snow, a person had crept up beside him, behaving very strangely, plainly trying to ingratiate himself with the bear. By the time I reached him, Bear One was sitting in the snow lost in thought, and he brightened to see me and let out a low rumble. I asked him to walk me through it, gathering from his answer that someone had just tried to lure him away, that he'd resisted the temptation, pocketed the man's gift, and kept his loyalty to me all the same. I looked at the item in his paw, a feeding pill of blue excellent quality whose description said it raised the growth, progress, and level of non-human, non-humanoid creatures, specially formulated, good tasting, with the side effect of improving aptitude over long use. I told him it was just the deposit the man had handed over and he could eat it, that it wasn't poison. He rumbled back that he wanted to give it to Bear too, and since it was his item, I let him decide, took the pill and passed it along to the cub, then asked for the details. I asked whether the man had stated his identity and pressed Bear One for a quick description of him, nodding steadily as he answered and occasionally cutting in with a sharper question. And after a moment I had the whole story. The man had claimed to be a chosen lord named Wang Wei, ranked 5th on the territory leaderboard, and he'd wanted to coax Bear One over to his own territory. Bear One said the man's voice had spoken directly inside his head, and that at the same time he'd felt an unaccountable flicker of fondness toward him, and that the man had promised an endless supply of these feeding pills if he'd only come along. My eyes flickered. 2 things were certain. The other chosen ones couldn't see Bear One's allegiance directly the way I could, and this Wang Wei was a chosen lord operating somewhere nearby, which meant he had a talent, almost certainly one tied to beast taming, some power that let him speak to other creatures. By then, Bear 2 had swallowed the feeding pill and let out a satisfied belch, and the panel told me my resident Bear 2 had risen to level 7. That was a fine result. After the battle that wiped out the goblins, Bear 2 had barely scraped to level 6, and a single small pill had lifted him a whole level in one bite, with the bonus that it left him full, an unexpected perk. I recalled the description's promise of improved aptitude over long use, and opened Bear 2's panel, and the purple extraordinary text in his aptitude column did seem a touch brighter, and as I was about to close it, a faint figure surfaced behind the word, 1%. That was good news, though it would take 100 days for a bear of extraordinary aptitude. I found myself wondering how much faster it might run for Oreo or Bear One, who carried excellent aptitude, and on the thought I idly opened the regional chat channel and typed out a line. I posted that I wanted to discuss a collaboration with the great poet Wang Wei and asked him to message me privately that night. It wasn't that I was putting on airs. The private message function didn't open just because you knew someone's identity, and for me to find Wang Wei was like searching for a needle in a haystack, whereas for Wang Wei to find me cost nothing, since he need only open the market, spot the prominently displayed moonspring water, and message its owner. The instant my line landed, the placid regional channel surged into 1,000 waves. People cried that the great god Gang Yu had finally surfaced from his lurking, recalled that the last time he'd spoken aloud was when he put a bounty on Ju Gang, raged with envy at whatever dog luck Wang Wei had stumbled into to earn a word with him, argued over whether a man 5th on the leaderboard had the standing to discuss cooperation with the great god at all, and snapped at one another to stop dragging trouble to his doorstep. I ignored the whole storm. I was already nearing the bandits' camp. The camp was no small thing, larger than my own territory as it stood. A bonfire blazed at its heart. 2 rows of tents pitched beside it, one of them noticeably finer than the rest. I grumbled to myself, wondering whether the bandits weren't cold, and figured they'd built no houses either, because they moved often, or because none of them knew how, or because Icewind Town had come through at some point and razed whatever they'd put up, which would explain why the townsfolk were so furious. Outside the camp, I could see a dozen cattle and sheep tied up, and since bandits don't farm or raise livestock, the source of the animals was obvious enough. A commotion rose from the far side of the camp then, a knot of bandits hauling several storage boxes loose and joking, crowing that the day's haul had to be from robbing a merchant caravan, praising their boss as too strong, marveling that he always seemed to know exactly when a caravan was bound for Icewind Town, so they never had to lie in wait for days. I picked Carol out of the crowd at a glance, not from the system panel but by reading the aura of his strength now, and of course by the missing eye. That gave him his name. There was little cover outside the camp, only a few scattered trees. The moment my gaze met Carol's single eye, the battle erupted, and he bellowed for his lads to grab their weapons, that someone had come to die. A vicious glint lit his eye as he drew the 2 knives at his waist and charged me, 3 bandits at his heels, all roughly level 15, clearly his trusted men, with the rest trailing further back, shouting their slogans loud enough but not even bothering to set down the bulging sacks on their backs. On my side, Bear 1 stayed out of sight, since the name Snowfield Bear was prominent enough to scare the whole gang into bolting, and chasing them down would have been a nightmare. For the same reason I didn't open fire, and didn't lose Aisha or the others. If they ran, they'd be hard to catch, and Carol had run rampant near Icewind Town this long because he had tricks, chief among them reading people and bullying the weak while fearing the strong. The handful of us in front of him looked oddly dressed and rather formidable, yet when he sensed our auras, to his astonishment not a single First Order stood among us, and there was even an elf in the group, the kind of prize the Lords of Ice Crystal City would pay handsomely for. To him it was a windfall dropped from heaven. The one-eyed leader closed within 100 meters fast, opening a gap from the subordinates behind, his lead from the front bravado swelling their shouts of boss as mighty, until Carol seemed half drunk on the noise. I narrowed my focus. I'd been watching him nearly 5 seconds, and his information panel finally surfaced, naming him One-Eyed Carol, level 20, human, elite template, excellent aptitude, his attributes hidden behind the level gap. His skills read bully the weak, fear the strong. A passive that dealt 120% damage to lower level targets and only 70 to higher. Fanaticism, an active that raised movement and attack speed by 30% at the cost of steady health drain. And Grease the Souls, which doubled his movement speed once his health fell below half. Made for fleeing. The level gap kept his exact attributes from me, but the light armor and twin knives told me his strength and agility ran high. Fanaticism surprised me, an odd skill to find on a bandit, its nature jarring against the first skill and matching nothing about the third either. In the brief space of that thought, Carol had lunged within tens of meters, close enough that I could see the knife scars seaming his face. I gave my orders fast, telling Martin to ready the holy light chains, Voisin Fang to play it by ear, Fenrir to entangle Carol and neither let him flee nor wound him too badly. And I told the 2 cubs to call Bear 1 over. The instant I finished, a chain of condensed holy light bloomed across Carol's chest, the totem dropped, and a tiger's roar split the air. The bloody glint drained from Carol's eye, leaving it clear. Then his whole body stiffened, and he wheeled to run. The blood-red glow receded from Carol's gaze, clarity flooding back, and he spun and broke for open ground, cursing inwardly that this had only been robbing a caravan, that there was no call to send a holy light priest after him, praying he wouldn't capsize in a ditch today. Seeing him slip toward escape, Fenrir let out a howl, swelled into a giant wolf, and tangled him up at once. I spared the pair a single glance, and turned away. Fenrir's level ran well under Carol's, but he was a werewolf with his racial talent, and between that, the stack of buffs on him, and his lifelink, merely entangling a Carol desperate to flee was no real problem. My own task was heavier. The bandits weren't strong, but they were fast runners and they were scattering in every direction at once. They didn't know why their boss had suddenly lost his nerve, but their lives were their own, so they ran first and asked questions never. There were exceptions, of course, and I caught one bandit cutting against the tide of fleeing men, charging into the fight between Carol and Fenrir while shouting that he'd come to cover Lord Carol's retreat. I sighed at such a bond of life and death, then swept my staff and dropped an explosive fireball into the fleeing crowd in the distance, the blast killing one bandit at its center outright and badly wounding 2 more caught at its edge. After equipping the new staff, my explosive fireball had truly become explosive. I flung the fireballs far off, and if anyone took my hesitation over those loyal few as mercy, they were wrong. It was purely that I was too close to them and feared catching my own teammates in the blast. And besides, the fast runners had to die first. The same logic as a tower defense game where you cut down the monsters nearest the exit before anything else. A sharp blade punched into flesh, and Carol's voice rose in fury, naming Harris a traitor. So the man hadn't been loyal after all. Traitors are always more hateful than enemies, and Carol fought wildly to tear free of Fenrir long enough to land a brutal blow on the bandit called Harris. I pulled my attention back. By then, Bear 1 had come in from another angle with Bear 2 and Oreo, and under Aisha's rain of arrows, the bandits, not one of them even level 10, fell like cut weeds. The Heaven's Grace rifle cracked, Bear One's lightning vaulted into the sky. The two cubs waded into the fray, and the rabble who hadn't even reached First Order dropped one after another, dissolving into experience for the rest of us. The panel ran a steady ladder of gains, Aisha rising to level 8, Martin to level 4, Warjin Fang to level 6, myself to level 7, and Oreo to level 5. One great wave of experience pushed everyone up a rung, all except Fenrir. Oreo, because he threw himself into every fight, had climbed past Martin, who had no appetite for combat at all, and so was forever flagged by the system as a slacker earning a pittance of experience. I wasn't surprised. A character who'd once been an epic tier hero naturally found this kind of brawling beneath him. Martin knew his own limits well enough, idling when nothing was at stake but choosing to act the moment he or anyone else fell into danger, so I let him be. The small fry cleared, and only Carol remained, locked in his furious dance with Fenrir, who kept my orders firmly in mind and held the leader fast. Leaning on his lifelink and the savage movement speed of his werewolf form, Fenrir only defended and never struck, pinning Carol in place and refusing to let him out of our sight. Carol, for his part, had fixed most of his attention on the rest of us, and watching us scythe through his subordinates so casually drove his panic higher, until with a vicious resolve he drove both blades into his own chest and dragged his health down to the halfway mark. Grease the Souls activated, his feet turned to wind, and he tore free of Fenrir in an instant, and bolted into the distance. Just as he was about to clear our reach, the sky darkened. A bright moon hung high and poured down its cold light, streaks of moonlight drawn together by some unseen force into 12 pillars, and a soul-chasing, spirit-stealing cold tore through the night, splintering into streams of arrow light that fell on Carol all at once. My focus wasn't on Carol, who was already finished. What I caught instead was that the moonlight arrows summoned by this eclipse skill could trigger the moon phase effect too. So beyond activating the celestial phase, Eclipse carried real destructive force of its own. The streams of arrow light dissolved, but the bright moon hung on, and only after a good 10 seconds did the sky around us settle back to normal. The shock drained slowly from the eyes of Wojin Feng, Fenrir, and the rest. They'd known the weapon was strong, but they hadn't dreamed it was that strong. A weapon their lord could conjure from nothing and bestow on a subordinate at a whim, and Wojin Feng's reverence rose up of its own accord, the panel noting his loyalty climbing to 80, while Aisha rose to level 9. In fairness, Carol's combat ability hadn't been much. For a level 20 elite template creature, his power had been thoroughly outclassed by the several level 15 elites I'd faced before, which only proved how much racial talent in combat will weigh in a fight. Had he not fled with 30-odd bandits behind him, he could have given us some real trouble. But die he did, and the experience he handed over was substantial, lifting Aisha from level 8 straight to level 9. She needed only 2 more levels to break into First Order, where creatures gained attribute bonuses scaled to their racial talent. And with her Silver Moon Elf bloodline, those bonuses would be far from small. At that point, she'd be a complete warrior, strong in stats, mechanics, and skill alike. I jogged over to Carol's corpse, staff in hand. Under Aisha's ultra-long-range fire, he was riddled with bloody holes, deader than dead, but I'd given my instructions ahead of time, and his head had come through whole. I raised my staff, gathered an extreme cold aura, and 2 seconds later an ice bolt drove clean through his throat, his head rolling into the snow and freezing where the dissipating cold caught it. The item read as Carol's head, useful for claiming the reward from the mayor of Icewind Town. I slid the ice block into my backpack and reached for the light clusters scattered on the ground, gathering a Bully the Weak Fear the Strong skill book and Carol's swift twin blades, then patted his body twice more and recovered Carol's money pouch, which held 3 gold coins. I murmured that this explained why Icewind Town's bounty had been set so low. The difficulty of clearing the bandits wasn't trivial, but in a mission like this, the bounty itself was the small money, and the real wealth sat on the bandits themselves. 3 gold coins on the leader alone. Never mind what the 30-some corpses would yield, or the tents, or the plunder of the caravans they'd robbed. I worked through the bodies and the pouches came one after another, opening into silver coins and copper coins by the handful. And once I'd searched the lot thoroughly, the bandits had given me another 5 gold coins, which with Carol's 3 made 8, already more than Icewind Town's bounty. And that was before the caravan goods. I opened the first Ice Crystal Merchant Guild cargo box and found it packed with elemental crystals and mana stones. 33 primary water elemental crystals, 33 primary fire elemental crystals, and 18 mana stones. I told myself it was a fine thing I'd bought out every fire elemental crystal in the local market already, since now I could keep churning out portable heat sources. I stowed the materials and opened the next box, which held seasonings, 5 bags of salt and 100 units each of chili, clove, aged vinegar, and vegetable oil. And that delighted me. The meat in this world all came from extraordinary creatures, flesh laced with magic and incredibly delicious. But no matter how good it was, I'd grown sick of plain grilled and boiled meat, and 100 units of seasoning would carry me a long time. The last box held food and drink, 20 bottles of cellar-aged fine Tina wine, 3 cans of Iceland sheep milk, and 50 units of reindeer meat. And to my surprise, the wine and the milk both carried attributes. The wine was blue, excellent quality, fermented for years in a cool cellar, and drinking it restored 200 mana, raised mana regeneration by 20%, and lifted spirit by 5 for half an hour, with the note that at least 50 milliliters were needed to take effect and that repeated excess drinking didn't stack. I was pleased, since a glass during evening training would sharpen my efficiency considerably, and there were 20 bottles in all, each holding 500 milliliters, enough for 10 uses a bottle at half an hour each. More than I could ever burn through on my own. If 20 bottles of wine were this good, I wondered what the Iceland sheep milk would offer with only 3 cans of it, but the milk read merely green excellent, and I finished the description fast and tossed it into my backpack as a filler item, the kind of thing that only rode in the caravan because some noble in Icewind Town liked to drink it. I scanned the scene once more, confirmed I'd missed nothing, and made ready to lead my people into the bandit camp itself, since there had to be good things in those tents. Just then a bandit sprawled on the ground, rasped that I should save him, that he was an undercover agent from Icewind Town. I turned and recognized him as the man who'd backstabbed Carol, and let my gaze settle on him. 2 seconds until his panel opened. He was Harris, level 12, and his talent read Drunken Hero, which gave him an extraordinary ability to taste wine and a certain chance of recovering a brewing process simply by sampling it. No wonder he'd taken a buffed blow from Carol and lived. The talent floored me. So talents weren't necessarily combat-oriented after all. My thoughts went straight to Wojin Fang, whose talent made him both battlefield support and the territory's alchemist, and it struck me that the candidate for my territory's Wanemaker had just appeared in front of me. I envied these exquisite wines, not because I was a heavy drinker, but because in this world wine and food could carry attributes, like the bottles I'd just gathered and the spicy rabbit head recipe I'd picked up earlier. And looking at Harris wailing on the ground, I saw not a bandit but a talent. Whether the man had been a bandit was hardly my concern. Seeing me make no move, Harris's heart went cold. He'd simply judged that we weren't from Icewind Town, that he stood no chance against us and couldn't flee, and on a flash of inspiration he'd spun out this desperate lie, cursing Carol inwardly that if the man hadn't struck so hard, he might have played dead and slipped away rather than bleed out enough to need rescuing, and he closed his eyes to wait for death. I told him plainly that I knew he wasn't an undercover agent, then asked whether he liked to drink. The question stunned him, the pain in his chest forgotten, and he blurted that he'd turned bandit precisely because he couldn't afford to drink, confessing it whole. I told him in that case he should follow me, that there'd be no shortage of wine, but that he'd have to brew it for my territory. Such a deal undid him completely, and he agreed at once, hailing me as his lord, and the panel announced a new resident, Chuck Harris, putting my population at 82 out of 100. I noted that this freshly recruited Harris already carried a startling 80 points of loyalty, which told me the promise of plentiful wine was temptation enough by itself. Since he was now one of my own, I motioned for Martin to lay a holy light healing on him and pull him back from his grievously wounded state, then teased him that he could lead the way, being so familiar with the place, and Harris rubbed his bald head and answered with a wry smile that I should follow him. He led the group to stand before an unremarkable tent, and I asked whether this was where the camp stored its supplies. He said no, that it was his own tent. I asked what was inside it. He hesitated, then admitted it was wine, and asked whether I liked to drink, and I was speechless and didn't bother answering. Wojin Fang spoke up then, laughing that Harris was quite the character and proposing they drink together once we got back to the territory, and that suited me fine. It was easy enough now with so few people, but once the territory filled out, with different races and tempers thrown together, chaos would come easily, and residents who became friends over a shared interest were a good thing. I gave the order to spread out and search, to collect anything of value, then turned and walked toward the largest tent at the center of the camp. I pulled Carol's head out of my backpack, glanced at it, and grumbled that the man was ugly but had played plenty wild. Inside the tent, 2 strikingly beautiful women lay tied up and impossible to miss, and from their faces they were clearly twins. My entrance hadn't been quiet, yet neither of them stirred, drugged into a deep sleep by the look of it. I felt no rush to wake them, so I turned first to scavenging whatever the tent had to offer. The hauls came one after another, 11 gold coins and 82 silver, 12 loaves of white bread, a letter in Carol's name, and 1/4 of a thing the system called the Silent Snowfield Map. That last item stopped me cold, and I forgot about the rest and opened it at once. The map unfurled before me in clean, easy-to-read markings, snow mountains and plains, towns and ice rivers all laid out at a glance. In the upper left corner sat a familiar name, Icewind Town, and roughly 100 kilometers to its south, the map marked Ice Crystal City. Looking closer, I counted 40 or 50 towns packed across the vast sheet, but only 2 cities, the second of them named Winter City, and drawn noticeably larger than Ice Crystal City, sitting in the far bottom right corner and estimated 1,500 kilometers from where I stood. Those cities were nowhere near my current range, so I pulled my eyes back to the area around Icewind Town, marking the skull icons as dangerous zones and lamenting only that no resource points were flagged anywhere on it. Even so, I was thrilled, since this map might well be the biggest prize of the whole run. I activated the system map scan and recorded every line of it before turning back to the tent. Under the bed, beside the desk, inside the stove, I left nothing untouched, and the effort paid off with an excellent treasure chest. Opening it gave me 3 jars of honey, an ice crystal spirit wine brewing craft skill book, 2 mammoth tusks, 18 smoked fish, and 11 servings of roasted goat milk. None of it boosted combat power, but it would lift the territory's quality of life by a wide margin. And I had no intention of hoarding any of it, since spreading these comforts among my villagers would do wonders for their morale. Fate had a subtle sense of humor too, because I just recruited a winemaker, and here was a winemaking skill book popping out of a treasure chest. So I looked over the wine's effect with real anticipation. The ice crystal spirit wine took ice crystal fruit and any water, ran from green excellent to purple extraordinary depending on the ingredients and craft, and once drunk it raised ice resistance and sharpened ice-type skill damage. The coincidence ran deeper still, because this wasn't brewed from common rice or sorghum but from pure spirit fruit, and specifically the ice crystal fruit already growing in my own territory, though I suppose that owed something to how common the fruit was. I wondered whether the ice damage boost would carry over to skills cast through equipment, then talked myself down, since the ice bolt I fired through the staff drew no mana from me, and the staff's effect plainly listed fixed damage. The skill came from the staff, not from me, and the wine was for me to drink, not for the staff. Still, it was worth keeping, because I'd master ice-type skills myself eventually, and the ice resistance alone was no small thing in a world where nearly every creature knew some ice trick which made it a flat damage reduction perk besides. I tucked the book away and turned to the 2 long tusks. The mammoth tusk read blue excellent, pulled from a beast dead for years, so most of its power had bled away, yet still indestructible and a fine candidate for forging weapons. Excellent material should yield an excellent weapon, but tusks like these would only ever become sharp blades, and no one in my territory could wield such a thing yet, especially since I had no blacksmith and no forging blueprints to begin with. Good mutation material, I concluded, and dropped them into my backpack. With the tent thoroughly stripped, I finally turned to the twins and felt a small headache coming on, unsure how to handle them. Everyone knew that barren ground grew no delicate flowers, and these two with their looks and bearing plainly hadn't come from any ordinary household, which meant dragging them back to my territory would invite real trouble. The cleaner play was to haul them to Evans and hand them off, since he was the one who'd entrusted me with this job in the first place, or better yet make him send his own people to collect them. I wasn't even planning to wake the pair. Just as I turned to leave the tent, 2 information panels surfaced over the sleeping women, and what I read there changed everything. The blue-haired sister was Lil-I, the daughter of ice, level 1, normal template, epic aptitude. Her spirit sitting at 12 against single-digit physical stats. Her talent named Ice Soul Body, which doubled the effect of ice-type skills and made her far likelier to master them. The red-haired sister was Luna, the daughter of fire, level 1, normal template, epic aptitude. The same towering spirit, her talent Blazing Heart, which doubled fire-type skill effects and steered her toward mastering them. I'd struck gold. Epic aptitude paired with those talents meant both of them were dead certs to grow into hero template mages, and any trouble that came with them I would carry on my own back gladly. The more I looked, the better I felt, and I began turning over how to wake them and what to say first to win them onto my side. My appreciative gaze met theirs at exactly the wrong moment. The bad news was that they woke abruptly and took me for a human trafficker, demanding I let them go. The good news was that they didn't claim to be anyone important's daughters. I told them not to panic, that I was a pioneering lord commissioned by the mayor of Icewind Town to wipe out these bandits, then tossed Carol's head onto the ground and asked whether that was the man who'd kidnapped them, since I'd already killed him. The red-haired one, Lena, said she didn't know the man, that all she knew was I'd been the first face she saw on waking, and that for all she could tell, this whole hero rescues the beauty scene might be a trick I'd staged myself to win her sister's trust and her own. Her eyes were full of suspicion and she didn't believe a word. Before I could answer, the blue-haired Lil-I cut in on her sister without ceremony, asking whether her foolish sister had read too many trashy storybooks or whether the raging fire on her coming-of-age day had burned out her brain. Lena fired back that her sister was a block of ice and clearly insane to say such a thing aloud, and I had to roar at the pair of them to shut up or stay tied up forever, genuinely thrown that I'd been ignored. These two had no read on their situation at all, and I started to wonder if anyone alive was bolder. After I shouted, the sisters finally went quiet, and I half suspected the reason someone had drugged them in the first place was simply that they were too loud. Once the noise stopped, I drew a sharp blade and cut the ropes. Freeing the younger one went smoothly. Freeing the older one, Lena, led to a small suggestive interlude. The moment the red-haired girl came loose, her legs gave out and she pitched straight at me, and I caught her on instinct, finding myself with an armful of worm. She told me in a voice thin as a mosquito's whine to let go of her, and at the same time she fought to break free, but she was far too weak just then. And the instant she slipped a little out of my hold, her legs buckled again. Even through thick clothing, I could feel how generously she was built, and the scene left her sister Lil-I standing there, stunned, baffled at what had gotten into a sister who had always been cold toward men. Lil-I sputtered out a string of standard questions about what I thought I was doing, and that snapped me back, so I eased Lena down onto a chair as gently as I could, and offered that she was probably just too weak and would steady out after eating something. I pulled out a loaf of bread and a can of Iceland goat milk, handed them to Lilai, and gestured for her to feed her sister, then stepped to one side and began to fish for information. I admitted I still didn't know their names and suggested we start over, telling them mine was Gang Yu and that I was a pioneering lord from nearby. Lilai answered for them both, saying she was Lilai and her older sister was Lena, then asked, nervous about the answer, where Icewind Town actually was and whether I'd ever heard of a place called Jiajing Town. I told her I hadn't, then corrected myself, since I thought I did know it, and unrolled the silent snowfield map I'd just acquired. My finger crossed the sheet and settled in a far corner, and I told her to look, that Jiajing Town sat about 200 kilometers from Icewind Town. I genuinely couldn't fathom how this pair had ended up so far from home, and one glance at their pale faces told me their road here hadn't been a pleasant one. I wouldn't have pried into something so awkward, but Lilai poured the whole story out to me unprompted. She said she and her sister were residents of Jiajing Town, an ordinary family but never wanting for food or clothes, and that everything turned 13 days earlier on the day the two of them came of age. They'd woken to feel something stirring in their bodies. Hard to put into words, like they'd become different people. Her own hair turned blue and her sister's gone red where neither color had been before, as though that night they'd evolved into something new. Lena, recovered now, broke in to say the beauty had brought them only disaster. Their talents had awakened and remade them both, and their startling looks drew the covetous eyes of cruel men, while she, her sister, and their parents had no strength to guard such beauty. A band of villains had targeted them, hauled them a long way off, and shipped them out here, where they'd finally run into me. The road itself, oddly, had left them mostly untouched, the traffickers' hands and feet remarkably clean, the men even assigning women to look after the pair the whole way, so that the first real handling they'd suffered came only on arrival. At my hands, I stroked my chin and admitted that, put that way, I did look pretty suspicious. Lena asked why I'd told them any of this, and I said it was a hunch, that since that day she seemed able to sense people's hearts, and could tell I bore them no ill will. That gave me something to chew on, since it meant their talents ran deeper than merely sharpening ice and fire skills. I asked what they planned to do next, and Lena clenched her fist and swore the plan was revenge, that if she ever learned who tied them here she would kill the man. Lilai nodded along like a chick pecking rice, fully behind the plan, but added that they'd need to get stronger first. I told them I might know who the mastermind was, thinking of the letter from the tent. The system flagged it as Carol's letter, a special item, and prompted me to read, so I did. It was addressed to Asura, reporting that the goods entrusted had reached camp safely and in good condition, with no damage, attended throughout by female servants as instructed, and that on an auspicious day the writer would slip into the city disguised as a merchant caravan and deliver the goods to the recipient's mansion, signed by the loyal servant Carol. That was a great deal of information packed into a few lines. Clearly Carol had been a stooge for some powerful figure in Icewind Town, though whose I couldn't say. I could probably rule out Evans first, since he managed the Ice Crystal Merchant Guild, and that very guild was the one Carol's gang had plundered. And since it was Evans who'd sent me after the bandits in full knowledge of my strength, knowing Carol's lot couldn't possibly beat me. So who else could it be? A flash of clarity came over me, and the pieces fell into a line. The mayor had been plagued by these bandits for ages. The bandits weren't especially strong. The bounty had hung in front of the town lord's mansion for everyone to see, and had never been set high. And completing the suppression had earned me Evans's favor rather than the mayor's, with Evans rewriting the mission's terms in a few breaths. Good heavens, had I gravely offended the town lord himself? I caught myself and waved it down as pure guesswork, reasoning that there was nothing wrong with putting down bandits anyway, that the people of Icewind Town would only thank me for it. In truth, I didn't much care whose toes I'd stepped on, since with a harvest this rich, I'd have happily suppressed the same bandits 100 more times. I handed the letter to the sisters without sharing my suspicions, and they read it and ground their teeth at being called goods, furious at being treated as cargo. Once they'd vented, I took the letter back and laid out a proposal. The mastermind was surely a powerful man in Icewind Town, and since I'd wrecked his plans today, he wouldn't let it lie. So I suggested the two of them come back to my territory with me and wait for him to expose himself. My territory wasn't far from Icewind Town and carried a fair measure of safety, and I let that hang there as bait for two mage prodigies. The sisters traded a glance and agreed, Lilai thanking me for saving their lives, Lena adding that the same man had also sent people to kill their parents, and that if I helped her get her revenge, she was willing to serve me. I was overjoyed, since I'd finally landed them, and now that they were inside my camp I had no intention of letting them slip away again. I would, of course, keep every promise I made. I could hardly march to the mastermind's door, apologize for an honest mistake, and hand the twins back, so the only move was to wait for him to surface, then strike first and seize the upper hand. I led the twins out of the tent, telling them I'd introduce the rest of the territory's companions, and a moment later the whole team gathered. I presented the older sister Lena and the younger Lilai as the territory's newest members, naming them future main combat personnel alongside the rest, which earned a doubtful look from both, since they couldn't imagine where any combat ability of theirs would come from. At the same time, they gaped at the strength on display. A 5-meter white bear, an uncommonly handsome tiger they half took for a spirit, and werewolves besides. I assured them their talent was excellent, and that I believed they'd grow as strong as any of these, and when one of them stammered out a hesitant, "Really?" I told them that if they didn't believe in themselves, they should at least believe in my judgment, that they were future legendary mages, mark my words. Legendary mages. The people present were floored, because they understood the weight of those words, that the legendary realm sat closest to the gods, a height none of them dared even dream of reaching. On what grounds did the Lord believe 2 young girls could climb there just because they were pretty? Most of them simply assumed I was joking to encourage the twins, and only Aisha believed it through and through. Martin kept that unchanging smile on his face, while uncertainty churned underneath, wondering at such astonishing talent, and whether his lord truly might be the illegitimate son of a god. After that little scene, everyone handed over what they'd scavenged from the other tents, which amounted to less than the central one but beat nothing at all. 17 servings of goat milk, 2 beginner gold element crystals, 8 bottles of champion's brew, and a scatter of other odds and ends. The wine came to me by way of Harris, and seeing him reminded me that he too had been a bandit, so I asked whether he knew who Carol had served, handing him the letter. He shook his head over and over and swore he'd only turned bandit for unlimited drink, and knew nothing of such matters. I'd only asked on a whim and expected little, since Carol was no fool and would never have let a second man in on a secret like that. I checked the time, found it past 3 in the afternoon, and decided to head back to Icewind Town to claim the bounty and read Evans and the mayor's reactions. I told Wojing Feng and Harris to drive the herd of cattle and sheep back to the territory, while the rest of us made for town. On the road, I sorted through Carol's drops. The first was a bully skill book, Blue Excellent, granting the passive skill Bully, which raised damage against lower-level enemies by up to 100%, but also doubled the damage you took from anyone higher than you. The second was Carol's Swift Twin Blades, also Blue Excellent, requiring agility above 18, granting plus 77 attack and plus 5 agility, with a swiftness effect that could add 10 agility on a hit and a consecutive strikes effect that stacked attack power whenever you struck the same spot twice running. Neither thrilled me. The skill was outright useless to us, since we were always challenging higher-level foes, so it would only ever trigger its downside, and against weaker enemies you simply crushed them outright with no need for a bonus. Taking double damage from anything stronger could see me slaughtered, where I might already be barely surviving, and in my book survival mattered more than killing power in this world, which was exactly why a skill with 100% damage bonus had been graded only excellent. Another mutation material then. The twin blades fared no better. Why another? Well, because I couldn't use the blades either. Plain and mediocre things with a damage stacking effect that looked clever until you remembered combat was nothing like beating a wooden dummy. No real opponent would stand still and let you pile up strikes on one spot. Weak enemies needed no such trick, and against equals or betters there was no guaranteeing every blow landed in the same place. Useless. By the time I'd finished tallying the whole bandit haul, Bear One had carried me to the gates of Icewind Town. The guards recognized my group and knew we'd gone bandit hunting, and the sight of Carol's head in my hand sent one of them running to alert the mayor. I followed the guards all the way to the mayor's mansion. When my eyes settled on the mayor, his information panel showed me only a name and a level. Suna, level 23, the rest hidden behind too wide a gap in strength. The ruler of a town in this world held the strongest force in it, so I found nothing strange in that. Suna was visibly thrilled at the sight of Carol's head, crying good over and over and thanking me for stepping in to rid Icewind Town of so fierce a bandit, bowing with apparent sincerity on behalf of every resident. He drew out a coin purse, counted 8 gold coins and held them out, saying I'd fulfilled the bounty and asking for Carol's head so he could report to the townsfolk. This won't do, I told him, feigning reluctance and refusing the coins, since the tavern owner Evans had asked me to bring Carol's head to him and had promised a reward beyond 8 gold. The mayor took it in stride, said he understood and would settle matters with Evans himself, and showed no anger at all, then warmly invited my group to stay for a meal as thanks. I declined politely, citing urgent business back at my territory, and made my exit. The mayor's performance had been flawless. The way he'd ignored the twins entirely, the unmistakable anger in his eyes at Carol's head, the perfectly natural answers to my prodding, all of it making it hard to believe he was the sir from Carol's letter. After I'd gone inside that same mansion, the mayor sat by the fireplace and did not rise for a long while. It was good the man was dead, the mayor muttered, a dog who'd grown haughty enough to treat his words as wind. Carol had indeed been his man at the start, but ever since the bandit had forged ties with a certain lord in Ice Crystal City, his conduct had grown more brazen by the month, a steady headache. As for the goods that lord had wanted, the mayor decided that if they were lost, they were lost, since disaster was nearly upon them all and the man still had the mind to amuse himself with women. In the tavern, Evans and I sat across from each other, 30 frozen left ears and Carol's head laid out on the table between us. He glanced over the lot, a smile breaking across his face, declaring he'd known I could do it and thanking me for my service to the residents of Icewind Town. He reached into a nearby drawer, drew out 8 bright gold coins and passed them to me. The trade route he'd spearheaded from Ice Crystal City to Icewind Town had already been plundered twice by bandits like Carol, the goods stolen and the accompanying guild members slaughtered, and the memory plainly still enraged him. Once he'd taken the head and the rest of the proof, the system told me Evans's commission to kill Carol was complete, that I'd gained 100 regional territory renown, and that I'd successfully activated the territory renown system with my current standing rising to prominence. A renown system. Once I understood it, I saw it mirrored the territory rating ranking, except one lived among the Blue Star Lords, and this one lived in the perception of the natives. Territories famous enough drew a constant trickle of people who chose to join them, merchant teams and resources flowing in of their own accord, the same way ambitious folk from Icewind Town drifted off to Ice Crystal City to make their fortunes. The system split into regional renown and continental renown, and since I'd only killed a bandit wanted in Icewind Town, continental fame was out of reach, my rising to prominence confined to the Icewind Town area for now. Evan swirled his glass and reminded me he'd promised a favor if I pulled this off. I told him bluntly to sell me a few slaves, and he laughed heartily, saying his favor wasn't that cheap, that they were only slaves, so he'd give me 10 up front and the favor would still stand. Plans never kept pace with changes, and time was too tight to waste. When I left Icewind Town, I trailed 8 slaves behind me, 6 men and 2 women, all plain looking but none of them old, somewhere around 20. A fine age for labor. With those 8 aboard, my territory's population sat near its ceiling at 92 out of 100. And that didn't even count the little fairy still gestating, or the dungeon beetle yet to hatch. The only way to lift the cap was to upgrade the Lord's Manor, which for me meant promoting the World Tree, and I'd already gathered every resource the promotion required. I planned to start that promotion 2 nights later, on the night the novice protection period ended, which meant that for these 2 days any recruitment scrolls would simply have to be set aside. When my group reached the territory, Wojin, Fang, and Harris had already herded a dozen cattle and sheep home, and with darkness still a dozen minutes off, the polar people working the 2 mines were still on their way back. The first time my combat personnel had beaten the logistical crews home, I called Water Lily, already busy in the territory, and set her to helping the new arrivals settle in, then sat down by the bonfire to think over what came next. With the territory growing the way it was, I could no longer micromanage every detail and personally direct every goal, because doing so would have me splitting myself in 2 and still falling short of the time and energy. This was no real-time strategy game, my residents were intelligent and didn't need a mouse driving them, so the answer was to spark their initiative and free my own hands. G-Il would handle resource collection, Water Lily would run logistics, and I'd keep only the territory's combat power in my own grip while planning the upgrades, the construction, and the broad direction, then watch how the place developed before deciding anything more. I went first to the nursery, which a few days earlier had been a mere 12 square meters, but now, after expansion, had fused countless nurseries into one sprawl covering half an acre. Under the territory's traits, the crops planted inside had sprouted clean, the planting industry finally on track. I looked up at the world tree, which had swelled at a visible pace over just a few days, though these 2 days marked its limit, since without promotion its current size was as far as it would grow. The panel listed it as the World Tree of Nature, a Tier 0 territory, with promotion demanding 10,000 units of nature energy, more than 30 little fairies, and more than 3 moon wells, and naming 2 hours as the time required. Right then a fruit broke from the world tree, crossed the limits of space, and dropped straight in front of me, cracking open in a wash of light as the second little fairy nurtured by the tree was born, the panel announcing a naturally birthed resident at 97 out of 100. A burly figure stood before me, stern-faced with a long blue-gray beard, bare-chested over well-cut muscle marked with blue patterns, his right hand gripping a unique long staff capped by a glowing orb. He looked at me with sharp, intelligent eyes and saluted respectfully, greeting me as Lord, wishing that green protect me, and naming himself Malfurion, a practitioner of the way of nature, at my service. I choked on my own reply and told him that while I knew he meant no harm, I'd prefer he swap May Green protect you for May Nature protect you. He answered at once that it would be as I wished, may nature protect me, and though the change clearly puzzled him, his loyalty of 100 had him obey without question. I told him nature would protect him too, then turned to his panel. Malfurion read as a tree herder, level 10, race nature elf, elite template, extraordinary aptitude, his talent named Soul of Nature, which boosted his full attributes by up to 100% whenever enough trees or plants stood nearby. His attributes were absurd, strength 104, agility 96, constitution 118, spirit 206. And his skills were Call of Nature, rapid nourishment, and tree bind. Call of Nature transformed a tree into a treant for combat, the treant inheriting an extra full 100% of his attributes along with the basic skills Entangle and Vine Strike, lasting 120 minutes on a 60-minute cooldown. Rapid Nourishment spent natural energy to feed plants and speed their growth, and could also heal treants or extend their duration. Treebind summoned 5 trees to lock a target in place, unable to move and taking spell power times 100% damage every second, lasting 3 seconds on a 2-minute cooldown. I drew a sharp breath, marveling that even Bear 1's attributes fell short of his, that this was far too fierce. Then I caught myself, since it surely traced back to his talent. By rights, a level 10 elite unit couldn't overpower the level 15 elite Snowfield Barbarian Bear no matter how high his stats ran, and a mage whose strength, constitution, and agility all beat that bear's made no sense at all. The reason had to be Soul of Nature, his talent feeding him a flat 100% attribute bonus with the world tree standing right there. Even stripped of that bonus, his stats stayed impressive, as fitting for an elf the world tree had conceived over a full 3 days before birth. I noticed too that unlike Aisha, Malfurion came in at level 10 and bore the race Nature Elf, And as the question rose, the world tree's nascent consciousness supplied the answer. The tree had spent its stored natural energy to strengthen the elf while he gestated, which was why his fruit had ripened in the morning yet burst him only at night. So I'd been wrong to think every naturally conceived elf had to start from the bottom, since natural energy could apparently be spent to speed the process, sparing the later-born elves the curse of arriving too late to fight. I gathered my thoughts and looked over his skills again, finding the set simple, all of it orbiting the core skill, Call of Nature. Rapid Nourishment healed treants and stretched their lifespan, while Treebind conjured trees from nothing so that Call of Nature could be used even where no trees grew. I told Malfurion to summon a treant so I could see, curious whether the inherited attributes stacked on top of whatever stats the treant had on its own, and whether those inherited numbers came from Malfurion before or after his talent's bonus. He pointed his staff at a slender tree. Green light touched the trunk, snow shook loose, and the wood twisted and swelled as if flooded with boundless vitality, becoming in a blink a 3-meter treant, gnarled branches forming torso and arms, roots tearing free of the ground for legs. I looked it over. The little treant read level 10, elite template, strength 114, agility 96, constitution 128, spirit 206. With the skills Entangle and Vine Strike, its remaining duration listed only as a row of question marks. Permanent then, I wondered aloud, then set it aside to look at other things. The bad news was that the treant's own base stats ran very low. The good news was that it inherited Malfurion's full attributes after his talent fired, and according to Malfurion, the treant's native stats also depended on the age and quality of the tree it came from, which meant the treants drawn from the 2 ice crystal fruit trees in the nursery would dwarf this one. I understood now what Call of Nature meant by treants carrying basic skills, since transforming a plant with unique abilities would hand the resulting treant extra skills of its own. The catch was that this skill worked like a forced growth, so when a treant's duration ran out, it wouldn't revert to a tree but simply wither and die. Fortunately, Rapid Nourishment solved that, letting Malfurion turn carefully chosen treants into permanent companions. And the moment I learned it, I started picturing a whole treant army. Malfurion dampened that, explaining he could keep at most 2 treants permanent, his natural energy being limited, unless every transformed treant stayed inside the territory drawing energy supplied by the world tree, which was exactly why the one he'd just made bore a question mark for its lifespan. Confined to the territory was perfectly acceptable, I decided, since I had nowhere else to spend my natural energy right now, and they'd make fine defenders, saving me the effort elsewhere. Maybe one day my territory might blanket the entire continent. Plant trees then, more trees. Hunting down seeds of plants with special abilities went straight onto my list of priorities, and since I act fast once a plan forms, I opened the market and searched the keyword seeds at once. A pile of wheat and ordinary crop seeds came up, so I added a filter for green excellent quality and above, and the long list shrank instantly to 2. The first was a frost-patterned vine seed, green excellent, 15 days to maturity, growing into tough frost-patterned vines that entangled any enemy who drew near and inflicted frostbite. The second was a thorn iron tree seed, blue exceptional, 60 days to maturity, easy to grow, its mature form bristling with thorny barbs and excellent defense, suitable for crafting protective gear if a fine blacksmith were on hand. My eyes lit at the second. The vine I'd leave aside for now, since it was a vine and whether it could even become a treant was an open question. But the thorn iron tree was a perfect fit. High blue quality, excellent defense, thorny barbs, and I found myself eager to see what skills a treant grown from it might inherit. Then I checked its exchange terms and found the seller had set a sky-high price, 3,000 of any basic resource, with a note that it could also be traded for any blue exceptional item, or several green items, blueprints or skill books, with details to be discussed by private message and pictures. I knew deals like that were usually negotiable, so I opened a private chat and got straight to the point, offering 5 units of Moonspring water, 5 mana stones, 5 servings of Shadow Tiger meat, 1 portable heat source plus 2 mana stones, or any green equipment, his pick of one. With night closing in, the Lord on the other end was clearly glued to the chat channel and replied fast, though his first line had nothing to do with the trade, blurting "Holy cow, gang the god. Come on, let's take a photo." I had no idea how to handle a lord that enthusiastic and could only sit there in silence. Fortunately, he knew the transaction mattered too, pointing out that the seed took 60 days to mature, by which time the yellow flowers would have long withered, and that only someone like Gang the God had the capital to plant such a thing in the first place. Then he told me my offer ran too high, that 3 mana stones would do. For a moment I just stared at the chat bar, half certain I'd misread it. Someone was voluntarily cutting their own price on me, and my first instinct was to wonder whether I'd simply grown too popular for my own good. Then I caught myself, because a lord on the brink of giving up his territory does not throw away mana stones out of pure admiration, which meant there had to be a hidden term tucked under the kindness. Right then his Yun country map ran out, the way every Blue Star map eventually did, and the man finally laid his real hand on the table. He said he'd noticed plenty of people on the world channel had already quit the lord profession, handed their territories over to the natives, and gone off to live large in the native cities, and that since the two of us shared a region, he wondered whether, if his own run fell apart later, he might be welcome to come over to my territory for a meal. So that was the angle. He wasn't lowering the price to flatter me. He was buying himself an insurance policy a warm seat in a hot bowl waiting if his own gamble went cold. I agreed without a second thought and told him it was no problem at all, because the truth was simple. These survivors who dropped down from Blue Star understood and knew far more than the farmers born into this world, and a man with that kind of head was worth feeding, never a loss. There was no way I came out behind on this. The system confirmed it a beat later, telling me I'd gained 1 Thorn Iron Tree seed and lost 3 mana stones, with no transaction tax to bear. Then, since I had money and felt willful about it, I opened the channel again and bought the Frost Patterned Vine Seed too, and the panel logged the trade. 1 Frost Patterned Vine Seed in, 1 portable heat source out. Tax-free. I carried both seeds straight to Malfurion and told him to find a good spot for them. He took them, then made a request asking me to let him irrigate the seeds with Moonspring water, since the water combined with his rapid nourishment would shorten how long they took to mature. That caught my interest, so I asked whether Moonspring water really worked that way, and whether it did anything on its own without his skill. He answered respectfully that yes it did, though the effect alone would be weaker. I waved him on and told him to use as much as he liked. The thing was, the Moonwell didn't only condense Moonspring water at night, it also collected a daytime batch with no healing or stamina recovery properties at all. And that batch I'd basically been pouring into cooking pots and drinking cups this whole time. A flat waste, it turned out. I called Water Lily over and filled her in on the finer uses of Moonspring water, since ordinary crops would hardly drink up Malfurion's energy, and a splash of the daytime water alone would do for them. Even so, I couldn't help looking forward to how the crops here, the kind that yielded 3 harvests a year, might perform under a whole stack of growth acceleration effects. I still couldn't see the planted crops moving yet, but the 2 rare seeds Malfurion set down a short distance off were another story entirely, shooting up at a pace I could watch with my own eyes. Between rapid nourishment, the Moonspring water, and the territory's own growth boost, both seeds broke the soil while I stood there. By my read, the frost-patterned vine would be ripe in about 23 hours, ready by this time tomorrow, while the Thorn Iron Tree would need roughly 128, and neither number was fixed, because once Malfurion's energy recovered, he could dose them again and trim the weight further still. I let out a breath and admitted I'd found myself a treasure. By then the sky had gone fully dark, night settling over the territory, so I opened the private chat channel and pulled up the message Wang Wei had sent me. He greeted me as Gang the God, said he'd long admired my name, and asked what he could do for me, and he'd even bundled a blue excellent grade item into the chat before we'd traded a word. The thing was, I'd blocked private messages for most people, and to reach me at all, a person had to attach a screenshot of an item green grade or higher. Wang Wei had chosen to send a blue excellent item to pry my channel open, and there was a bit of strut in that choice, a quiet flash of strength meant to be noticed. I chuckled and started composing a reply. I greeted him as the great poet and noted that around 2 in the afternoon, it rather looked like he'd been trying to poach a corner of my territory out from under me. Then I attached a photo of myself standing next to Bear 1. Whatever Wang Wei expected to see, that bear was not it, and I could practically feel his pupils shrinking through the screen. He'd seen those attributes himself that afternoon, a level 15 elite creature with a talent and a skill set just as terrifying, and against a beast like that, the handful of partners he'd contracted were nothing but rotten fish and shrimp. He had no doubt that if the novice protection period had ended right then, that single bear could have walked into his territory and conquered the whole thing on its own. Behind the shock came the heartache, because he must have felt possessed in the moment, never once stopping to ask himself why the Icewind Town guards would calmly overlook a 5-meter bear sitting a few hundred meters off. And that bear, the one with such thick brows and big honest eyes, had heard his question and simply played dead, which meant the dumb-looking thing had been running circles around him the entire time. Wang Wei typed back like a man drained of all his bluster, marveling that the bear was my pet and saying no wonder it had carried such a regal, commanding presence, that it had caught his eye from the first glance, that it truly felt as though we'd known each other forever, and he only regretted not meeting me sooner, and that the feeding pill, he swore, had been a gift he'd offered freely, never an attempt at poaching. I laughed to myself, because the man was genuinely entertaining, even if he badly misjudged me, as if I were that petty. I replied that my bear one was a mischievous one and I'd already disciplined him, then added that since he'd tricked the feeding pill out of Wang Wei's hands, I was willing to compensate at the original price. That landed exactly the way I figured it would. Wang Wei remembered then what I'd said in the regional channel about discussing a collaboration, and all at once it clicked for him what I'd been chasing, that I wanted to buy his feeding pill, and that this was an opportunity. He'd ridden his talent and that very pill up to 4th place in the regional rating, and after that his territory's growth had simply stalled. Good talent and a smooth road, and still only 4th. The higher he climbed, the more he could feel the sheer weight of my foundation, and the harder he tried, the wider the gap between us seemed to stretch. He'd watched the top view himself, and he knew that Tan Chungu, sitting in 3rd, had sold his portable heat source to me. Even the loose grain that Gang the God let slip carelessly between his fingers was enough to make another man's fortune burst open. In one flash of decision he made up his mind, screenshotted, and sent. Wang Wei handed his feeding pill recipe straight over to me. Since I told him I'd pay the original price, he chose to be frank and lay his costs out plainly. No false modesty, none of the "it's nothing, just take it as a gift" song and dance. He had 3 reasons, and they were sound ones. First, I'd flatly promised the original price, so why play generous and force a favor on a man who clearly didn't need the scraps? Second, the feeding pill was his own unique secret recipe, tightly bound up with his talent. Third, and most to the point, the pill was genuinely expensive. I saw exactly how expensive when I did the math and let out a low whistle. He'd really gone all out to win Bear 1 over. One feeding pill cost close to 5 units of moonspring water, and that was just the raw material cost, before you factored in that a recipe like this held value on its own, before supply and demand and the labor of crafting drove the real worth far past the materials. Most telling of all, the crafting page carried a final note that this was a complimentary recipe that came bundled with Wang Wei's innate talent. I needed to show some sincerity, so I took stock of the chips in my hand. Moonspring water, beast meat, mana stone, portable heat source. Only the mana stone really counted as hard currency, or rather, the only thing Wang Wei might keep wanting in bulk. And mana stones were precisely the one resource I couldn't spare for myself, with too many places already screaming for them. Then Vojin Fang walked past me, and the answer landed. I could trade Bear's Tenacity Potion for it, 8 points of Physica Bottle, practically a stack of extra lives, and with Bear 1 on hand the stuff could be produced on a rolling basis besides. I screenshotted the potion's attributes and sent them over, telling Wang Wei I could pay him for the feeding pill with this. His eyes must have lit up like lanterns, because he blurted out his shock at the sight of it. Of course, Gang the God still had good things hidden up his sleeve, and he agreed in a heartbeat, since a potion like that genuinely saved lives. Reading his reaction, I went ahead and put a real proposal on the table, asking whether, if his feeding pills could be mass-produced, he could spare me a few on a steady basis, with Bear's Tenacity Potion or Tiger's Frenzy Potion as payment, in a ratio of 1-to-1. Wang Wei was over the moon. He'd tried selling those pills before and found the market painfully thin, since who in a time like this had the spare energy to raise pets, but a Bear's Tenacity Potion was a different animal entirely, physique meaning health, the hardest currency survival had. A 1-to-1 swap meant that if he carried the potions to market later, he might trade them for enough to buy 2 full sets of feeding pill materials, which was as good as printing money. He agreed at once, then asked, almost shyly, whether I wasn't going to come out behind on a deal like this. That stopped me for a second. Me, come out behind. Honestly, this was a no-cost business on my end, and while he might profit enormously, there was no version of it where I lost a thing. Naturally, I couldn't say that out loud, so I just murmured that it was a small profit. A small profit. Wang Wei, convinced he was the one robbing me blind, breathed a sigh of relief, since he understood that a trade where only one side made money never lasted, while one where both sides won built a relationship that held. He said that was good, then explained that he was pouring all his effort into pill making and could put out about 7 a day, but with his own animal companions to feed, he'd keep 3 for himself, leaving 4 a day for me, and asked whether that was enough. I told him it was, then asked whether he had any spare on hand right now, because if I had to wait until tomorrow to start feeding, I'd feel cheated, since only 1 pill could be fed per day. He said he had some listed already and told me to take a look. I bought them on the spot and wished him a happy partnership, and the panel logged 4 Bear's Tenacity Potions out, 4 feeding pills in, no fee to pay, since the seller carried the market tax and Wang Wei was a sensible enough man to eat it himself. I closed out the conversation and kept scrolling the private channel, hunting for more treasure. A pasture construction blueprint caught my eye, and I snapped it up since the cattle and sheep I'd herd at home finally had a proper place to be raised. Then a tavern construction blueprint, which was even better because now Harris had real work to do. Both were green excellent grade, and at this stage of the game ordinary building blueprints like these came cheap, so I closed both deals easily and pulled them out of my backpack to look them over. The tavern read green excellent, and it let the territory raise a tavern that gave residents somewhere to unwind and lifted territory happiness. And once the place built enough prestige, it would start drawing talent in on its own. It wanted 200 wood, 120 stone, and 20 iron, took up 300 square meters, and needed 18 hours to build on one polar people's labor. The pasture had less to it, just turning a patch of snowbound land into ground that could grow weeds to feed ordinary livestock. So I didn't linger on it and simply used both blueprints. By then, the mining crew of polar people had trudged back into the territory, so I gave G-Il his marching orders, telling him to lead the others tomorrow and put up both the tavern and the pasture. He answered with a yes, my lord. I'd told them an 8-hour workday meant 8 hours, and I meant it. No overtime squeezed out of the polar people. Not that they could have managed more anyway, with the cold biting the way it did. That settled, I remembered the seasonings I'd hauled out of the bandits' camp, and went straight to the dining hall to hand the whole haul to Waterlily and the others doing the cooking. The salt, the chili, the honey, the vegetable oil, the smoked fish, the goat milk, the beef. They stared at the bottles and jars I set down like I'd unveiled buried gold, and I understood why. What had these people eaten before me? Black bread so hard it was like gnawing on a brick, and they couldn't even count on having enough of that. After coming to my territory, they'd eaten meat at every meal, and now here I was setting out a spread of good things on top of it. One of them gasped that this had to be real salt. Another pointed at the dried red pods and wondered aloud whether the flat, pointed things were chili, and the whole group went giddy as treasure hunters, trembling with a kind of awed delight. I smiled and told them a fair number of new people had joined the territory today, and asked them to use these ingredients and seasonings to make everyone a proper meal. The women traded uncertain glances, and finally Water Lily stepped forward to say that they'd only ever heard of seasonings like these and never actually cooked with them, and she worried that fumbling around blind might ruin the food. I waved it off and told her not to fret about spoiling anything, that there was plenty more where this came from and we wouldn't run short in the future, so they should simply go ahead and try. That was when the twin sisters nearby spoke up, asking why I didn't just let them handle it. The look I gave them must have read wrong, because the older one, Lena, took it as me doubting her and bristled, snapping that she'd been pitching in with housework, farm work, and cooking since she was a child. Thank you very much. I caught the misunderstanding at once. The truth was the opposite, that I had no desire to see 2 future legendary mages chained to a little kitchen. Still, I wanted a good meal tonight, and a temporary handoff did no harm, so I told them I'd leave it to the 2 of them, then turned to Water Lily and her group and said they should learn from the sisters, since cooking would remain their responsibility going forward. Watching the 2 women already bustling around, I caught myself thinking this wasn't a bad development at all, that it was a kind of active integration into the territory. And since they were busy anyway, I figured I'd make another market run and find some spell skill books for them, because there was no reason not to start cultivating them right now. The panel ticked off the purchases as I made them. 1 Moonspring Water gone for a Fireball spell skill book, with 10 units of wood eaten as the transaction fee. Then 2 Moonspring Water gone for an Ice Wall skill book. That one tax-free. This isn't me playing favorites, I muttered, weighing the 2 skill books in my hand. Fireball was a common quality book, and Ice Wall a green excellent one, and by all rights a white and a green should never sit at just double the price apart from each other. But there was nothing for it, because in this corner of the world, it was harder for lords to get hold of fire skill books than water ones, so the price of fire books had naturally climbed. No choice, I thought, and silently apologized to Lena. I tucked the books away and headed for the dining hall, the smell of food already reaching me down the path. The villagers had gathered and were waiting on their lord before they touched a thing. These were people who worked the production lines, and the sight of white bread, goat milk, smoked fish, and roasted meat dusted with salt and chili laid out across the wooden tables had their mouths watering hard enough that if I hadn't been the only thing standing between them and the food, they'd have already rushed the tables and stuffed their faces. When I stepped in and took in the scene, I didn't waste any words, just told them to start eating. Then, while they ate, I gave a short impromptu speech, urging them to keep working hard, and promising that every meal from here on would meet this standard. A round of applause came back at me, along with a string of notifications about rising loyalty, and even the 8 newcomers' loyalty climbed sharply. They'd assumed that becoming slaves meant their lives were finished, and then they'd laid eyes on my territory and found it was simply paradise. With the speech done, I took my own portion and carried it to the bonfire to eat, my own private spot, since the dining hall ran short on space and the combat personnel weren't eating in there today either. The atmosphere in my territory leaned equal and easygoing, but even so there was a subtle separation between the combat and production personnel. And then there was me, the Lord. A lord standing in his own territory ran more extreme than that of any ancient emperor back on Blue Star, and it had been so long since I'd had a normal conversation with anyone that I could barely remember the last one. Things were only easier when I talked with the other lords, the ones who called me Gang the God. Gang the God. While in the territory, every villager who crossed my path opened their mouth with the same word, Lord. Then the sisters came skipping over and dropped down right beside me, and Lena asked why I was eating out here. Lili, the younger one, reminded her under her breath that everyone else called me Lord, but I told them there was no need, that they could just call me Gang You. Lena pulled a face at her sister and crowed that the Lord had specially allowed it. Gang You. Gang You. Gang You. And after a bit more of their playful bickering, the 2 of them turned to me in unison and asked how the food tasted, their 4 eyes fixed on me, then slid away, Lena's finger pointing at the chili beef, and Lili's gaze drifting to the honey-brushed roasted lamb. And again in unison, they wanted to know which one was better. I finished the meat in front of me and told them both dishes were delicious, then pulled out the 2 skill books and asked them to guess which one was theirs. Without a word between them, the sisters each reached for the book matching her hair color. The younger Lai looked down at the one with an ice wall drawn across it and asked, her voice trembling a little, whether this was really a skill book, and Lena hesitated too, since the thing was simply too valuable. A book with a giant fireball engraved on its face, the legendary sort of magic skill book that let a person master a spell in a stroke. Such items were precious past reckoning, and not everyone could even use them, plenty of people failing to grasp the skill and watching the book vanish for nothing. Under my encouraging certain gaze, the 2 of them used the books at the same moment, and twin streams of light flowed into their bodies. Lili cried out that she'd succeeded, and Lena that she had too. I wasn't the least bit surprised. With 12 spirit and a talent that halved the learning requirements for fire and water skills, if even that couldn't clear a skill book's threshold, then the bar for becoming a mage would be set impossibly high. The sisters told me softly that I was so good to them, and for a beat I was caught off guard because it was the first time anyone had said that to me. I shook my head and smiled and told them I wasn't all that good, that I had an agenda. They said they knew, but that I was good to them anyway, and that was simply a fact. I sat quiet for a few seconds, then smiled again and told them to work hard and grow strong, so that one day I could cling to their legs. Then I told them to come along, that they needed to put in extra effort tonight and lock in both skills, because tomorrow the two of them would be joining the battle too. I led them to the tree hole space to begin the night's magic training, and as my hands met the world tree, the world ahead of me brightened slowly out of pure darkness. Aisha greeted me as I arrived, and I greeted her back, since night training in the tree hole had quietly become an understanding between the two of us. I asked her to help me guide the sisters, telling her I meant to take them both into battle tomorrow, and asking her to run them through the combat precautions, and she answered that she would, as I wished. The twins thanked her warmly, swearing they'd work hard and try to be of use to her, and to me as soon as they could. Sometime later, I felt my mana run nearly dry and set my staff down. Beside me sat an open jar of fine wine, with a third of it still left, and that night, with the wine speeding my mana recovery and lifting my spirit, I gained a great deal, my mind already crowded with vague insights waiting only to be put to use in a real fight. When I looked up, I found a side of Aisha I'd never seen, stern as iron, and a pair of sisters I'd never seen either, perfectly well behaved under her eye. Aisha was telling them that slacking on focus and effort in ordinary training would turn into fatal mistakes in battle, that mistakes harming only themselves didn't matter much. But mistakes that swung the course of a fight, mistakes that touched the Lord, were the kind that deserved death. The twins answered obediently that they understood and would work harder. I checked the time and saw it was already past midnight, the 6th day now. I called it there, told them both to hold on to everything Aisha had said tonight, and said I'd see them tomorrow. Night lay heavy over everything. I scrolled the chat channel for a while, turning over tomorrow's mutation target in my head, and soon drifted off to sleep. Outside, the cold wind howled and the snow came down thick, piling deeper and deeper past the edge of the bonfire's glow, while the bonfire at the center of the territory burned on quietly, guarding the whole space. In a certain corner of the tree hole, the twin sisters stood gazing out at the snowbound world through a window that didn't really exist. In a single day, they'd lived through far too much, and sleep wouldn't come. Lilai said her sister was right, that Gang Yu was a good lord, and this time, to her own surprise, Lena didn't argue the point and only hummed in agreement. Lilai asked how they ought to repay him, then suggested, half teasing, that her sister offer herself to him. Lena said all right, then a beat later snapped back that Lilai could keep dreaming. Morning. Oreo woke me by clambering around on my chest, the tiger cub having insisted on sleeping in my bed, and I checked the time to find it still shy of 7. I called up the system interface to look it over. The novice protection period had 1 day and 9 hours left, and unlike the other lords who dreaded its ending, I found myself actually eager for it, even yearning, since the moment it closed I could push my territory to its next level. The territory rating leaderboard had me sitting in first place, and even if every other lord were handed 7 more days, none of their ratings would catch mine, which meant the first place reward for the event was already as good as in my hand. A purple tier 1 creature recruitment scroll, a purple self-selected weapon gift box, items rare and excellent even by my standards. Then a system notification cut across my thoughts. The panel told me my elementary elemental arrow tower was under attack, then again, asking for timely support. Then a third time, that the tower had been destroyed. For a heartbeat I couldn't place what was happening, and then it landed, the mana stone mine. Last time it had only been a thief, lifting a little mana stone and iron ore, but after I'd raised an arrow tower for defense, the thief had upgraded himself into an outright bandit, switching to force. Lucky for me, my polar people hadn't headed out to work yet. You wait, I thought. I'll make you cough up everything you swallowed. I scooped Oreo, who was still squirming around on my chest, set him to one side, then got up, dressed, and washed. Coming back into the territory from the tree hole, even with my current physique, I still felt a threat of cold, since a night of heavy snow had buried everything in my sight under silver, and outside the territory the drifts had to be knee-deep. I need to get the railway built as soon as I can, I murmured, because a railway would make travel far easier, and in a real world like this one, it could haul iron ore and let us ride the mining carts straight to wherever we were headed, even if the riding part might run a touch dangerous. I looked out over the empty territory and sighed that I was truly a diligent man, then walked to the edge, opened the construction panel, and set down the locations for 2 ranches in the tavern. 3 translucent phantoms shimmered into the snow, visible to the other residents too, so that once the polar people woke they could head straight over and start building. With nothing pressing to do, I wandered the territory and drifted to the nursery. The night before I'd traded for 4 feeding pills and given 1 each to Bear 1, Bear 2, and Oreo, with 1 leftover earmarked for the dungeon beetle, and I'd come to check on it, only to find it still hadn't hatched. Just as well, in a way. I glanced at the population. 97 out of 100. The beetle's parents had both been elites, so it would surely come out elite grade too, eating up at least 5 population slots, and while other lords were busy regretting how many polar people they'd recruited with nowhere near enough food to feed them, my own population was already brushing the ceiling, and that was after the cap had doubled. I pulled a few elemental arrow towers from my backpack, dug out the earth elemental crystals buried in the soil, and swapped them in fresh. The night before I hadn't been able to resist digging the old crystals up for a look, and I'd found the earth elemental crystals I'd buried with the eggs had gone strangely dim. which was good news since it meant the eggs were alive and drinking down the crystal's energy. Then a thought struck me, and I lifted one of the eggs and reached for my talent. But the system told me the target was a living body and couldn't be mutated, that I should pick another, so it really didn't work. The plan stayed the same. I picked a few ice crystal fruit to fill my stomach and strolled back to the bonfire, where most of the residents had woken and were getting ready to start their day. I, on the other hand, hauled a great pile of items out of my backpack and spread them on the ground, ready to show off to the newly arrived combat personnel and boost their loyalty. Same old rule, I told them. Oreo and Bear 2 each pick one. I pointed at the scatter of items, and a moment later the two little ones had made their choices for me. Oreo picked the leftover feeding pill from yesterday, then looked up at me with hungry, hopeful eyes, plainly wishing I'd conjure a few more so he could reach full feeding pill freedom. I said nothing. This fat cat was clearly beyond saving. His whole world narrowed down to eat, and I cursed myself for ever putting the pill in the lineup. Bear 2, after looking left and right and picking the thing up and setting it back down several times, settled on the mammoth tusk. I took the 2 picks and went straight to mutating. The system announced the unstable mutation taking effect, the feeding pill mutating at random, and then told me it had become Mr. Charles's pig, cattle, and sheep rearing experience, with 1 positive mutation and 1 unstable mutation logged for the day. Thankfully, it isn't postpartum care for sows, I grumbled, and turned the book over in my hands. It read Common Quality, a genuine book-type item collecting the farming experience of Mr. Charles, a famous large-scale farmer out of Ice Crystal City, the kind of thing you could actually flip through page by page. I skimmed a couple of pages and couldn't get into it, so I called Water Lily over and told her to pick a few people from the territory with an interest in farming and start training them on it, and she answered that she understood. Oreo, meanwhile, was sulking, growling that I'd actually gone and made his snack vanish, and when I gave him a flat look he kept right on rumbling at me. I reminded him that the pill had been bought with Bear 1's blood, so even if it was a snack, it belonged to Bear 2, and Oreo growled back something to the effect that he and Bear 2 were as good as brothers, so what was Bear 2's was his. I looked the cat over, and after yesterday's battle and a feeding pill in his belly, his level had caught up to Bear 2's at level 7, his frame no longer that of a newborn kitten, but already carrying a faint trace of the regal menace of a king of beasts. I declared that he was no longer protected by the Juvenile Tiger Protection Act, and that as a member of the territory he'd have to pay his way for that monstrous appetite, then asked whether he'd bleed himself or wanted Wojing Fang to help. Oreo gave a small defeated growl. The panel logged 508 milliliters of Shadow Tiger's blood obtained, and after telling Wojing Fang to refine a few bottles of Tiger's Frenzy Potion fast, I lined up the next item to mutate. The unstable mutation took effect on the Mammoth Tusk, working its random change, and turned it into a recommendation letter from the Winter City Mammoth Knight Regiment, with 1 positive mutation and 0 unstable ones for the day. I had no idea why every strange thing in the world seemed to be mutating today, but I read the paper over anyway. It explained that the Mammoth Knight Regiment was Winter City's ace military unit, and that this letter granted the holder a chance to join the regiment, with a note that it might have other uses besides Winter City. My memory was decent, and I'd spotted it on the map the day before, about 1,500 kilometers from where I stood. Its marker bold and prominent, a force unmistakably stronger than Ice Crystal City. The letter was valuable, just not useful to me right now, and the old Gang Yu would probably have sold it off straight away for resources he could actually use. But the new one had capital enough to gamble for a higher ceiling, so I decided to keep it. After tucking the letter away, I pulled out the Bully the Week skill book, the main event of the day. The unstable mutation took effect, and this time it ran as a positive mutation, the book becoming Proof of the King, 0 positive and 0 unstable mutations remaining for the day. My eyes lit up because I'd struck something good, and it had to be a positive mutation. Proof of the King, the name alone sounded staggering, and in my hand sat a red ball of light. It read Proof of the King, Miracle Creation, Red Epic Quality, an item I could place as a complete architectural wonder in my territory to grant it new attributes, in this case an extra 20% population. Epic Quality, this was the only red item I genuinely owned, since the catalog I used didn't count, being a growth type item that for now handed me nothing but a double strike skill. This one was different. Plug and play, just set it down in the territory. If someone had handed me an epic grade building blueprint instead, I probably couldn't have raised the thing in another month of work, but a miracle creation got around all that, being a complete building sealed by miraculous power and bound by none of the usual territory construction rules. Ordinarily, a low-tier territory could only put up low-tier buildings, but Miracle Creations broke that rule clean, epic, and even legendary ones droppable into a 0-tier territory. Back on Blue Star, I'd played the game a full month, and only managed to land a single Miracle Creation once my territory hit Tier 3, and even that one had been merely excellent grade, its sole attribute a slight bump to timber output. The gap was obvious, a population increase, and a percentage one at that, truly living up to the epic name. The only thing I didn't yet know was whether it would stack with the attribute the world tree already gave me, so with a thought I chose to set Proof of the King down right next to the world tree, confirmed when the system asked, and watched the red light ball burst apart. Beside the world tree a dark stone tablet rose up, faintly aglow with red light. I opened the territory panel at once, The bad news was that I still held only 3 territory attributes. The good news was that the population doubling attribute the world tree granted had changed, the panel now reading that my current territory population was 120, with a note that proof of the king had taken effect, the 2 attributes stacking together flawlessly. Current population 97 out of 120. All at once my population surplus had grown far larger, more than enough to carry me through to the territory upgrade 2 days off, and a glance at the rating leaderboard showed my score had leapt up by tens of thousands again. Just set off, I told myself, feeling the temperature climbing by degrees, and made my last preparations before departure. I went to the territory storage box and loaded the unused items from my backpack inside, though the box, which could stack up to 999 of any single item, was absolutely packed even with the single odd items and some of the food and seasonings already shoved into the cellar. The storage box only expanded when the territory upgraded, so for now all I could do was reorganize, picking out the single low-volume items to move into the cellar. Lucky for me, this game was called Ice Age, because in a normal climate, the meat and goat milk wouldn't last long outside the box, while here, the cold preserved them on its own. With that handled, I came to the moon well to collect the moonspring water generated overnight, and something there caught my eye. A few days back, following Martin's advice, I'd set the soul essence of the stitched monster Pudge into the moon well to purify, and since nothing had changed for so long and I'd had 100 other things to do, I'd more or less forgotten about it. Today on a look, it had finished, a faint blue light shimmering inside the clear green spring water. It read Pure Soul Essence, Blue Excellent Quality, a purified soul's original power scrubbed clean of memory and emotion, able to raise a target's aptitude when absorbed, with a note that the lower the aptitude the stronger the effect, and that it couldn't be used on targets with transcendent aptitude or higher. Since it couldn't touch anything above transcendent, I knew at once who should have it, and I called Aisha over and told her to use it, then tell me how she felt. She took the cluster of faint blue starlight and absorbed it without hesitation, and I watched her closely, hoping to read something off her. After a while, she opened her eyes and shook her head, saying she hadn't felt any change. I'd expected as much, and wasn't disappointed, since it was a stretch to think one essence could push aptitude all the way to transcendent, and an excellent grade essence at that. I thought back to the progress bar that had appeared in Bear 2's aptitude column after the feeding pill, and sure enough, a progress bar had surfaced beside Aisha's aptitude too, reading excellent to transcendent, 1 of 3. So climbing from excellent to transcendent was far simpler than going from transcendent to epic, and I'd only need 2 more essences like it. The odds of these elite creatures' bodies breaking down into essences weren't high, but I wasn't in any hurry, since the combat personnel in my territory ran at least excellent aptitude, an excellent capped at level 30, a ceiling still a long way off, and once the novice protection period ended, I'd hardly want for elite creatures to hunt. By now it had finally turned to dawn, and I led everyone out toward the Mana Stone mine. I wanted to see who had kept on targeting my money tree. Today the sky stayed clear, hard sunlight over white ground, the trail to the mine stamped with the footprints of creatures. Half an hour out, I slid off Bear 1's back and read the mine mouth easily. No fresh tracks at all, and my arrow tower had been hit around 7 when the cold was deepest, so whatever did it had left no trail by design. I turned the blocked fork in the road over in my head, the one Fenrir had mentioned. You ate so much of my ore, I thought. Now I'll make you spit it back up twice over. Everyone filed into the mine like they'd done it 100 times. We relit the dead bonfire, and the sight confirmed the worst. Every mana stone and ore that should have been heaped beside the fire gone. Nothing left but the wreck of an arrow tower. Smashed thoroughly, its beginner elemental crystal pried out and vanished with the rest, past any worth in repair. I dropped an illusory arrow tower in its old spot and led everyone on. Nothing touched us, and soon we reached the familiar fork, took the left branch, and pressed deeper until we stood at the dead end of the passage Fenrir had once told me about. I told Fenrir flat to break the wall open, since I had no patience to dither. Mines in this world weren't fragile things that caved at a touch, so brute force should have done it. I kept Bear 1 out, the tunnel too narrow for him to stand, and a creature scrambling on all fours couldn't ram a wall without hurting himself. Fenrir tore at the stone like a madman, and it didn't so much as shift, only a few crumbs of mud and rock pattering loose. Something was badly wrong. If the whole shaft were this hard, what was the point of mining? And if Fenrir couldn't dig through it, the polar people with their single-digit strength stood no chance at all. I called him back, raised my staff until a scorching aura gathered, and loosed an explosive fireball into the stone. Dust boiled up and the wall held, and my fist closed on its own. It honestly felt like the thing was mocking me. I asked Martin whether he saw the problem, and he told me the wall was almost certainly covered by a barrier. He didn't know the proper way through, only that every barrier had an upper limit on the energy it could hold. That was all I needed, since brute force works wonders. I told Fenrir to howl, Wojin Fang to throw a potion and set his totem, and Bear 1 to handle the rest. Wojin Fang drove his totem into the frozen ground, and a tiger's roar rolled out, then pitched a potion under Bear 1's hooves as Fenrir loosed his own howl. Every buff maxed, red light bloomed across Bear 1's body as his innate divine strength kicked in. Go, Bear 1-1 ram to split the heavens, I roared inside my skull. With terrifying force, he turned into a charging chariot and barreled at the wall, dead set on shattering it. No fool either, layering ice crystal armor over himself first, and at the last instant twisting his head aside so his right shoulder would take the wall. The next second there was no crash, no collapse, and no bear. My eyes went wide and I rushed to the stone, patting it left and right, top to bottom, hunting for where my big bear had gone. Everyone else stood just as lost, all but Martin, who kept that little smile like he'd already worked it out. Lena was on the verge of tears, half a sentence about whether Bear 1 was gone for good, before she choked on it. Young girls run on their feelings, I thought. She needs to see more if she's ever going to handle a battlefield, and I noted quietly to blood her a little. I'd already gone calm, since Bear 1's status still read lively on my territory panel and the soul link through the beast-taming reins sat steady in my mind. It reminded me of a well-known piece of fiction back on Blue Star, so I told Fenrir to repeat what Bear 1 had done and try to come back. Fenrir didn't hesitate, plunging headfirst into the wall and vanishing, then stepping back out of thin air through the same stone. My heart settled, and I waved everyone through. As I landed on the far side, a system prompt told me I'd discovered a hidden area, the home tribe of the Black Iron Dwarves. I figured the spot where I'd once met that Stitch monster had counted as one too, the difference being that the mural back there could be found by anyone careful enough, while this barrier, if I hadn't blundered into it by accident, would have had me sending polar people to dig at this dead end for a full day to no purpose. Dwarves behind the barrier put me in a fine mood, since dwarves of any stripe have a gift for forging, and pulling them into my territory meant my army would never want for armor or weapons again. There was the other angle too, whether anywhere dwarves lived could be short on ore. If recruiting them fell through, there'd still be a heap of experience in ore, so one way or another I'd come away with a harvest. As for whether I could beat them, please, if these black iron dwarves were any good in a fight, why would they be hiding, sneaking off with my mana stones, and getting hurt by a beginner elemental arrow tower? I sent Fenrir ahead to clear the path, and since the tunnel kept narrowing, I left Bear 1 to guard the barrier entrance. Several hundred meters on, a faint light showed, pouring from a mana stone lamp. The stone inside brightly colored and clearly swapped in recently. After another few hundred meters, I caught sight of two wooden stakes in the dim yellow light, which on a closer look were the black iron dwarfs themselves. They sat at the passage end with their backs to the wall, liquor flasks tipped over at their feet, snoring like thunder, iron hammers driven crooked into the ground and armor half undone over furry bellies. The oil lamp throwing their shadows up the wall to sway with every belch. I shook my head, since this matched my whole picture of dwarves exactly, and gestured for everyone to lighten their step. Information panels popped up as we neared. The first dwarf named Baldur Iron Anvil at level 11. Race Black Iron Dwarf. Normal template, excellent aptitude, talent, innate blacksmith that sharpened his forging skill and speed. Skills, chaotic windhammer technique and steel armor. The other was Sorgan Forgehammer, and apart from the names, the two read almost identical, faces included. The dwarves easier on the eyes than I'd braced for all the same. I told Fenrir to wake them up. Fenrir crouched and patted their cheeks lightly and got nothing. Briefly stumped at how dead asleep they were until it clicked that neither of us had kept our voices down earlier. He switched tactics, calling softly that there was wine, that we'd brought them wine. Both dwarves murmured the word, demanding to know where it was, then jolted bolt upright, eyes locking onto Fenrir, sputtering at where this beastman had come from. They sprang up and groped drunkenly for their belts, found nothing but leather, their weapons long since flung aside, and at the sight of a whole group at the mouth of their territory, they panicked and bellowed about an enemy attack. I just watched, and only once they'd cooled did I point out that for all their shouting, the two were so drunk we could have cut them down at our leisure and hadn't. Baldur nodded that it made some sense, and Sorgan spat that there was no sense in it, that his partner was a genuine fool he couldn't fathom being paired with. He laid it out, that these strangers were plainly working to win their trust, that they trespassed uninvited and could mean nothing good, that the group even ran elves and humans, both cunning and treacherous, not one decent soul among them. Baldur, still drunk, caught only that he'd been called a fool and rounded on Sorgan, and the two fell to wrestling on the spot. Everyone traded looks and turned to me, and I had my own headache, since I'd come to recruit these dwarves and keep things civil. Only the pair were too wild for it. I thought a moment, then pulled a can of Champion's Mead from my backpack and cracked it open, and the strong aroma rolled out. The two quit wrestling without meaning to, nostrils flaring, bloodshot eyes pinned to the can, and Baldur licked his lips, throat working, marveling at how good it smelled. I shook the can so the amber liquid caught the light, told him it was a century-old cellar-aged treasure, then asked whether he could spare a moment to listen now. The two exchanged a glance and of all things agreed, allowing that if I let them sip first, they'd grant me a chance to explain. I ignored that and talked on my own terms. They'd called humans and elves cunning and treacherous, I said, but to my eye dwarves were no better, and I capped the can and let my voice climb, telling them my ore had been stolen and I'd followed the blood trail here. to their doorstep. Balder flushed scarlet and protested it was utter nonsense, that dwarves had started as miners and knew exactly how hard ore was to dig, so how could they stoop to stealing it? He panted that humans were full of lies, that they'd even try to buy him off with fine wine, and that no one had come to this entrance in nearly 100 years. That gave me pause, because if true it made these two ordinary enough, since 100 years guarding a gate no one visited would leave anyone completely off guard. Then someone cut in that this wasn't right, and it wasn't me correcting Balder but Sorgen. Balder rounded on him, demanding whether he'd gone and stolen something, calling him a disgrace, and Sorgen went briefly speechless at how low his partner's wits ran, since the two were never apart, and had no chance to steal anything. Worn down, he reminded him of the old rumors about an ore thief, and Balder recalled it then, asking whether he meant the thief who'd stop showing up once they'd tightened their watch. So he stole from me and ran here, I said, stepping in. The two traded another glance, the wariness draining off, and turned to ask plainly what I wanted, making clear they had no idea who the thief was. Only that it was certainly no dwarf. Seeing my confusion, Sorgen offered it freely, that their ancestors had chosen to wall themselves away and raise the barrier in the very spot I'd come through, one that forbade all dwarves from passing in or out, forbade every dwarf from leaving. I was stunned because if that held, how was I meant to recruit any of them to work my territory? The two shivered just then, baffled at why they'd gone suddenly cold, with no clue they'd just strolled a lap around the gates of hell. My killing intent wasn't strong though, and came and went fast. These dwarves had already sealed themselves off and fled danger, and barging into a stranger's home to wipe out his family struck me as excessive, especially since I'd come for stolen ore the dwarves most likely hadn't taken. Lilai had quietly let me know the two hadn't lied, and there was the bigger point, that the dwarves couldn't get out but my group could get in. Their skill at the forge was obvious, and steady, friendly trade would dwarf anything a one-time slaughter could yield. On top of that, I remembered the indestructible tinder the system had once rewarded me, and wondered whether I might open a submine right here, putting the dwarves to work for me after all. The chill up the two dwarves' backs only deepened, and lucky for them a clamor broke out behind us just then. Voices snarling that someone dared bully the black iron dwarves, roaring to fight. A whole ring of dwarves crowded in, jabbering at the top of their lungs, the more impatient among them already loosing several arrows at my group. I was delighted, an opportunity delivered to my doorstep, and at my signal Fenrir shifted just enough that the two arrows, off target to begin with, landed on his body and barely broke the skin. His flesh accumulation effect had only held for 2 days, and had he drunk down a few more monsters' flesh and blood, those arrows might not have scratched him at all. Sorgen and Balder froze, remembering their own cries of enemy attack, dread written all over them, and bolted to the front of the dozens of clansmen, flinging their arms wide to block them. Sorgen screaming for everyone to stop, that it was a misunderstanding, to put their weapons down first. The two barely needed to say it, since the charging dwarves had already lost their first rush. Up close they took in my team's strength, and saw the arrows Fenrir's contracting muscles had squeezed clean out of his chest. And if not for that, those hot-tempered dwarves would never have let the two rein them in. My side, watching Fenrir take a hit, went tense and made as if to launch a major assault. Though it was all a show, a lesson at most, never a killing. And the dwarves didn't know that. I stepped forward, helped the fallen Fenrir up, and glared around at them, asking whether this was how they treated friends come from afar. Then I called for Fenrir to hold on and for Martin to hurry, and a wash of holy light dropped over him. That shattered what was left of the dwarves' composure, since this group even ran a priest, and Sorgen went numb realizing the werewolf hadn't even bled. The whole fake injury gambit clumsy past words. Clumsy and effective all the same. The dwarves, stubborn and fiery as they came, didn't leap up after my speech, though making them flatly own the mistake was out of the question. Their leader, seeing we hadn't struck back, cooled considerably and told Sorgen to explain. A moment later he announced he understood the events, that since I'd had a reason my accidental intrusion was forgivable, and they wouldn't pursue it. Whoever had stolen my ore was absolutely no clansman of theirs, he went on. First because dwarves couldn't leave this place, and second because the mana stone and iron ore I'd lost lay everywhere here, and weren't worth a thought. And he swelled with pride saying it. Words alone don't settle it, I answered, so why not invite us in to see for ourselves? And I shook the champion's mead and told them I'd come with sincerity and goodwill. Neither side brought up Fenrir taking those arrows. Still the dwarves were plainly in the wrong, since that arrow business had handed me the moral high ground, and the dwarves, no rogues, had walked right into it. When I proposed going in, they hesitated hard, wanting to refuse, and unable to find the words, until the leader said he couldn't make the call and would ask the chief of the dwarf clan, telling us to wait. He returned quickly, face blank, that the chief had agreed and we should follow. Through the winding tunnels my view opened onto a huge underground cavern, its rock walls studded with countless mana stone lamps and patches of glow grass that lit it bright as day, a grand cluster of buildings rising at its center. I followed under the astonished stares of the dwarves until I stood before an ordinary blacksmith shop, where a white-haired, bare-chested old dwarf swung a hammer with thick arms and struck glowing metal so the sparks flew. He didn't lift his head, his voice riding the steady clang, telling the outsider to state his purpose. Clearly this chief didn't buy that I'd come to visit. I said straight out that I wanted to trade with his clan, food, and fine wine for rare ores, or for items like the one in his hands, and pointed at the longsword he'd just finished hammering. It was a standard longsword of blue excellent quality. Blue excellent and standard sat oddly together, but given a chief at level 30 it made perfect sense. And it justified my choice to play this cooperatively, since this old dwarf was not only a master smith but a fighter of no small power, a level 30 elite template my group couldn't provoke right now. When I laid out my purpose, the chief showed no surprise and answered slowly that they weren't short on food or wine, that humans were all troublemakers, and that he had no wish to tangle with us. His mouth said no, but his body was honest, since I'd caught his eyes flick twice toward the strong liquor in my hand. I uncapped the liquor and the rich aroma spread. The chief's nose twitched against his will, gaze darting between the liquor and the longsword, until at last he gritted his teeth, slammed the sword down on the anvil, and growled that it was compensation for his clansmen acting on their own. I thanked him, and told him that as a return gift the champion's mead was his. He couldn't hold back any longer, snatched the liquor, tipped his head back and drained the flask in long pulls. Then he set it down with real reluctance and leaned close to murmur that personally he wanted very much to trade. That being penned in this hole for so long had nearly suffocated him, but that ancestral rules were hard to break, and chief or not he couldn't decide alone, with too many stubborn old ones in the clan, which made it very hard. Before I could even ask how to shut those old ones up, the chief offered it himself. The black iron dwarves had lately run into a small problem of their own, a cursed thief coveting the ore they dug up, and if I could deal with him, he'd have the standing to seal those mouths shut. It's my duty, I said, taking it on without hesitation, and on cue the system prompt arrived. A quest to find the mine thief targeting the black iron dwarves, the reward their friendship and trading rights. Since we'd reached a tentative agreement, I asked him to tell me more about this mine thief. In a game I'd have skipped the dialogue, opened a forum and pulled up a guide with autopathing on, but here I had to use my head. The chief spread his hands and said they'd staked the thief out once and he'd slipped away. That all they knew was he had ore growing on his body, stood roughly so big, and was probably some strange variant. I asked how he escaped and how often the thefts came, and he answered once a day, and that the escape had been a careless moment, since who could have guessed the thing would split itself into dozens of pieces? Split into dozens and you didn't catch one, I said, and asked to see whatever they had caught. He told me only one had gotten away while the rest vanished on their own after a few minutes. When I pressed whether that was all, pointing out I had only a handful of people, he told me not to worry and produced a stone. He introduced it as Spirit Link ore, a kind that often formed in pairs, one piece the main body able to sense where its companion was. The one in his hand was the main ore, able to track the mine thief, though because the companion ore had been nearly digested, the sense was fading fast, and he reckoned it would go dead within 2 days, so I'd need to move quickly. I took the ore, the system description backed up every word, and with a light push of my sense, I found the mine thief still inside my own mana stone mine. Not bad, I thought. This could just about pass for an autopathing device. The only question was whether I could beat it, and more to the point, take it in a single go, since this thief was clearly cautious, having bolted the instant the dwarf staked it out, and if it slipped away again it likely wouldn't run somewhere this convenient. Whether a sensing ore bound by distance and time could pin it twice was anyone's guess, and failing to catch it would set off a chain of trouble. The quest demanded I bring the mine thief in dead or alive to prove my strength, and I couldn't fob the dwarves off by claiming I'd merely chased it away, since failing to bond with them meant a real loss. Along the way, though, I'd noticed the black iron dwarves were thin on the ground, their whole population under 1,000, all of it choked by scarcity of food, since dwarves would sooner go hungry than spare grain better spent on brewing wine. That gave me a quiet hunch I could open trade with them even if the quest failed. Of course I'd take the mine thief down regardless, since only by proving my strength could I seize the upper hand in any bargain. I took my leave and brought my party back outside the barrier, then asked Martin, well informed as he was, what creature he thought this mine thief might be. He answered that something living off ore, with ore growing on its body, dwelling underground, standing over 2 meters, and able to split itself should belong to the stone demon race, an elemental creature born from underground mineral veins. I rubbed the Spirit Link ore and asked whether an elemental creature shrugged off ordinary physical damage. Not necessarily, he said, since its true form was a single piece of ore granted sentience, and so long as the core stayed intact it could regenerate every other part by drinking down ore essence. I told him the splitting worried me more, and Martin smiled and said not to fret. It only attached its sentience to other ores to spin them into clones, which couldn't be done instantly, and during the split the core would lock in place, unable to move. I understood, and reached through the Spirit Link ore to fix the stone demon's location, because the longer the night the more the dreams, and the faster a task got done the more strength it showed. We traveled the gloomy tunnel along the faint pole until I caught a familiar sight, the dungeon beetle's old nest, and a flicker of joy went through me, because I remembered this was a one-way shaft. Little thief, I thought, just where do you think you're going? Bear 1 and Fenrir took the lead into the cave's depths, and soon everyone spotted the strange creature ahead, its body massive and roughly human but built entirely of rock. edged sharp, crusted with crystalline ore, shoving the mana stone it had lifted from me into its mouth. As the crunching started, the crystals along its frame glowed faintly, turning more brilliant. Then it snapped its head around, a pair of eyes cut from blood-colored crystal fixing on us, its fighting spirit surging. I glanced over its attributes. A stone demon at level 20. Elite template, strength 112, agility 79, constitution 121, spirit 119. Its talent was Heart of Stone, its body composed of ore and earth around a single core that could roam freely inside it, so until the core was destroyed it would not die. Its skill split let it pin its sentience onto ore to form independent bodies, recallable at any time. Stone body meant no injury could dent its combat power, and it could rebuild its mass by absorbing ore or eating the ore on its body. Devour let it absorb ore to speed its growth and take on that ore's traits, 2 at a time at most, and right now it carried Gravity Field and Dispel. The attributes weren't high, but the skills and talents were genuinely disgusting. A core that moved freely, undying so long as it lived, an unkillable cockroach. My eyes burned with want at those abilities, but the beast-taming reins were useless against it, and the thing's hatred ran so high that subduing it was out of the question. Never mind talking. The moment it found us, it dropped the ore and charged, red light dancing in its eyes. Aisha's arrow, loosed later but arriving first, opened the battle, an uncharged shot that happily triggered the waning moon effect. The stone demon didn't dodge, just let the absurdly powerful arrow punch clean through its head, and stone body held, a fist-sized hole opening in its skull while its speed never dipped, the whole mass bearing down on us like a dump truck. I didn't need to give the word, everyone falling into position as the fight erupted. Bear 1, wary of something this fierce, threw a translucent blue ice crystal armor over himself, leaped 50 meters to land just ahead of the stone demon, lightning power surging where he touched down. The stone demon slowed hard, and Bear 1 pressed in, slamming his palms to the ground to send a shockwave rolling out that dropped the thing from a rampaging truck to a plain walker. Then a milky white ore on its right shoulder flashed, and it tore free of every slowing effect at once, mass accelerating to collide head-on with Bear 1. The sound violent enough that even 100 meters off I felt the ground shiver. Bear 1's strength sat just shy of the stone demon's, and his flesh couldn't match an indestructible stone body. And with the extra gravity pressing him down, he held on only thanks to his talent brute force. And that only for the moment. But this was no duel. Back at Aisha's first arrow, Wojin Fang had driven his totem into the ground, a bear's roar and red light spreading as the bear's tenacity totem and the bear's tenacity potion took hold. Even Martin, who'd been loafing, cast a golden divine armor over Bear 1 that lifted his defense and sped his healing. Malfurion, fresh to the territory, swept his staff and 5 trees shot up to cage the stone demon, one swelling taller and stronger into a little tree that tangled the creature and shouldered some pressure off Bear 1. I triggered another effect of my staff, Frost Seal, a deep blue mark drifting toward the stone demon, and in the same breath caught the gap as the two parted to land an ice arrow square on it. The combined slow from the ice arrow and the Frost Seal no small thing. Bear 1 seized the upper hand at once, knocking the stone demon back with several slaps that sent broken rock flying. Fenrir, meanwhile, played the invisible man, feeling awkward since the strength flying between the two was so astonishing that rushing in might leave him badly hurt by the spillover alone, unless he flat out shifted to wolf form and pounced. And this was clearly a long fight. Unlike Fenrir's silence, Aisha shone, my ears full of the shriek of arrows tearing the air. With Bear 1 holding the front and the stone demon too massive to dodge, she was essentially doing target practice. The moon phase effect of the moon coronet longbow firing again and again, every pitted hole in the creature's body her work. To my surprise, the twin sisters adapted beautifully. Lena's fireballs landed dead accurate, and Leli's ice wall hemmed the thing in without ever blocking Bear 1. With the talent bonus, Lena's fireball carried destructive power on par with my own, and Leli's ice wall was more astonishing still. Its effect doubled, and not only in damage. In the staggering crosscurrents of cold, the stone demon's speed crashed and its body went stiff, and as the minutes wore on, the scales tipped steadily our way, its frame ravaged, tattered until nothing of its first shape remained. Then a piece of ore on its body shattered on its own and it snapped back to whole in an instant. I drew a slow breath, not quite believing it, since the skill description had only said it could consume its ore to rebuild, not that the process was instant. This was what more than 10 minutes bought, a single piece of ore crumbling to fragments. I looked at the ore packed dense across it, and could only ask whether I was really fighting the thing or something else. I tried striking those ores already and they couldn't be broken, the blows only carrying through to the rocky body, the ores standing like illusions. A dozen at least, which meant crippling the thing more than a dozen times over, and I went a touch dizzy until I caught the saving grace that each time it spent an ore to restore itself, its attributes dropped a little. There's a chance, I thought, and with the arrow already on the string I had no choice but to see it through. Lucky for me, my main attackers, Aisha and Bear 1, weren't mana users, since in a fight this long their mana regeneration might not have kept pace, and Martin's Holy Light sped stamina recovery but did nothing for mana. The minutes crawled, and a crisp shattering sound marked the 7th ore breaking. My own mana was nearly dry even with the wine's accelerated regeneration, but the stone demon's attributes had already fallen close to a third off their peak, and Bear 1 alone could grind it down to death from here. He hadn't even tapped his divine power, his aura long and steady, and I suspected he wouldn't tire fighting a full day and night. No wonder there was a potion called Bear's Tenacity. The stone demon clearly noticed it too, letting Bear 1 slap it back. Then cracks ran across its body, and a crystal in its chest gave off a faint glow. Split. We'd long been braced against it bolting. Aisha reacted fastest. A phantom full moon hanging high over the tunnel. Eclipse. 12 arrows of moonlight slamming dead into the core. And Heaven's Grace fired right behind, a piercing bullet catching the core head-on. That shot was the final straw. The core already webbed with cracks shattering on impact, and the crystals across the stone demon's body went dark at once as it collapsed in a crash. A system prompt rose as the stone demon fell, telling me I'd killed the elite creature stone demon at level 20 and gained 1800 experience, my level climbing to level 8 with every attribute improved. That mountain of experience leveled me up again so soon after reaching level 7, while the two sisters beside me shot up 4 levels outright, each mastering a new skill that had me sighing at what epic aptitude really meant. Lena's was Scorching Flame, a passive that let any fire skill hitting a target lay on a stack, each stack raising the fire damage that target took afterward, and dealing damage equal to a slice of her spell power, the stacks accumulating and lasting a good while. Each timed on its own. I exclaimed inside at how outrageous it was. Infinite stacking, exploding values, and passive on top of it. If this were a game, I'd have cursed the Dogbrain developers for the terrible balance. But this was reality and Lena was mine, so I could only grin and laugh from the belly. The skill spelled out her path too, mastering more low cooldown fire skills. A fully grown Lena best described as a magic machine gun. The Lord Profession capped me at 4 free skill slots, but Lena could hold 15, though forgetting a skill came at a cost. None of that mattered yet, with her at 2 of 15, so the answer was simply to learn them all. Naturally, her twin Lili wasn't far behind, her new passive Frigid Embrace laying a stack of Frigid Mark whenever an ice skill touched a target. On an ally, each stack lifted mana regeneration and raised an all-damage shield scaled to her spell power, and on an enemy each cut magic resistance, the stacks accumulating and timed independently. Once an ally hit 5 stacks, all could be spent to trigger the Frigid Embrace state for a couple of seconds, the target turning invincible and recovering its full health each second, while an enemy at 5 stacks could have its stacks burned to freeze it in place. Unlike Lena's Scorching Flame, built purely for damage, Lili's leaned towards support and control, its core a flat-out invincible state handed to an ally. Invincibility, with 100% of maximum health restored on top, 5 stacks amounting to 2 free extra lives. I gasped at it. Heaven-defying past all reason. It wasn't only the new skills, since the talents impressed me more. Doubling an effect sounds modest on the page, but laid over an already monstrous skill, the magnificence became real. Damage and duration and range all doubled. Even the stack requirement halved. Too bad it doesn't add. 2 stacks per cast, I thought greedily, then caught myself, already more than satisfied. I had rough plans for Lili's path too. Area skills again. Low cooldown ones, though she could pick up some non-targeted support skills besides, because joy is better shared than hoarded, and after 5 ice skills the whole team would carry 5 stacks of Frigid Mark each. Invincible. The trouble was that area skills, ice skills, and support skills all came easy, but stitching all 3 into one struck me as the hard part, though there was no rush. Even 5 layers of Frigid Mark on her sister alone stayed astonishing. A full 100% mana regeneration that handed Lena all the sustain she needed. The shield absorbing every damage type high enough that 2 layers could eat a single Heaven's Grace, which for other lords meant 1 extra life per layer. Calming the excitement, I stepped forward and picked up the several glowing orbs that surfaced from the corpse, and the takings made me whistle. Copper ore 12 times over, 1 holy light ore, 1 mithril ore, a gravity amulet, and 1 stone golem recruitment scroll. The recruitment scroll, I wondered, might it be a stripped-down version of the stone demon itself? Blueprints, recruitment scrolls, and ores. This stone demon was truly generous, and that was only its drops, since the massive body still shimmered faintly, telling me there was more to collect. I squatted, and as a white light flashed, I squeezed the last bit of value out of the stone demon, drawing 1 broken core and 1 partially digested young CO ore companion ore. I'd expected the aptitude-raising essence and got these 2 strange items instead. The broken core turned out to be the stone demon's true body, the system noting it could be set in a mine's core area to slowly repair itself, and with luck might even regain sentience and spawn a fresh stone demon. Though it could take a while, Martin reckoning months at the least, maybe a full year. I decided to treat it as mutation material, since the stone demon was powerful but I should be invincible long before it was reborn. The young CO ore normally went into crafting communication and positioning tools, but this companion ore had already gone useless, losing that purpose, so it became mutation material as well. I dropped both into my backpack and turned to the gravity amulet, an accessory of blue excellent quality giving strength +3 and constitution +4. With the added effect, gravity doubled, able to double the gravity on 1 target for 3 seconds on a 60-minute cooldown. My eyes lit, since the right use of this might bring surprising results, and I'd already thought of a clever one. The instant Bear 1's Thunder Leap was about to come down on a target, I'd hit Bear 1 himself with gravity doubled, and whatever the target was that Bear 1 then landed on. terrifying. First, of course, I had to make sure Bear 1's own protection was in place. After giving the amulet to Bear 1, I turned to the item I was most looking forward to, the recruitment scroll.